Alright. Fusion MC. Krisha. Woo. Let everybody make some noise! Woo.
Break down.
Okay, PUBG Nations Cup. Fusion MC. Let's get it. Hello, B-Boy Lenati! Make some noise, make some noise! Do you ready? 大家把手举起来 Everybody clap! Yeah! B-Boy Blacks! Lunatic! Hey, yo, get with this! Woo! War is born! Hold on! Fight the war, fuck the north! Everybody clap! 大家把手举起来 B-Boy Blacks! Woo! The I, the A, the N, the C, the E I am a revolutionary! So clear the lane! The finger to the land of the chains! What? The land of the free! Whoever told you that shoot for clear! Now something must be done about vengeance so bad and undone! So rip the mic, rip the stage, rip the system! I was born to rage against them! Now action must be taken! We don't need the key, we'll break it! Get what you got! People lunatic! Oh, that's his original! Everybody make some noise! Come on! Woo-hoo! People live one! Yes, I know my enemies. They're the teachers who taught me to fight me. Compromise, conformity, assimilation, submission, ignorance. Yes, I know my enemies. They're the teachers who taught me to fight me. Compromise, conformity, assimilation, submission, ignorance, hypocrisy, brutality, the elite, all of which are American dreams, all of which are American dreams, all of which are American dreams, all of which are American dreams, all of which are American dreams. Live, Tassuri Gilo! what up? My name is B-Boss Bingload Pigeon MC. 여러분 다 준비됐어요? 다 준비됐어요? 그렇다면 소리 질러! 소리 질러. Feet up, feet up, feet. Feet up, feet up. 다 같이 박수 치면서. Feet up.
Welcome in everyone, welcome in, how are we all? Just enjoying the show for now.
박수. 다 같이 박수 치면서. Make some noise. 좋아요 여러분 만나서 반갑습니다. 저희는 대한민국을 대표하는 전세계 최고의 비보이 그룹 퓨전 MC라고 합니다. 이렇게 정말 멋진 대회 PUBG 네이션스컵 저희가 함께해서 너무나 영광이고 계속해서 저희 퓨전 MC가 여러분께 멋진 공연을 보여드릴 예정입니다. 여러분들 박수와 함성으로 저희 공연 계속해서 즐겨주시길 바라겠습니다. Yo, what's up? We are Fusion MC crew. We world breaking champion represent Korea. So we really respect nations, PUBG Nations Cup, and then now we showcase one more time. So you guys are ready? 여러분 다 같이 준비됐어요? 오케이 다 같이 갑시다. Make some noise. 다 같이 소리 질러. Let's get it, Pigeon MC music. Okay, yes, the people love the war. Now you rock some shoes, everybody clap. People flex. Oh, people flex, flex, flex, flex.
Break down.
Super player. Okay, people lunatic. B-boy Krisha. Everybody make some noise. Smack my bitch up. Ho ho ho. Righty. Righty. What you got? Let's get it!
Welcome in everyone, how are we all? I'm just watching the pre-show before we get into the main event! Woo!
퓨전 MC. 이게 여러분 다시 소리 질러. 오케이. 자, 여러분 퓨전 MC가 여러분께 지금부터 찾아가도록 하겠습니다. 많은 박수와 함성을 주신 분께 저희 퓨전 MC의 시그니처 티셔츠를 드리도록 하겠습니다. 우리 관객 여러분 준비됐어요? 여러분 준비됐어요? 그렇다면 여러분 다시 한번 소리 질러.
날개를 활짝 펴고 세상을 자유롭게 날 거야. 노래하며 춤추는 나는 아름다운 나비. 날개를 활짝 펴고 세상을 자유롭게 날 거야. 노래하며 춤추는 나는 아름다운 나비.
오케이 여러분 누구한테 갈까요? 여러분 소리 질러 소리 질러.
Spread my wings and fly away.
2층
Ride the wind,
1층
sailing on the
2층
world today.
1층
Sing a song, reach for the sky. Flying low.
Let's go 퓨전 MC.
날개를 활짝 펴고 세상을 자유롭게 날 거야. 노래하며 춤추는 나는 아름다운 나비.
We will lucky. Make some noise 소리 질러. 감사합니다. 지금까지 퓨전 MC 크루였습니다. PUBG 네이션스컵 함께해서 너무나 영광이었습니다. 다시 한번 감사합니다. 퓨전 MC 크루였습니다. 감사합니다. Thank you.
All these one out some more and a pint of Parmesan. DJ 30 South, I'm low and nigga, you know that's where I'm from. All these bouted assholes, get down on your knees. Just put a name out, cause you asking what I need. Put a name out. Put a name out. Suck it, bitch. Put a name out. Put a name out. Suck it, bitch. Bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang. Your mouth, your mouth, your mouth, your mouth. Your mouth, your mouth, your mouth, your mouth. Your mouth, your mouth, your mouth, your mouth. Your mouth, your mouth, your mouth, your mouth. Put it in your mouth, your motherfucking mouth. Put it in your mouth, your motherfucking mouth. Put it in your mouth, your motherfucking mouth. Put it in your mouth, your motherfucking mouth. One out some more and a pint of Parmesan. 30 South alone and nigga, you know that's where I'm from. All these bouted assholes, get bouted assholes, get bouted assholes, get bouted assholes, get bouted ass, bouted ass, bouted ass, bouted ass, bouted ass, bouted ass, bouted assholes, get bouted assholes.
CSA, alright. In the heat of the night, pump up the party, turn up the light. Back, like just an illusion. Off the mic, clear the confusion. Get up and dance to the funky groove with all the party people move. So come on, get up, lose it. Off the mic, clear the confusion. Get up and dance to the funky groove. Your booty, flex your muscles. Everybody shake your body. Everybody shake your body. Everybody shake your body. Everybody shake your body. Everybody shake your body. Everybody shake your body. Everybody shake your body. Everybody shake your body. Everybody shake your body.
Nueva York.
Si te quieres divertir, con el llanto y con tu imán, solo tienes que elegir un regalo en Nueva York. Si te quieres divertir, con el llanto y con tu imán, solo tienes que elegir un regalo en Nueva York.
Un ratito. Ey, ey, ey, cuatro leo.
Your feet together. Stand with your feet together, buttocks tight, stomach pulled in, and arms straight out to the side, shoulder height. Now flex your hands upward, press the heels of your hand out to the opposite walls, and circle forward. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and back. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and back. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and back. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and back. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and back. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and back. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and back. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and back.
Back, back, back, back, back, back, back, back, back, back, back.
6, 7, 8, and
Back, back, back, back, back, back, back.
7, 8, and
6, 7, 8, and back, back. 7, 8, and back, back. Boop, boop, boop, boop, boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop, boop.
Stand with your feet together, buttocks tight, stomach pulled in, and arms straight out to the side, shoulder height.
Drop, double drop, double drop, double drop, double drop, drop, drop, drop, drop, drop, drop.
네, PNC 네이션스컵 2016 함께해 주시는 관객 여러분 안내 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 원활한 경기 진행과 관람을 위해서 현재 로비 그리고 통로에 계신 관람객 여러분께서는 지정된 2층 객석으로 이동해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 잠시 후 PUBG 네이션스컵 2016 오프닝 세레머니 그리고 경기가 시작이 될 예정입니다. 원활한 경기 진행과 관람을 위해서 로비와 통로에 계신 관람객 여러분께서는 2층 객석으로 이동해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
DJ Sammy. Never noticed that before. Weird. Let's go! Oh. I've not even done my team. Oh no, but that's too late. I bet you it's too fucking late. I have to load the game up to do it. What am I saying? We're a 65 stream watch streak. Let's go. Thanks for the support, man. The support is unreal. Team selection ended. I've never seen a day that you can actually select the freaking team. It's stupid, man. Honestly, PUBG, you messed the royal because there's been no opportunity. Every time I've gone into fantasy, there's been no opportunity to select a team. Select anything. Rubbish.
It's time for PUBG
Whatever.
2026. We have got 3 days of exciting action to find out who, once again here this year, will become the PUBG Nations Cup champion. Welcome, all the teams are live from Jangchung Arena in Seoul, South Korea. as we have just witnessed some breakdancing, some beatboxing, even some painting as all these teams get ready and good to go. It's going to be a good one. My name is Kalaris here, your host and commentator for a lot of what's going to go down. I've got Mark Powers, I've got Gibson, I've got Matcham to talk about everything that's going to be going on. Gibson, you were there last year. It's going to be a good old time for 2026.
Oh, it's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. We got some brilliant teams taking
Dun,
part.
da, da,
The
da.
big one for me, though, is Ukraine. They stomped their way through the survival stage. Is it going to be a case of
Who's live for
all the way through
Team
to the end?
GB then?
It's a good question. It's a good question, Matcham. Of course, we have some crazy teams coming into this, directly into the grand final, thanks to their performance from last year, 2025. Some of those rosters are very different to 2025, but extremely strong nonetheless.
Oh yeah, whenever we're looking at this, it's going to be really hard. I know a lot of people were having a struggle whenever it comes to looking at what was going on with their fantasy rosters, because when you got squads like China, South Korea,
China.
Vietnam all coming in incredibly strong into this. A lot of expectations onto their shoulders, but then you've also got a couple of like smaller dark horses coming in. Of course, Thailand's a squad that we know that can heavily perform, max that in with
Thailand.
as well, who's got a lot of expectations.
The USA.
Bring in squads like Ukraine that were
On Ukraine.
absolutely dominant through the qualification.
Ukraine could be unbelievable.
Up until about a minute ago here, Mark, I thought you were wearing a gi or something like that. But no, you're ready to go. You're not ready for the fight. You're ready for PUBG Nations Cup here, mate.
Let's go, mate. You got to show up. We're told to dress up. So this is me, mate. So got to dress up for the players that are out there. You know what it's like. Come on.
It's fair. It's fair. All right, well, let's take a look at all of the breakdown here for the tournament as a whole. We did have 2 days worth of survival stage. It was... let's call a spade, Gibson. Not close, as Ukraine looked insane. There was a lot of great performances elsewhere. It's just that Ukraine looked unbelievably formidable.
They were so good. At one point, they had over double the points of the team in
They were
second
unbelievable.
place. Denmark came in strong as well. But what the teams are playing for is that massive prize. Well, it says 500,000 down there. But if I'm right, I think I saw that it's like 996K or something. Like, Matt, it's very close to being over that $1 million mark.
Bro, there is so much money on the table for this right now, and thank you to everybody that's been out there and buying the event passes, helping propel that overall prize pool to a massive amount. These players are going to be playing their hearts out as we start off on Erangel and work our way through everything to end up back on Erangel for the complete sandwich today.
No, absolutely. Good stuff. Of course, as those 5 games, 15 games in total. Let's listen in with Bella.
2026. I'm back here to review the fan zones, and here, first up behind me is the, look at that, photo card wall. You can meet up to trade your favorite PNC player cards, and behind me, I don't know if you can hear the sound, you could get airbrushed or get your face painting. So make sure to stop by and make sure that you blend right into the setup that we have here. And this year, what makes all the difference is that the fan zone and where the players are is all connected on the same floor. Right behind me, Team Ukraine waits, and on my left is Team China as well. So, you know, come enjoy everything that we have prepped here and get to see your favorite players. And ta-da! We have a perfect PNC limited 2026 time frame. So I took a picture so that you guys can see what it would look like. And do you guys know this? What is this? This is the number 9. I wonder what that symbolizes. And right over here we have special events prep for you guys, because ta-da! If you guys manage to get 9 seconds in, you will win a fan. And we already have a lot of fans coming here to trying this. So let's check it out and see if I get to, you know, make it in 9 seconds. Let's go. Alright, well, so the basic rule of this game is you have to make it match 9 seconds from both sides, and you can play it with your friends. But let's see if I can reset this. Oh, number 9. Oh, can we reset it? Okay, actually, let's try. Let's see if I can make it in 9 seconds. I'm really good at this. 4, 5. Oh wait, no, that's a lie, because you have to add these two. And I failed tremendously. 14.2 seconds, but if you guys manage to make it in 9 seconds, you win this very special folding fan. So make sure to come check out PNC 2026, and I'll see you guys then.
Bella,
You messed that up.
awful. Like, that was actually a terrible
She's so
performance.
good at it. She's so good at it, though.
No, wait.
Close.
I guess it was like a team effort, right? You've got to like press them at the same time or something like that. But Bella needs a partner for sure for those kinds of things, I think. But thank you very much, Bella, giving a little tour as what's going on down on the ground there for PNC. It looks like a mental setup, Mark, to be fair.
Yeah, very different from last year, because last year was kind of outside that stadium and it was out in the sun. It was really nice. And obviously, but this time, I like that they've kind of put everything in amongst the players as well. So as you saw her walking around, you can see Team Finland's sort of desk setup as well.
Yeah.
So the players really in the bullpen pit by looks of things.
I remember being in this building in 2019. It was a very different setup. It really shows how things have gone here for PNC. Very, very different indeed, Matrim, as you take a look across all of these teams. And the thing is as well is that the big heavy hitters, yes, we have big heavy hitters in the survival stage, but it bears repeating. Vietnam is back as the champions. They look amazing, is fair to say.
Oh, dude, this squad has so much capability.
I don't think they'll win, though.
Delwyn, Slolzy, and Tanvu combined together, this has got a massive amount of fragging power. Whenever you stack it up against some of the other squads, you have to have a high expectations on it. And of course, we saw that in the fantasy. It is reflected. It is expensive over there. But teams like China is mostly 17 gaming with adding a spaceman. That's a squad I just can't stop but look at every single time.
Yeah, for China, the only returning player actually is Zhao Wu, because last year round it was Ike's left, Ming Ming, Little Ghost in there. So actually, Little Ghost is in as well. So there's two players from 17 that are returning, but Tian Tian and Spaceman, those two names here, Mark. Obviously, we watched Tian Tian towards the end of our last PGS circuit, but through the first one, he was looking like an absolute monster.
Yeah, look, he kicked off well. Obviously, this is a bit of a reset, especially with PNC, and obviously that brings wild card as well. But Team China, you can't underestimate the team. The fact there's 3 of the 17 gaming. Spaceman obviously was insane at PGS as well. So I'm intrigued to see what they can bring. But this is a clear team focus. So surely coming back, defending champions, but Vietnam, 0 changes in the roster. It's an all-star lineup.
Yeah, Gibson, you said before we were doing it that, you know, this team was basically winning before even the last day came around.
Yeah, they had the event won on the Saturday, and it was all driven off the back of incredible performances by Himas. And I kind of spoke to some of the guys ahead of this event, and I was like, well, how do you feel? And they said they're feeling a bit more pressure. They said they think that there's targets on their backs, so let's hear what they have to say about it.
Hi guys, it's Bella here to talk about the PNC defending champions, Team Vietnam's Himas. Hello Himas, good to see you. 안녕하세요. Well, we have a lot to talk about PNC when it comes to Vietnam and vice versa. You guys came in top 4 all season, most kills, and with the biggest gap in the leaderboard. Well, what is your goal for this PNC then?
Xin chào Himas, thì hiện tại đội tuyển Việt Nam của mình đang là đội tuyển sở hữu nhiều kỷ lục nhất trong giải đấu VNC. Hiện tại thì đội tuyển Việt Nam là đội tuyển duy nhất có thành tích luôn luôn trên top 4, cũng là đội tuyển duy nhất có khác biệt vô địch với khác biệt điểm số cao nhất, cũng như là đội tuyển có nhiều điểm và nhiều kill nhất. Thì không biết là trong kỳ giải VNC lần này đội tuyển Việt Nam sẽ hướng đến lập một kỷ lục mới nào không?
Tại giải đấu này thì bọn mình sẽ cố gắng giữ vững phong độ cũng như là giữ cái top và giữ hết tất cả những kỷ lục của bọn mình ở lại.
Well, so for this PNC, we have not yet score any goal for any new record. We will try to use to remain our goals, our form, and try to show you the best of the best performance of ours.
Well, we already saw what Vietnam is capable of, but this PNC, what really surprised us was how Team Ukraine was playing. What were your thoughts when you saw the survival stage, and you know, do you have your eyes on them? Do you think that they are your rivals?
Hiện tại trong vòng sinh tồn thì đội Ukraine đang có một cái màn trình diễn rất là tốt và được đánh giá là một trong những cái đội tuyển có khả năng uy hiếp đến trước vô địch của đội tuyển Việt Nam. Thì không biết là bên phía đội tuyển Việt Nam mình sẽ nghĩ về như thế nào về đối thủ này?
Mình nghĩ đội UK thì chỉ bắn ở ngoài vòng loại, thì ngoài vòng loại thì có những team yếu, còn khi mà vào chung kết thì gặp những team mạnh thì em nghĩ là họ sẽ không hạ điểm như thế đâu.
Honestly, in the survival stage, team there don't have a lot that many of strong enemies. So, but now here we are coming to the grand final with a lot of strong enemies coming too. So I think they are the one have to be worried for.
They're the ones that have to watch out for you guys. Well, that's what Team Ukraine said when I asked them the same question too. All right, thank you Himas, and best of luck to Team Vietnam. Cảm ơn.
Come on.
That's right, Bella. Make fun of that man. No, of course. It's always great to see him as here on stage. And of course, we have South Korea returning as well.
South Korea.
Champions, but again, Gibson, it's a very different roster to they've previously fielded. Only Gumin returning here for them.
Yeah, and you think about the way it went last year, it really wasn't what you'd expect from Korea. They were the home favorites. The stadium was full of fans expecting them to do well. And even with the stadium getting loud every time something happened involving Korea, they were just nowhere near the level that Vietnam reached to. So I feel like they've got a lot to prove. Like, I feel there's a lot of pressure on this Korea side, especially when you consider historically how good teams had been.
Yeah, technically, of course, Heaven has been here plenty for PNCs, but missed out on last year.
Ooh, that noise wasn't it? It's TV, isn't it?
So I'm personally, like from what I've heard here, Mark, in terms of their roles and where they fit in terms of allocation, this works a lot better for this roster compared to having those big names here to be able to try and inverted commas steal the show and be the big heavy fragger. But it seems like this is very well oiled here for this South Korea roster.
It's different. I was thinking this when we come into the event, looking at the roster lineups, and I was like, does this team feel better than last year? I was kind of on the favour of actually last year might be stronger on paper, but what we saw just didn't kind of unfold the way. Yes, they obviously had the home turf advantage, and there is something to be said around that, but arguably their performance didn't really live up to that naming convention. Vietnam did, so as Gibson said, why not on day number 2? I do think this one is going to be stronger, and I do think that this new roster, 50% makeover, is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Here's the survival stage results, of course, as well, as I think a lot of teams, a lot of players now, a lot of people outside in the world here, Matchroom, are looking at Ukraine as maybe one of the favorites to win the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty smart approach. This is a squad that was incredibly dominant through the qualification, the survival stage that we were talking about. Even whenever we saw like different interviews, every single team that we've talked to so far has kind of been like, Ukraine has a high-end chance of winning this one, but it's really just going to be how does their playstyle intersect with everything that's going to be going on around them? Because there's still squads we haven't even had a chance to talk to or talk about, really, even like Thailand. Thailand has an incredibly scrappy squad in and of themselves.
Yeah, what a change it is as well for a team like Thailand, right? I mean, last year around, only Kiss was there, but since then, what has happened for Thailand? Well, they've casually won a PGC and then 2 PGSs as well, be it either full sense or made in Thailand. And now that 4-man roster, Gibson, looks insane coming into this tournament.
It is. I'm really excited to see it. I think one of the fun things I think about Thailand and the way they play is they're just going to punch you in the mouth and see how you react. Like, it's just all aggression and they flood you. And I hate to be a team in a fight if they've got a chance of third partying, because if Thailand can third party, you know they're going to.
What a glow up from, of course, Great Britain during the survival stage, because Mark, I was very concerned on that day 1, and then day 2, they came back for the boys.
No, and you put them in your fantasy as well, so big climb as well for your fantasy points. They did.
How do you do it?
I was talking to both Michael and T-Bone this morning, and they were just like, we're going to have to play a little bit more smarter. We can't leave it to like last day or pushing or relying on actually what other teams are doing. So I like to see they're going to be a bit more controlled. I worry that they might try and overextend, and I think that was the biggest problem we saw in day number 1 for them. But day 2, they had to make it happen, and they did. And lucky enough for them, they find themselves now in the grand finals.
Yeah, they're back in my team for fantasy, but I have my concerns for a grand final like this because, I mean, okay.
They're
all right,
your
Ukraine.
budget pick. Don't lie. I already know.
Well, the thing is that this lobby is just amazing, right, Matchroom? So, like, and then you have the addition of teams like Ukraine. You have even some of the teams that, you know, we didn't get to see during all of this. United States is also another team that I think is very strong, but we really don't give much credence for. Last year around, they got 121 points. They were 4th place.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the America special right now, right? Is like that 3rd, 4th place category whenever we look at internationals and performances on it. Half the roster that has the curse of consistently 3rd place is going to be on this team, given the fact that it is going to be Shrimzy and Kickstart. Then we've got Cowboy, a new face for the America area, coming in, really just making a name for himself in this past year. This could be an absolute big glow up for him. And of course, Kurt. Kurt's got a massive history to him in his performance. Yeah. It's just going to be really interesting to see how his IGL and, like, I guess, LMG styling is going to match up with what we see coming up from...
They were unbelievable, Ukraine.
Let's take a look back at the survival stage and see how it all went down. I'm concerned that maybe all these highlights might just be wall-to-wall Ukraine, Gibson, but maybe there's a sprinkling of other teams in here. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it'll immediately just Hakatori killing everybody around him. And the funny thing is, like, Hakatori got MVP, but I think Fairest ended up with most kills on the Ukraine team because he was just there to finish off the great work. But this man's a human highlight, really. I think UK did win this fight in the end. But man, Hakatori, just his final boss, his end game. He's the sort of I chase pro players whenever I play in ranked. Hakatori is the one I run away from.
Yeah, you want nothing to do with that. That is 100% true. And of course, as we did watch the painting, didn't paint the inside of that rim of that pan though. Diabolical work there.
Breathe. It's okay.
It's okay.
Everybody,
I can't help it.
Everybody knows he's a big Warhammer fan. It's okay.
Oh, yeah, and then they mentioned they have airbrushes as well. Anyway, yes, but cool stuff. An exciting intro to PNC as well. We had beatboxing, we had breakdancing, we had everything going on here, Mark. Crazy scenes.
I just like the painting. Just sitting here listening to you about the painting was the best thing, and you judging this man who's a professional artist, and I think that's been outstanding. That's really good. It's a well-placed statue. I like the colours that represent all around the world.
Yeah. Oh wait, no, he has corrected the inside of the pan. It's all fixed. Hooray! Oh, I'm so happy.
Did you message him?
Maybe. All right, let's take a look at the fantasy and see how it all sets up, because this is currently in game. If you've missed the first 2 days of fantasy, that is quite unfortunate, but as time has gone on, your budget has changed depending on which picks you had prior. So far, I'm totally in the bin, Gibson. I hear that you're doing pretty well though.
I think I'm just about edging out Mark, if I'm not wrong. I think we're both in the top. We're both in the top 2%. But look at those teams. It was so hard to pick a team this time. The budget was really out there. Like, I really wanted to get USA, couldn't afford them. Really wanted Vietnam.
I'm just going to the loo quickly.
But you know what? My Brazil and Germany picks, I'm actually kind of happy with, because I think this will be won and lost on everybody's 2 lower budget picks.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting, right? That none of us currently have Vietnam because they were just so expensive. And technically speaking, there's rosters that can stack up against them, Mark. I think Thailand is an excellent pick on your side.
I think, yeah, really interesting. I'm the only one that's actually gone for Thailand out of the group of us.
Expensive too.
Yeah, really expensive. No, not too expensive. Not too expensive. You've got to think that 50-50 combo. Look, FS, obviously, Belmont and Tigers might be the weaker link of that duo combination that we see with Thailand, but you can't underestimate what Made in Thailand have been producing recently. With Scappy and Kiss, this is an all-star lineup.
At the same time, I think, did you have China on your team here, Matrim? What's your team looking like?
I've got Turkey, Ukraine, China, and Brazil. So I had to go a little bit more budget. Actually ended up with almost $200,000 still remaining, just because of the fact that I liked the way that the numbers on this playpen.
Okay, yeah, fair. And I think a lot of people out there are also rooting for China, as the fan cheer has very much gone in their favor. Likewise, Vietnam also up there as well. One thing that's interesting, though, is that as soon as Ukraine finally got in, they rocketed straight away to 4th place. Not too much surprises there, Mark.
No, and interesting, you guys also picked Ukraine. I was the only one in the survival stage that put them on.
Are we ready?
Now, and I've also tagged them up as your favourites. Super interesting.
No. I had Ukraine for days, and that's why I'm above you in the leaderboard, Mark. Come on.
You had another team in there.
Are we seriously arguing about how smart it is because you suddenly added Ukraine to your roster after their performances through the survival stage?
I didn't. I had them there.
I feel like we all had Ukraine.
No, I was in the favourite. The little tag in the top. All of you put neutral as your favourites.
Okay.
I had the 1.3 multiplier. Kept me in the fight.
I had neutral. I'll admit it. I'll be honest. I'll own my mistake on that one. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
One day I will learn. Don't take Batulan squads on day 1 for any qualifier.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting actually is that there's already been potential fights over those hot drop spots, right? Like the fact that technically, obviously apartments, Vietnam was like, we're very interested in that, Gibson, and then in the chat, so that neutral's like, well, we're gonna go to Twisted Mind spots, so if you want to fight, we're ready for a fight.
And I don't know if that's the right idea based on what we saw from neutral over the course of the survival stage. Like, they were right on the cusp. At one point, we thought going into the last map, neutral wouldn't even make it here.
All right, well, it looks like we are almost ready to get things rolling here for PNC 20.
PNC!
The opening ceremony on the way in just a few moments' time. Exciting stuff, exciting things to go, as all of these teams are looking for one opportunity, one chance across 15 games to become the PNC champion. The field of competition has never been more fierce. So let's get to it here for PNC 2026.
Are we ready? I mean, it was supposed to start at 11, so I hardly believe it's going to start at 11 now. Bam, bam. This show is amazing. Honestly, if you've not been to a live PNC, book your flights, get your tickets, and get to a PNC. It's well worth it, honestly. Unbelievable atmosphere, and I will be doing it again. I am going next year, hopefully, because I just love it. The atmosphere is just buzzing. But who will be there next year? What players will still be pros? That is the interesting bit. I think it'll be complete different rosters next season, next year. There'll be a lot of new blood coming into the game, I reckon. Where do the players go? Oh, okay. Yeah, look, so that's how they're doing it.
2019, history was made here at Changchun Arena. Tonight, PUBG Nations Cup 2026 writes the next chapter. Let's welcome the players. South America's pride returns from the survival stage. Argentina!
Boo! Boo!
From fearless rookies to PNC veterans, Brazil! PNC 2025 runner-up, always a title favorite, China!
There'll be a few fans there for China.
Third in survival, ready for the breakthrough.
Boo! You got no chance, boys. You're going down. Beaming Gustav, though, I tell you. Only reason they're there.
Back after 4 years, and back in the grand finals, Finland!
Not quite sure they made it, but anyway.
Veteran, it's Chris, leads a new era for Germany.
Boo!
Last year's surprise. This year's
Indonesia. And we got neutral. Who we know who neutral is? It's Russia. Why they can't have their name is beyond me still. There's only one person fighting a war, and that ain't the Russian people. That's Putin.
returns. A new generation begins. Neutral! Fearless, unstoppable, the dark horse arrives. Philippines!
No, they won't win. Not a chance. Not a chance, sir.
The hottest team in PUBG Sports.
Who's on?
PGC, PGS, now PNC.
Good silence. You got it. One of my favorites to win. Says in with Thailand, Ukraine or the USA. I'd love to say my own team, but I just don't see it unless they turn up on day one. 6-7.
Ready to shock the world. Turkey. History's prettiest debut.
It's Ukraine, the winners of PNC 2026. This team are unbelievably good. Unbelievable team, honestly.
The champions reunite.
Come on, UK! Go on, team on! Vex! What a milky. Michael. I don't know how to pronounce his name.
The veterans begin.
T-Bone looks so...
Title. United States.
And these have a chance too.
PNC's only two-time champions. Chasing on third
Korea! Now, sadly, I don't think they'll win it this year. I just don't see past the 3 teams I've said. I just don't. They're an amazing team. I just don't think they'll do it. And I know I'm not mentioning this team.
dominant championship run in PNC 3. The title defense begins now. Vietnam.
That was well done at the time. It was so far off. That was brilliant. Are we ready for the main event? Is that Shrimsy? What the fuck?
Desde que eu me conheço por gente, eu sempre gostei de jogar, sempre amei jogar. Quando eu tinha 1, 2 anos de idade, eu jogava jogos de tiro no colo do meu pai, no computador.
Whenever I was a kid, I liked to go outside a lot, and then whenever I would come inside, I would play on my Xbox.
5살 때부터 PC 게임을 접해가지고 그때부터 PC방도 다니고 어릴 때부터 좀 게임을 좋아했던 아이 같았어요.
I jumped in PUBG 2017 when the alpha was out, it was really hyped and really exciting for the first time.
2019 saya menonton PNC secara online. Turnamen PNC menjadi salah satu motivasi saya menjadi profesional player.
我从来没有想过我能成为职业选手。我觉得成为职业选手其实挺难的，感觉中间需要练习的东西很多。พ่อแม่รู้อีกทีก็คือตอนที่ได้เป็นนักกีฬาสปอร์ตไปแล้ว มันแบบสามารถที่จะทำเป็นอาชีพสามารถที่จะหาเงินได้ด้วยตัวเอง
Então, eu sempre escutei muito, muitas pessoas sempre duvidaram de mim e sempre duvidaram da capacidade de eu fazer com que a minha maior paixão se tornasse o meu trabalho.
Khi mình trở thành tuyển thủ chuyên nghiệp thì mình đánh đổi
Oh, hay fever man.
và thời gian và những thời gian ở cạnh gia đình của mình. Thì đấy là những cái mà mình đã hy sinh rất nhiều. Thì mình theo con đường chuyên nghiệp này là sự đúng đắn và mình đã làm được bằng 2 chiếc cúp vô địch quốc tế.
Whenever I was a kid, I never thought that I'd be representing Team USA for playing a video game in general. For 5 years, I've been wearing this Team USA jersey for PNC, and I'm very confident in us, and I want to show my appreciation and my confidence in our fans.
การที่ผมได้เป็นตัวแทนทีมไทยในครั้งนี้ผมรู้สึกว่ามันเป็นผลตอบแทนจากการที่ผมได้ซ้อมมาอย่างหนักครับ
10년 만에 첫 국가대표가 되었는데 이 태극기를 달고 하는 만큼 제가 뽑힐 만한 자격이 있었다는 걸 보여드리겠습니다.
Kami ingin menang dan ingin membuat rekor untuk PUBG Indonesia.
O objetivo é sempre o mesmo, é ser campeão, é o número 1, e o resto é o resto.
我希望这一次我跟我队友也能取得不错的成绩。
我
希望自己这一次的发挥比上一次更好。
If I win the trophy in PNC, I'm probably gonna every probably emotion and just be happy to win it. Yeah, I wanna make it happen this year in PNC.
Chiến thắng của Việt Nam ở năm ngoái chỉ mới là khởi đầu thôi. Ở giải đấu lần này, Việt Nam sẽ bảo vệ chiếc cúp vô địch và giành lấy cái danh hiệu vô địch 2 năm liên tiếp.
Time to get down to business for one of the biggest marquee matches and tournaments of the year. PNC 2026 will unfold right before your eyes right the hell now. We have got 15 games across the next 3 days to find out who is going to become our champion. And of course, Gibson, Mark and Matrim joining me here to talk about everything that's going on. The Balaclava, who are you? Mystery person. They've been at a lot of PNCs apparently. So good stuff to see. Matrim, it is going to be a good time here for all of these teams, especially potentially for our...
Oh, they're in like little bunkers.
Vietnam.
Yeah, and this was just...
They got a haircut in there, Jesus.
Off everything. I love the video piece coming into this where we got like glimpses of the childhood of the players. About it's not just this year, it's been a long path to get to this stage. And Vietnam, having to come back and try to hold on to a position with how many strong squads like China they have to go against is going to be ridiculous, Mark.
I really like these moves as well. I think it's ridiculous. It is going to be an interesting lineup if anyone can sort of take it. For me, Ukraine looks so strong in survival stage. Is that a positive or negative for them? Obviously, these teams are set back here, Gibson, and actually watched out how Ukraine play. But it is a different lobby with 8 new teams coming in. The gameplay and game style is going to be completely different because of the all-star rosters.
Well, look at the bar, right? The bar is so much higher for the bottom teams than it was in survival stage. So I think this is going to be a completely different task for Ukraine, and they're not going to have the...
But I don't think it is. I think Ukraine will come out flying. I disagree. I get the point, but I disagree. There is teams they can target and get kills from quite easily. And I would have said before the second day of survival series, they could have targeted the UK, but the UK stood up to Ukraine in the end and prevailed. More than once, twice, I think there was 2 games in a row, so...
This is one of the first times in a long time that we don't have all the players kind of in a line, so you can't like just kind of lean over and talk to each other. A couple of teams have been talking about like how that's going to kind of change up the way that they communicate, because sometimes you kind of just like reach over, point, do those types of things to your monitors around you. This is all just going to be vocal communication. So squads, whenever we look at it, I guess the better your communication skills just off of vocal level are going to have a massive impact. And when you've got two IGLs like in the United States, there could be a lot of interesting things going on.
I'm curious to see how many foreigners they find in the crowd. I think that is going to be the Korean camera guy's like task. Okay, find the foreigners. Where are they? And see where we can see them. But of course here, a returning two-time PNC champion here in South Korea. Again, a very different roster, Mark, but they seem to have it going in the correct way that they believe, right? I mean, Heaven, for example, and Heather looked fantastic during the last PGSs.
Well, it's a 50% change up, right? But I do think this, as a team, with the synergies you say, there'll be a bit more of a well-oiled machine. So it could be dangerous. They have to start things strong, though. They are a momentum-based team, so as long as they can keep ahead of the pack, it's quite dangerous. You look at, obviously, the Vietnams, etc. Can they chase? And then you look at a team like Turkey, who's going to be more of a wild card.
Okay.
As they were introduced as a dark horse.
Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. We're here for PUBG Player Nation Cup 2026.
Gibson, as much as you look at Turkey, I think that they were a huge surprise for me in that survival stage. I didn't put much stock in them because of those PGS results across S2G and the like, but I mean, they really came out to play in survival.
They played really well, and the big thing for me was they were consistently getting into the top 4s, top 5s. You know, they were playing off the back of incredible plays from Shilla and Code Marco. Don't get me wrong, those two put up a ton of kills, but if I was a Turkey fan, I'd actually be feeling pretty good about the way the team's playing right now. Like, do I expect them to win? No, but they could earn a lot of money over the next 3 days if they bring that same sort of form in, and I think they're in a good spot to do it. They've got confidence.
I don't know. I mean, they did play well in survival. This is a different kettle of fish for me.
The survival stage looked awesome, Mark. I want to see more of Aya. Obviously, EVE have 1v4 kind of squad wipes, so I want to see some of that here in this final.
Yeah, it was just a position where quite a few of these individual players find themselves in the right location and able to sort of put a part of the dispatch of teams that were sort of playing towards them as well. Shen, we know from obviously Malaysia, not quite free, but doing the same for them. Neutral, they need to step up. We've got individual stars in that roster completely. But they
German fan.
Mid-pack team, and they were last-ditch attempts. So I'm again interested to see how these individual stars go. And back to Matt, your point about this sort of the death situation. Some of these teams obviously have got this a 4 straight line. Some of them got that sort of square. Is it going to play to an advantage or disadvantage for these teams? Can they lean over, or will we see these stars arise?
Yeah, it's going to be really, I guess, intriguing to watch how the development comes out of this. Also, big shout out to that one Germany fan, man. Germany is a squad we haven't had a chance to really dig into too much because, I mean, there's not a hefty expectation for them. Let's be real. This is a squad that's coming in a little bit weaker, but can still maybe be the dark horse and step up. Having that one dedicated fan might be enough.
And Brazil's got plenty of fans already there by the looks of things. Good to see Sparking on an international stage here, Gibson, alongside the Brazil boys.
Look, Sparking, he's the ray of Brazil. He's been so good for years, and like, I think obviously I was surprised when they made the move with Liquid making some changes, but yeah, Sparking's nuts. The big change for me though was having no Santastico. Like, he had a pop-off year last year and made some incredible plays. So, you know, maybe as my fellow PAS PAS caster, are you kind of surprised to not see Santastico in this team?
Yes, but I mean, we can look at it. Zakraken, Tony, Biel, all very good players in their own right. It
Tony's
might just be that they were going for a little bit of like an intermix in, and I agree with you, Kolaris. Like, Tony does have a lot of upside right now. This is a squad that I don't really know how to mark them, but they can mark for themselves and really showcase something if they can get the synergy.
Yeah, I have to agree.
Synergy.
Like PAS, and well, I don't watch it when it's actually live, boys, because it's like midnight for me. But I kind of catch the VODs and stuff like that, and it's been good to watch Tony on Godlike, of course, as they didn't start out as Godlike for PAS, but of course they ended up there as the destination, hoping for that EWC qualification. You can see all the jerseys. You can see the beautiful piece of art that has been commissioned here, Mark, to get things going for PNC as well.
So you struggle to say well painted. I thought you was going to go with that.
Or was I think the problem for him?
I really like it. I think it's positioned well. It's good. It's bringing a bit of flair to the stage.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. The layout is interesting as well. As you said, like the fact that there is even just a different layout, right? Not looking across some of those desks and seeing all 4 members. Some of them do have this little 2-2 configuration. A little different here for PNC 2026. As PUBG Guy will overlook. Oh, the looking inside the pants proved to me that it has been fully painted. I liked that. That was a nice little zoom in there. Thank you very much from them, Gibson.
Yeah, it was good. I think maybe there's a little bit, but we'll not talk about it. We'll not bring it up. You know, it's driving you insane. Is it time we can finally maybe talk about USA though? Like we've not really brought them up at all. I want to talk about them. Cowboy coming into this team, he is nuts. Obviously, you've got a big change. Alo's not there, but this is a guy who's been on the rise for 2 years inside the Americas. I think he's going to add a real aggressive dynamic to the team. And when you think about it, like with Kickstart taking on a bit of a leadership role with inside of Falcons, are we going to see some chemistry on a fragging standpoint from Shrimzy and Cowboy? Because that could be the US's best chance of success.
I mean, the funny thing is,
Yeah, boys.
is that Shrimzy has been, in my mind, the star of that team for a long time. Yes, it's a star-studded roster, but Shrimzy's always been that guy. It's been super consistent, Matrim, very exciting to always watch, and really never a letdown, almost never.
Yeah, I mean, just always a rock in the Americas in general, and every single time it comes to internationals, we see him constantly perform. Kurt has actually been on a little bit of a fragger come up in and of himself. Like a lot of the performances that have come up from Liquid whenever they need it has been clutch moments from Kurt.
All right, let's get to it. The first game of PNC 2026 Grand Finals is...
Half 11, 30 minutes later than I expected.
Get their feet underneath them quickly. Only 15 games.
Let's go!
Joining us, it's time for Erangel. Me and Matrim will start things off here for the Grand Final tournament.
It is PNC, game number 1. Plane path on to Erangel. Looks nice. Everything's going to be on the table. Long drops up to the north if you want to go for it, but a lot of other opportunities in front. Very intrigued to see if we see any kind of dust-ups.
I'm assuming we're going to Malta.
Squads going for different positions.
That seems to always be our spot. Can we see any hot drops yet?
School location, because where is Vietnam going to go? They absolutely want a back-to-back. It looks like they are still going in that direction, and it looks like
we got a hot drop.
Down neutral alongside them on the left-hand side.
Fuck, 3 teams. What?
No, they're both. Oh my days. Okay, so they are neutral's going apartments. Delwyn, are you going to dive? No, they're veering off. They're veering off here.
They've given up.
Did I lose Matrim is the question.
Might be able to make this one back. Where do you go? I mean, this is a very clustered position to now play. There isn't at least enough to...
Where do we go?
But you can see there are squads now stacked all around this Vietnam drop.
Oh my god, that circle. That is absolutely bewildering. That is so...
Who wins? So that's all that matters. Come on.
26, whilst we have a few shots going the way of Vietnam, you got to be careful here, boys. There is a big difference in our circles.
You can't get through there.
Will not respect land ratio. That is gone. So, with that much water in play to start things off, Matrim, there's a world we could end up with a lot more water later on.
Oh man, this is going to be crazy, and nobody really made a lot of commitment down into the Milta Power, Milta Minor area. It is going to be Great Britain. Michael looks like he's just trying to get inside track onto positioning. Argentina is also trying to regroup. They just wanted to secure themselves vehicle, maybe try to get themselves back over into North George, but Freddie Curdy is going to be over there for the United States while Finland's taking these couple of pot shots. And go ahead and wreck a car or two on your pathing just to make it harder for everybody else.
Now, the funny thing is, as well, with the circle like this, is of course Thailand has Milta, and the fact that we finished in those PGSs.
We usually drop there, so we must have given it up.
PGS, they were amazing, do not get me wrong, but they did have some amazing circles as well, whilst also looking incredible when it came to the fragging power. So they're already going to start off powerful here in a spot like this, which does give me PGS 6 vibes, I'm not going to lie. We'll see how that materializes.
Capitan, does Kurt even know? He had to have heard the vehicle, but it looks like Argentina is already prepped for movement coming out from him. The rest of USA already inside of vehicles. They are coming to the north, so this is just Kurt trying to scout this out, make sure that he can secure pathing for the rest of his squad. He doesn't know exactly how they've managed to come over here, so he wants to secure or really some way for those guys to come across the bridge, get to the road. This has made Kurt extremely isolated.
Let's go to Milka. Let's have a see what they're doing.
I don't know about coming in this late to North George, right? Like, you've came in across the bridge, find a little bit more loot, try and scout out a little bit as well. But again, with a circle like this, you're coming up here. It's a little bit daunting since you didn't have full information as to what's going on, other than the fact that there were parachutes heading over this direction. So yes, Kurt is being cautious about things. And I think seeing a hefty amount of Panzerfausts in infantries at the moment really does speak volumes, right? You're like, okay, as I go from building to building, am I going to have to pull out the nuclear option?
So there's been a counter move into a counter move. A little bit of
Counter move into a counter move.
Of Georgia Pole itself. You can see DraftKings kind of playing along that wall up there. Kick is wrapped all the way around, trying to see if he can get an angle. Has spotted out Argentina, is now feeding that information over the rest of the squad. This is just kind of a carryover from what we saw Argentina having to make their shift due to Finland. And it looks like the United States is just going to continue to try to parallel this movement and see if they can keep a contained angle onto Argentina. I don't think that Argentina is going to give them the opportunity because it looks like it's just time for them to cut right into the circle.
Yeah, I mean, why would you want to really fight out here? Like, there is just not really much opportunity here. I mean, if you did end up fighting, yes, that's technically delaying you, even if you take one casualty. A blue chip res is also kind of delaying your campaign through into this game as well. So I'm happy that Argentina is disengaging from any potentials that's going to go here. And for US, also playing it slow.
U.S. also had a little bit of a problem with Philippines that were pretty close to them, and I think that's one of the reasons why USA just wanted to kind of...
Temperature's getting hot now in UK, Jesus.
Georgia Pole North is our secondary. Make sure you don't get too close on that. We don't want to let anything go. As Finland has actually gone up next to Severny and separated out a bit, they might bump into Argentina again.
Yeah, they might. This is a usual play from Finland in terms of their long drop. They'll lose 2 near where Scav is and have 2 up in Severny, knowing that they've got so much room up there in terms of that actual drop. But you're right, if for some reason they do completely run into them, that would be a bit of a catastrophe early on. As Ukraine still now also wiggling on around on that south side of this circle. Now again, we're going to be in an acceleration.
Bye, Code Marco!
What's interesting is the grip.
No way do you get away with that.
Maybe didn't go for the full spray just because he got the bottom of the car, so that's going to give Code Marco some time.
Oh, no.
But Celtic does get spotted out. That's going to be our first blood down for PNC.
Beamy doesn't miss those often, so actually now Kett is going to be able to roll past Schiller as well.
This will happen to Turkey a lot today. And their rotations will be terrible.
Stage. So already big blows going their way. This whole mountainside is now EMEA.
Yeah, it literally is.
Rotates. Okay, this is going to be back over next to Georgia Pole South in that hillside, and now we're going to have a couple of squads stacked up over on top of each other. Most notably, it's going to be Germany running right into Denmark. We also have a cluster over in the northern part of the circle. Chris gets spotted out. That's
oh, what are you doing, Germany?
in a dominant position here.
It's Meals on Wheels just being able to be delivered here to Denmark.
Far too easy.
What is this, guys? We've got to shore up our defenses more here if you're Turkey as well as Germany. Losing out a single player already, and it's Chris of all people. So again, technically he's the guy that has got more experience, more pedigree, technically more veterancy than all of these other players on Germany. So not only did Turkey lose their, in inverted commas, best player, but so was Germany early on as well.
Oh man, this is going to get dicey really fast. Turkey is just going to kind of hang out, let Denmark go up in front of him. The western section of the circle is entirely open. Everybody is playing around Lumberyard and into the eastern section around that, moving into like Mill to Power or along those lines. There's a lot of different control points to play from. So these late rotators could be pretty okay unless you're going to be a squad like Neutral that's rotating into that northern area. That's where the Vietnam stack and Korea are right next to each other, kind of gatekeeping that.
And just before that action went down on those hills, as now we have Code Marco here trying to find some points for Turkey, but doesn't really connect with too many shots here for the M249. I wanted to mention that Great Britain has already kind of scouted out some compounds that were unbelievably important for them in PEC to be able to qualify through into the final for construction workers. So they've played circles like this before, they've played drops like this before, but now Finland sniffed out Argentina.
This is just a continual rotate. I mean, I don't know what's going on between Argentina and Finland, but this has just made it complex. Oh, down to 1 HP. Nade comes up, but doesn't get the knock. Finland is making a concerted effort to go after this, but Argentina's got enough time to kind of reset themselves. They are in the internal section of it, and Pippa is going to spot out one. Capitan coming down from the high ground. Can he get an angle on anybody from Finland playing the wall?
Need reinforcements on the way, but the problem is that they're across the other side of the road at the moment, and it's not easy to be able to dislodge people from one side of the road to the other. So Finland was divided, and now they've been punished for it. Oh my days, that circle number 2. All right, well, we need to keep focusing on this fight, and we'll talk about the
Oh my goodness me, man.
a little bit of smoke forwards. If you want to make a recovery,
What?
a blue chip or a pickup here down the line, you've got to be more aggressive.
Nah, bruh. What is that? A circle? How is the first circle of the Player Nation Cup so crazy? That's mental. Steves. What is it called? Chicken, whatever.
We may have lost Matrim, not sure. But anyway, we'll continue on until he gets on back. As now Capitan still holding off on these roofs at the moment. Sata still sat on this wall. I think that both of these teams are actually causing each other quite a lot of inconvenience. The fact that we've had this circle go the way it has means that...
Next phase order, next way in.
I mean, anybody coming in on these edges is going to be mutually assured destruction. And Denmark has gone for an emergency pickup here. Maybe onto the cliff side. This could be a very strong move. With circle settings like they are, this can be a strong position to play this game from.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be some form of safety, and actually about this, the closest to center you can get inside the circle, because it's just going to be on the water. Problem is, we do have the red zone that's popped on top of it. Looks like Great Britain was also thinking about coming over here. They've been now stalled out. Argentina's still just trying to get Finland out of point, and Sata's just kind of stuck over here. There's nowhere for him to go, so the circle is now entirely clustered into the north, and everybody that was late rotating going to find some really weird paths into this.
Yeah, it's getting to the point up here where I'm just like, I don't like any of this. Like, okay, yeah, you
These two teams would kill
I
themselves.
still don't like it because the thing is, you're coming so late. But for that,
It's self-destruction.
can really disengage properly now the way they want to. Did Finland send one completely gone just to say, okay, well, now we know we have to salvage?
Yeah, I don't know. I saw somebody moving to the north, but I couldn't quite make out if it was like an Argentina player or if it was a Finland player, but given the fact that there's only the 2 for Finland stacked right there, but I think it's an Argentina player because it's got that little bit more of a tealish color. I don't know, maybe just trying to see if they can spot out what's going on with Sata on the one side of it. Correxy just trying to be the linchpin hold back, and yeah, it does look like it was an Argentina player that moved up there, but I mean, I guess the way that the car is set for Sata kind of keeps him a little bit safe from that approach.
Yeah, Scav's also driving, so he's not with him as he's gone.
One shot, he's dead. Oh.
Does spot a potential rotate flank around here from Argentina.
Crazy about these two teams, honestly. Mental.
Was going to be looking for maybe an off angle. That was like a potential interception coming on in. But
this circle will be interesting. This could go to Nova.
There's almost no way we go down there, considering that the circle still has to center up on playable area, and we do, of course, go to what is one of the more predictable places in a circle 3.
Right, Great Britain have an amazing position now, an amazing position.
Managed to call back in their players, nowhere to really go. They spot out Denmark, so it's going to be a shift down to Novo. Germany, after their bad rotate, they still have Novo, but they've got to go. A little bit of wall balancing going on, but Sada is going to go down to the blue zone after taking a couple of shots. That leaves poor old Corexy all by his lonesome over here.
Yes, it does. You got to get out of dodge here at some point. I don't know if they have any more vehicles here, but look at this circle. Oh dear. Now again, normally if we're coming circle 4, we'd know where this is going, right? We'd think to ourselves, okay, Thailand's in an amazing position, and they kind of still will be, probably. But this could still be wild. As now Argentina, I think you've cleaned up what you can. I don't think you get rid of Corexy and Scav here on the other side. I think if your cars are positioned on the west side of these buildings, if you want to play out the rest of this game, I think you've got to leave personally, but they may just look for the full wipe.
I think that they want to. It's just that Finland's kind of on the path that they want to go, so I guess they can go for a much longer wrap down to the south and around. Philippines in a little bit of trouble, as it is going to be USA going on the hunt after them right on the edge of the circle, just on the outside of it, though. The rest of the Philippines are kind of separated out over here. Nowhere to go, and Aya going down is going to be, oh, that's a problem.
Definitely was one of their hallmark players, but USA has been able to push in methodically to be able to shut him down. The rest of Philippines, as you say, completely disjointed from this fight. So that's good identification and cleanup there by USA. As you say, they're still going to need to get some moving.
There we go. They're finally doing something.
Argentina's getting aggressive on this, trying to get rid of him. Does take down Scab. It's only Kurexi left, but you can't underestimate one of Virtus Pro's killers.
I mean, Kurexi just makes miracles happen, taking so much damage already. This is phase number 3, so this is starting to tick enough to be a big problem. Kurexi, though, we know this guy can handle playing outside the blue, can really find some ways to slow it down. But Argentina, I think, just realizing we have to commit to this. There's no other options. Capitan playing this much more aggressive. I think, is he placing the C4? Yeah. This is a way to solve the problem, to say the least.
Yeah. You're going to have to come out of that building one way or another. I don't think, I mean, of course, C4s were nerfed a little bit to the point where their explosion was a lot less. Oh, he's right next to him. Doesn't realize. Tries to move on out.
Oh.
Tries to come for it, but no, not going to be the case. Takes down.
Downed himself.
Gotta get away from the C4 before it goes. Just barely. The timing on it caused...
No!
Oh, now Germany having issues in their rotate across the bridge. Philippines, who's been contained by the USA. It's just...
Bye, Germany.
As now it is going to be a Panzerfaust to knock
Bye-bye.
Germany is eliminated.
Really struggle today.
Showing why they were able to qualify through so strongly, as it's Chris, of course, was back up. But okay, here's our shift. Is it going to be bonkers? Already neutral, setting up an emergency pickup.
It is bonkers.
Oh my god! What a shift for our first Circle 4 of PNC. Denmark is laughing on the
What is that?
Turkey's got themselves a boat and a rock. This is actually a pretty safe place to play for right now, because everybody else is going to be funneled in on that peninsula. Ukraine going to be defending it over into the northwest, and then over into the east. It's just going to be anybody's game as they're going to be fighting for it. Brazil,
Oh,
China,
no.
no real good options over here. Great Britain trying to keep out Thailand, who's trying to encroach. Korea on the other side of it. There's not a lot of compounds. This is just going to be hillsides and mostly control play. All on defense. How well can you hold it?
So crazy.
We should have played the... I don't understand why we're playing from there. Play the top.
Great Britain's going to have to get on away here from Thailand. They've got too much firepower. That said, though, Indonesia's also chipping in. Queen does take down...
Yeah, this is where I would have expected them to play from.
Save a little bit of Great Britain's bacon at the moment. Tigger, maybe a little bit of a res from Belmoth coming on out here. It's funny because, again, if this was any previous tournament, the compound that Thailand had would have been amazing. This time around, though, not the case. Neutral's gone to the cliffside as well. These cliffs can be extremely powerful here, Matrim. It bears repeating.
Yeah, this is the defensive position to play right now. You have so much vision on what's going to be going on around you. Neutral's already managed to get into a foothold, but look at how much smoke they had to use just to be able to get over here. Korea's trying to mirror that, coming in right back behind them, but they've got Turkey coming in, as well as Vietnam, and that's going to make it a lot more complicated for Korea just to even get a foothold in. To the north, we also do have a 2-2 split from Brazil that's paralleled right next to Ukraine that has stopped everybody into the north. There's no movement coming up from China, USA, Philippines, or Indonesia.
All these teams trying to kind of skirt on in is going to be very, very difficult indeed. Philippines does have BRDM available to them and coming up alongside USA as well, but I think Kickstart realizes the potential threat that's going to be going down, so jumps back into the BRDM, doesn't want to get
Oh dear.
away from him.
Kickstart's probably down to zone.
Anyway, good stuff by USA to get the ball rolling.
He's dead.
Oh, but the blue zone is going to be enough. He's going to go down in the BRDM. Kurt, are you just going to run in after it? Because that could be an opportunity to maybe squeeze through some of this, but there's going to be so many Panzerfausts in front of you. I think that we even see Shrimsy just trying to see how close he can navigate the circle. Ukraine's defense is just so strong. They're entrenched right along the peninsula coastline.
How's he made it into a
China's
cars?
having to jump over roughly the same time that Indonesia is trying to go for a move around. Turkey, he's going to go ahead and get the flush out, but here's the roll-in. Everybody on top of each other, and it is China just absolutely demolishing Indonesia. But the counter push, the defense holds strong.
Desperate
Oh!
measures for a lot of teams.
And then bloody hell.
Tony was able to take down Setsuna on it from Indonesia. Everybody is trying for a mad dash, an absolute scramble, considering how
Switch
terrible these
to
circles are for these
milk it
players.
out.
And now you can see Korea is going to be the one trying to make the move here on this eastern side as well.
Oh my god!
Vietnam, seeing what can get done. They run over each other. It's all full panic.
I don't know what you do here.
There is no terrain to fight for. Instead, it's just about kills. You need to stack up your points, and you want to start the day strong.
Whoever wins this is going to be lucky as hell. I mean, Denmark have probably got the best position, and Ukraine have got a good position too.
As well as Great Britain. down to the south. It is still going to be
T-bone's
Denmark
down.
as well as neutral watching everything going on to the north, and Brazil and Ukraine just comfortably watching everything go on inside the circle.
It's just a full-on panic mode. Full-on panic. Well done, though, by Brazil to be able to take the 5 scalps that they've taken so far. The only problem is that across the way lurks the survival stage monsters in Ukraine, who have still been able to weather the storm over on that west side, seeing what they can get done themselves. They were not interested in crashing anywhere. They just want to also take cliff sides and play it in slowly from the west.
Oh, gosh. Jesus.
Realizing that if the circle shifts anywhere away from them, they're going to have to fight. On the edge is the only place that anybody can play this. The circle itself is going to be so open and barren in the center.
USA still get anyone in? Oh, they didn't. They got 3 points.
That's all you can fight for. Denmark laughing, watching all of the fighter fighting going on in front of them, knowing that they've got neutral on them. But Korea still has to figure out how they want to get into the circle, and they've got to go through either Great Britain or Thailand.
Oh.
Maybe push down to the south and deal with neutral. None of it feels good.
It's funny how it's all working out, because we have ourselves, Korea and Thailand, very desperately trying to find themselves a spot for this circle. Meanwhile, neutral and Denmark have just been laughing. Denmark is taking some shots towards Turkey, who did have 2 separated way far away on the south side in this water. So, yeah, they're trying their best here at Turkey to get some salvage points here, but I don't think it's going to work out.
Well, every single time
Too far!
Turkey, that gives neutral the ability to get in closer to them. Korea now making their push right on top of Great Britain. They've got to defend the rock, the high.
Come on, they're going to be in the small. What are you doing?
Songjeong managed to find one. Fex managed to find one on the other side of it. So 2 up for Great Britain, but they're afraid of the backstab. They don't know if Thailand's going to be coming up back behind them, but it's Brazil taking shots at Thailand to kind of stall them out, making this a contained fight. Fex now starting to feel a bit more brave, running into the thick of all of it. Does manage to find out Songjeong and gets the knock on him.
Come on, finish him! Fuck's sake!
Up in the end to be able to shut that down, but at the same time here now Thailand senses the opportunity, senses the third-party weakness.
Man, we should have won that fight.
Them out straight away. Thailand bided their time and at just the right moment was able to strike.
Oh, Ukraine coming alive. No. Brazil wanted to go for a bit of a push into Ukraine, and it is instantly punished. Tony now the last one up, looking into the eyes of all Ukraine, coming down right after. Gets a good angle onto one. But
destroyed them.
Brazil now eliminated. The circle pops, and it goes to the south.
Yes, it does.
Oh, Hakutori's gone.
And Denmark at the moment, as now more shots here from Belmoth. Belmoth going to be alongside Thailand, the last remaining hope for the East in this first
Look at this. Ukraine and Thailand.
Neutral, Denmark.
Oh, the 3 teams, I think.
They were forged in these circles, my friend.
So which one will win the first game?
Had to deal with some stuff in EMEA, and they knew exactly where to go, exactly how to play this out.
If anything, I call this a victory for neutral that they've managed to get so close to Denmark's positioning. They've just kind of crept forward, used every single secondary firefight as some way for them to find a way to try to get into position and take the fight to Denmark. Thailand's managed to find a foothold. It's not much, but it's a little bit of a ridge line. I'm just curious on how Ukraine wants to play this. If they come in a little bit too heavy, Denmark will have to take shots at them to try to defend territory, and neutral could pounce yet again.
Well, it shows the power of the emergency pickups in our new circle settings, right? Because both Denmark and neutral went down there both with emergency pickups, knowing that they couldn't thread the needle across a lot of those other teams, but they had to do something about it. Ukraine did take a few shots here and there, but time wasn't hit at all. They're being very sneaky about this, and it's causing problems. Car falls down. I think technically climbing back up from there is possible. You're wall walking and you do get back up, so not bad there, but you do lose a car for it.
A little bit of mountain goat physics coming in, and with the fact that they came in so quiet, Denmark kept their focus onto neutral, and that is a problem for neutral. They still have to get around this little bit of a cove to get into the circle, and it's going to be right into the defensive line that but Denmark set up, with Ukraine capable of doing a third party. Thailand has actually made a counter move right into the face of Ukraine's positioning, so this is almost like the 2 squads have decided that they're going to line up against each other on the north and to the south.
Ooh, big barrage of nades go forwards from neutral there. Seeing if they can dislodge a little bit more of what Denmark's actually cooking up. But a doozy does take down Mixon, and that is going to be a trigger the push here from them. They really divided and conquered very nicely there. It was a good smoke line to deny any lines of sight from Gustav and Keta.
Pressure still continuing to mount onto Denmark. They were the first ones in position. They felt like this was their territory, but it's slowly and steadily being taken away from them. Neutral's managed to creep up. They've got that position now inside the circle and eyes onto good angles for the way that Denmark is trying to defend this out. Smoke's going to be very vital, though, to keep some space.
I think Ukraine won this first game, but it depends on how many from neutral die in the next encounter.
Scattering of players all along that line, but that does.
Thailand have probably got themselves in the best position.
Participate in everything going on, but if they draw too much aggro, it is going to be so hard to.
And I think Kiss will be on centre spot.
Tough stuff. Now,
We'll see on this next zone pot.
normally these kind of like very flat field next to these cliffs would be almost impossible to play, but the fact that they've been able to build themselves and create themselves some dips with explosives before allowed Thailand a little bit of a reprieve. This could be an insane nade.
Oh, how good is this angle going to be? This is going to be really hard to hit. It's going to be on a recessed position. Everybody now going to the lower section. Gustav reads it, knows where they're coming from. Good shots, gets a knock on a one, gets the second one. Gustav's defense is strong, but he doesn't have much more to work with. Just a few bullets in the bag.
Either they didn't know that he was exactly there, or Levante was expecting.
But it is gotten really spicy over here. Thailand just trying to keep an eye on what's going on, but it is all gone along this coastline for the peninsula itself. Ketter's got to focus.
I'm down.
Defend up his teammates. He's a bit vulnerable, but draws the aggro. Gustav goes for more.
No way. Is Gustav going to clean them all up? Is this actually real? Let's find out. At the same time, the problem is that Ukraine's still lurking in the background during all of this. Ketter, what can he see? Doesn't quite see a doozy here. Lying down at the moment. He's slow rolling this game, knowing that there is the potential that another team on another side of the circle could go down before him. But it's all gone wrong now for Neutral after having such a good push up against Mixon. Will a doozy do anything? I think it's impossible from here, Matrim.
Well, I mean, Gustav still also has to get into the circle, so he can't stay here much longer, and he knows it. He's hoping the fact that maybe a doozy doesn't have like a blue zone backpack. Maybe he'll go down fast. Something else along those lines, because he still has to get into a point, and Ukraine is just taking all of the control points away from him. There you go.
Okay.
That is going to be a doozy now down. Gustav's going to run down. He's got to replenish. He's got near on no ammo to work with, and Ukraine knows that that could be their go button. They can move in, but it's too congested over here. They don't know. Where is he hiding in the rocks?
They're being super cautious as well, keeping an eye on where Thailand is, knowing that a potential push down the line could come across a big open field like this, and they need those lines of sight. As soon as they do peek on over any kind of vehicle, any kind of trench line that they may have already created, constructed for themselves, a very concerned Avenger looking on to see if Denmark can salvage a bit more. But 12 points already in this game. I think that's a decent situation considering the two teams that
Is it going to finish on Kiss?
The looming beast.
No, it's not.
These guys are just so magnificent whenever they play. Coming out the gate, if they start getting points and potentially a victory off the start, it's going to be pace setting, and everybody else just has to play catch up while they are going to be trying to farm for kills everywhere. You do not want to give Ukraine an early start to this one. Thailand knows it. Other side of the circle, though, there's not much else they can do.
Everyone's slow rolling it. Waiting for an opportunity to present itself right now. It's Ketter and Gustav. Kiss does spot Denmark moving across the way. They have an uncharacteristic spray, not confirming the down there here for Kiss. Normally he would get that, but Boostic almost never misses nades. Instantly takes down Gustav. And now it's all on Ketter to be able to do something here for Denmark. Gustav is crawling. I think I don't know if they have enough time for this. I think they should constrict.
You're kind of taking both teams on. That's mad.
Coming up now from Thailand have been big enough distraction. Can we see Denmark manage to rally? They have managed to get into res position. They've got this little bit of a dip.
This is mad.
Could be enough. All eyes are now starting to turn onto Ukraine as Thailand's drawn some of the aggro away on one side of it. Shots now starting to come out from Denmark. They want to.
Oh!
Drops the nade, flushes out Belmont, and Kiss goes down.
I don't think you can let Ukraine win this, because we saw what they did in the survival stage, and if they start off strong here in the grand final, I think that is scary for everybody else involved. Gustav now is trying his very best. Boostic takes down Ketter once again. Gustav trying to get something going.
Nice!
Fairest and the boys. Gustav does go down, as Kiss has also been fully confirmed here from Fairest. This is, if you... Oh, he's tried to pop him midair. That was smart.
Creeps around the other side, might be trying to go for maybe some more ammo or maybe another last-minute res. Tigger does have control over the center of the circle, and we are in phase number 8. This little bit of a dip has been enough. Ukraine trying to go for a reset on the other side of it as well. So it is a solo up for Thailand right now. Denmark trying to get 2 players back up. They do now have it, And Ukraine on fire, in trouble, has to be careful on how they walk into this because they are walking right into a crossfire and they know all eyes are on them. Both squads want to try to stop any form of momentum early.
I totally and completely agree. I think that Thailand and Denmark looks at Ukraine as an incredible threat. So can you shut them down? Of course, taking second place and getting the placement points for it will be big. But if you can somehow shut down Ukraine after what we witnessed across those 2 days of survival stage, Keta though, still looking the way. Keta's been knocked multiple times, got back up. Gustav knocked multiple times, got back up. The resilience of Denmark on full display here, as now in the smoke's going to try and dig down, but the circle's going to be moving. The spot is on point now. These teams got, oh, what a Molotov!
Oh, that is massive. Tigger decides that no, I'm just going to go for whatever points I can get, and that is going to be Boostic finally putting down Gustav, who was just pivotal in so much of the action over here. And it is just Tigger, the last one up, looking at 3 players for Ukraine, but they all have to walk right into his line of sight. Can he get the shots onto him? No, it is going to be Ukraine off the start.
And that's a problem for 15 other teams. Ukraine looked crazy in the survival stage, and they start off with a win. It's not the same kind of win that they were putting up in the survival stage. Those were very kill heavy, but this one, they flipped the switch, they changed their playstyle, they went for the survival mode, and they made it work. Let's talk to Gibson and Mark about that game here whilst it all wraps up. Gibson, uh-oh.
Look, that ending was insane, first off. It gave me year 1 vibes. Like, at
Unbelievable.
no point any of those 3 teams could win, but Ukraine, 5 map wins this PNC so far.
Went to the loo, back in a minute.
11 played. That one gets them an extra few $1,000s as well. Like, there's a reason why most people have this team as their favorite, and they just showed up in game 1.
Mark?
You've got to take a little bit further back. That mid game, obviously, it was a crazy zone, right? I love it. I love the chaos that this kind of can unfold. But if you look at them, and actually I want to give Brazil a shout out. They were the ones that came in that northwest corner and they tried to hold. They didn't want to get involved in the send there, the brawl that was happening down on the other side of the map. They wanted to stay really calm and collective. They stayed, they waited. They eventually, obviously, Ukraine took the opportunity to move out Brazil, and then they moved themselves down into a winning position.
You saw Hakatori on the stage just there. I don't want to mince words. They looked really confident. He looked really, really confident, and that is not good for everybody else as a curveball matchup for these teams to deal with. So it was good to see those teams go to the cliffside to try and make that work. And of course, we ended up basically near there. But for all the other teams, they were absolutely languishing.
I mean, we got to see Turkey do a Navy move over there, just trying to hide up next to some rocks with some boats. And what, circle 2, 3, something like that? That gives you an idea on how crazy it is. And then Denmark, with that big, smart move early, gets them into a great position. And I know statistically it's probably going to be somebody on Ukraine that gets man of the match, but in my heart, it's Gustav. Gustav was just the linchpin of all the movement that was going on that peninsula.
Gibson?
Yeah, I gotta agree 100%. Gustav, that play against neutral was nuts. Like, you could see how desperate they were to try get Gustav from that position. They wanted to get the reses off, and for Gustav, he knew, using the perspective he was playing with, he could keep an eye on anyone coming over the ridge line, and he knew they were going to go down to the beach to try and get the reses. So the patience he showed there was insane. But the big thing for me, Mark, is the fact that a lot of the teams that played survival stage have actually kicked off day 1 pretty strong.
Yeah, it's that whole way up, isn't it? Are they warmed up? Does the research go against them because the teams that are already in the grand final have those additional games that they can watch? But a grand final, very, very different. The zone, very, very different there, James. And arguably, I think the best team won in the end.
It's hard to dispute that, isn't it? Considering what we've seen so far. Scary stuff, though, for sure. Scary stuff. As the thing is that I think Denmark had a really good opportunity here to be able to make this work. They did lose out, I think, Beamy here to Turkey during all of that as well, Matrim, and that really scuppered a lot of their plans, because for a long time in this game, I think that they felt like they knew what they needed to do.
Yeah, but somehow Neutral just kept getting closer and closer. The way that Neutral managed to navigate just jumping in and timing out any form of distraction that Denmark had to deal with time and time again was next level. Now, it was enough to kind of ruin any form of movement for Denmark, and made it a lot more complicated for them. But, I mean, what do you even do if you're Denmark in that situation? You're expecting that the circle's going to pop away from the coast at some point, and then you can make the move in. Instead, everybody is just focusing in on your position, and that's kind of hard to play on the peninsula.
I think that's sort of the problem, right, of this tournament is that technically, yeah, we're all kind of tuned to think it's going to pop away from the coast at some point, but it doesn't have to now. It doesn't have to now. So there's always going to be that in the back of people's minds. Whenever we have a circle 1, 2, or 3 with this much water in it, Mark, it's a terrifying prospect to have to deal with for these teams.
Yes, when we spoke to Team UK before, obviously they kicked things off, and after day number 1, one of the biggest takeaways they had was how crazy the zone was, and they just couldn't get in that early to mid-game. That zone shift was just too hectic. And I think a lot of these teams will be used to that now. They've got to work about, actually, do you know what, actually, we might need to stay by this coastline. Denmark done really well. Neutral for me, guys, look completely different. There's something's happened. They had a day off. They've obviously reset, and they look really strong in that game.
I agree. Well, Ukraine, though, will take themselves 17 points from the west side here. Denmark with the emergency pickup with the 12. Thailand starts off strong as well, Gibson, though. 10 points, nothing to sniff at.
Yeah, they got that second place in the end, and to be honest, they did well. Like, you saw the terrain that they had to play with at the end. I was surprised they even got into the top 2, but look, 4 kills. They third-partied a couple of fights at the right time. You know, that fight between UK and South Korea, they got in, picked up a few kills there. It's not as aggressive and gung-ho as you would kind of expect from them, but if you're going to get 10 points in the first game of the day, it's a really good platform to build your weekend from.
Yeah, especially considering how tough that game was always going to be with those circles. I will say as well, whilst we take a look at the numbers. Oh, okay. Gustav smiling. No vampire maxing for this one, I suppose. Happy boy for sure. 790 damage go their way here. And again, you know, with the hold off against neutral, that really kind of awarded him basically what may end up being the MVP spot here of Matchroom, right?
I would hope so. For man of the match, this guy, again, he was kind of involved in a bit of everything important in the later stages of it and survived. The way he managed to drop that nade to force everybody into the lower section and then immediately made the play onto it, you can see that neutral had their backs to him, just weren't even expecting it. That's high-level intellectual play in a very pivotal moment.
Yeah, well done by Gustav, of course. Heaven, we didn't get to see a whole lot of career other than that big crash that
just consistency that we see from him. We normally go for 400 damage for 4 kills. He likes to keep it pretty even. So this time, maybe a couple of steals on the board for him, but you can't shy away. This guy is looking on point.
And then, of course, Boostic 755 damage. Honestly, Gibson, no, never mind his gunplay. Like, he might be one of the best naders in the business. He never misses.
He's getting good with them, not going to lie. And 4 times the damage and half the kills by what Fair has got. It's kind of been the story. The one thing that scares me about this Ukraine team, though, is like they make me feel old. Like, they're all so young and they've got such a future, but there's our man of the match, Gustav. Went to PAS, learned how to smile, learned how to throw great nades. Like, man, since he's moved to the Americas, he's just ramped up his game.
So you're
Makes
saying
you
he
feel
smiles
old,
now that he's American? I like it.
I like the spin on that. I like the spin that he's gone to America. No, we let him go there. Now he's improved the Americas region. That's why he's there. That's another way to look at that one, boys.
Correct. He's our spy, right? That's how that works. Yeah. Of course. Good stuff there by Gustav. I expect to see more of this from Denmark as well, right? I think as much as there are some great rosters across the board, especially those that were directly into the grand final Matchroom, I think Denmark's one of those names that will come up through from the survival stage and join that pack that's going to challenge for podium.
Yeah, sure. Ukraine got a lot of attention because they should. But Denmark really had a great kind of playthrough to get into this point, and a lot of it was based off of Gustav's play. The way that we can see this entirety of the squad play together is...
Adi Hitter F. Cheers for the follow. Appreciate you. Thank you.
You expect him to be able to always secure some points for the team, no matter what. We know even if he's the last player standing, we can find something. But he's also been kind of put into
Just making my lunch during this break, so won't be a second.
Other players to kind of step into the role.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I double checked with Martin as he's kind of my feet on the ground. And, you know, Beamy going down to the 2 from Turkey that were on that South Rock, right, when they were kind of like swimming around. Oftentimes, Mark, that would never be the thing in previous circles, right? Nobody would ever be there, so you wouldn't have to think about that angle. So all these players got to keep these kind of things in mind ticking away.
And actually, big shout out as well to Denmark. They actually caught the rotation in. from the team, obviously, on that south side. It's actually caught up one of the knocks as well. Dangerous, though, because they could never drop the ball. They had to constantly have a gun focused on how they went. If they dropped the ball, that team could have potentially played in. A really good play. I think Denmark are going to look strong. You say a podium, I'm definitely going to put there. I know we've only had one game so far, but what we've seen from them, the early rotation, the hold, and Gustav's play, people got to be putting them on the fantasy.
Yeah, you'd be expecting. Getting word that we do actually had a PC switch out, so that's why we're delayed currently to be able to get into the next game, just so everybody out there is up to speed with what's going on here for PNC 2026. So just waiting for this next game to kick off here. Gibson, are you also concerned by watching the fact that Ukraine gets themselves a win to start things off, because they are the kind of team that will roll with it?
I'm not concerned because I've got them as my favorite team on fantasy, so I'm kind of happy with that start. But I think for the rest of the lobby, I think there is a level of concern because they're winning crazy endings like that. Like, it's one thing winning games that you're supposed to. Like, the sign of a good team is you drop early, you get the circle, you win that game. They won a map where that ending was nuts. Anybody could have got it, so it is scary from that perspective. There is one fight I do want to talk about from early on, though, as well. Like, you think about Argentina, they had that fight by the Crossroads compound at the very north of the map alongside Finland for a long, long time. I know it was map 1, but Mark was actually screaming at Corexi to kill Sata. When Sata went down to the blue, Mark was like, you got to deny that point straight away. You cannot let other teams pick them up. So Corexi maybe not making the play that it was supposed to, but it was also curious that Argentina were willing to sacrifice their whole game with the circle that they had to get those 3-4 kill points, because at the end of the day, when you have a zone like that, maybe just getting kills early and going out early is your best chance to get some points.
Well, remember that Finland and Argentina did bump into each other kind of at the start and made this all awkward. And then this was like, about half a circle later that they then bumped into each other again. So it felt like Finland had a very big commitment into going after Argentina to kind of throw off their point system. I don't know exactly what their plan was or the rationales for why. But as we're talking about other firefights and other squads, I do also want to point out Brazil made it very late into that series, got a lot of kills. And Korea only managed to get 1 placement point, but walked away with 6 kills as well, as these were kind of the squads that were just on the outskirts of the circle and managing to do a lot of damage on everybody that was having to run right into the peninsula before we saw maybe Ukraine or somebody else catch them.
Look, Australia's made it to the grand final. Anyway.
Too soon.
Michael even heard that. Look at the reaction. He heard what you said.
But Mark, you wanted to make a point on a prior one?
Yeah, I just want to go back to that kind of Finland and Argentina fight. Like, for me, it just felt out of place, and both those teams obviously fully committed to it. And I get, obviously, once you're in it, it's very hard, as you guys made the call on the cast, that you can't really disengage. But surely, like, the first game, that's a risk, a real risk. And them sitting down at the bottom of the leaderboard, that's a different set of mind.
Yeah, I said it multiple times. I don't like it. Like, I think you can't get locked into those kinds of spots, especially with how, because I mean, look at how the later circles played out. You're delaying your game so much, and then did they barely even get there? I don't think they did. So it's like, you've got to do something. You've got to account for something. As you can see across all of these players as well, they are still just waiting to be able to get into the next game, just still biding their time here between all of this. A crazy split by Turkey here, Gibson, in this game to try and make it work. I think that they were caught between a bit of a rock and a hard place from the water and on that east side. So do what you can, but being separated like that, it's very tough to play.
How do you even play a circle like that, though? Like, when you think about where the other teams were, there's literally nothing they can do other than to try survive. So you got to give them full credit for that, but things kind of went wrong for them early too. You lost a player to Denmark in the very early stages of the game, so I think they'll be happy with the salvage. I think, what did they get, 2-3 points? So it's not the worst thing in the world for them.
Well, thank you for joining us here for the PNC podcast, whilst we still wait for all of the things to get right and good to go down on the ground, as we are just chilling here alongside you guys. We want the game to start as quickly as you guys do over at home as well. Didn't see too much from China in that game, but again, what the problem was on that northern side, Mark, is that we watched the chaos unfold, like, when that Circle 5 popped or something like that. There were so many teams, to the point that Gibson was making, of like, where do you go? So like 3 teams are crashing 1 Harry Potter tower, with 3 teams are crashing 1 hillside. It's just, you can't account for those games in these moments.
No, I think for the new teams that are hard, it's a hard lesson to learn, right? They were the first to actually hold on. These zones are not going away from the water, and so many teams are kind of sitting on that sort of top side. I really like the position from Team UK. They held the compound, and naturally, you guys again called it in the cast. That's a strong compound. we saw Thailand backfield out, and obviously then the chaos as the teams have to sort of shift in. So a bit of a chaotic game for game number 1, but we'll have to wait and see.
No doubt, no doubt. Let's look at and seeing if these players are going to be ready to go in just a few moments' time. Whoa, don't walk in front of the camera, mate. There's still lots more to come. Again, 14 games here. That's just the first one. And if that circle's any indicator, things could get very, very spicy from here on out, Matt.
Well, that's kind of the problem with it, right? If you're playing that circle in that game for your first one, what do you really take away from it? You have circle 1 and a couple of rotates, maybe jockeying for position on drop that you can go, okay, that didn't work as well, maybe we can reset that. But after that, it just kind of turns into chaos and everybody just trying to survive, steal whatever points you can get, crashing into each other. You can't walk away from a high-end technical aspect and say, okay, what did we do wrong? What did we do right? We just have to go, I hope that circle doesn't happen again. And if it does, maybe we get there faster. Maybe we wait later, try to get some kills. It's really hard and it's really rough on game 1 to get a game.
Well, of course, as I'm getting word that it's just a few minutes left before we get into the game. So why don't we listen in with Team Denmark and see how they've approached PNC.
We're gonna have a sit-down talk time with Team Denmark. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Bella.
Hi. Hi. Good to see you. Well, let's talk some business. What makes your team so strong here at PNC 2026?
It's all Beamy.
It's all
It's
Beamy.
all about him.
Yeah, you guys have used the phrase the star player.
If he doesn't perform, then it's just all on him.
Yeah, the pressure doesn't get to you?
Whichever.
Nah. It's nice to see some new faces here at PNC. How has your experience been? Are you excited for PNC?
We're excited. Got Beamy. Of
Yeah.
course we're excited. We're gonna win. So it's pretty free. We're winning this year.
Out of the many teams that we have here, do you have your eyes on any specific team?
Absolutely stomping on Norway.
Norway. Norway.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite player on the team then?
It's gotta be James. Like, he's been on the scene for so long.
Nixon, if you weren't a PUBG player, what would you be? This is like a really random but personal question.
I'm actually already educated.
Okay.
I'm a carpenter.
Okay, love that.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. But PUBG it is.
Be me.
I mean, like if this didn't work, I would probably just have kept studying like electrical engineering that I was doing before.
Okay. What would be your goal for this PNC?
To make Martin smile.
To make Coach Avenger smile. That was fun. Thank you for joining me, Team Denmark. Okay, thank you. Kom nu. Kom nu.
Kom nu! Basically, let's go in Danish. I raid with too many Danish people, so I get them to teach me silly things like Den Stor Kanon, the big cannon. Very important, of course, to know in Danish. Basically, the AWM. Anyway, we got a few minutes before we get into the game. Matrim, if you weren't doing this, what would you be doing apart from watching anime?
Well, I mean, definitely watching anime. Well, I was a director of IT before this, so hopefully not that anymore, because the IT world burned me out pretty hard. And yeah. What you got, Mark?
I work in IT. I keep doing what I'm doing.
You're asking
We're
the
all
wrong
just IT
people.
boys.
You know, it's funny, when I was 6 years old, they asked this question, and they were like, I want to be a policeman, I want to be a fireman. I said, I want to be a paleontologist. And my teacher turned around and said, where did you learn that word?
Somebody likes Jurassic Park.
Yeah, I really like dinosaurs. It was cool. And apparently, they're aging there in the venue as well, waiting for this game to start off here as well. We can't ask Gibson it as well. Gibson also has a real job.
I'm not like you guys. I have to do the 9 to 5 grind. I'm not quite at that level yet, but someday, I might be able to say I talk about games for a living.
Well, I mean, you're here. Yeah. We're doing it. It's real. It's live.
Okay. During what we got in that last interview, we had Corexy say that he just wants to make his coach smile. What is going on in that squad? Because, like, Martin laughs at everything. Like, you could essentially just, like, walk in and just be like, hi, and point at him, and he's just like, and laughs. So, is he that serious this time around?
Well, we've never seen it. Well, I've never seen him in coach mode, right? Like, not actually been there when he's been doing it. You boys have. Mark, have you seen? Is he super serious?
And I've seen him got stopped by a security guard when he tried to run onto the stage, and he said, "Do you know who I am?" And he got turned around the other way. So definitely a bit more serious. But no, he was still quite a happy chappy there, with a lot of jokes. So I didn't quite see the serious side. I don't know about you, Gibson, on the other side of the fence.
Look, whenever you look at your roster and you got players like Gustav and Beamy, you can't not smile. You know, you've got a cracking team, you've got a chance to win. Look, Martin's Martin, he's happy all the time. I think, I don't like giving him credit, but I think he is doing a good job with the team.
Oh, no, God. Oh.
I know it felt wrong coming out of my mouth, but yeah, I think he's doing well over there. And look, power to him. Like, if I guess if he wins, you can always say PEC better than PAS. I don't know.
You've got to give it to him. Sorry, James. Please. Can you look at the survival stage for them? They made a clear call to go aggressive against neutral. They actually hunted that team down. Now, part of that, you have to give credit to Martin. Martin will be talking to the guys and saying, actually, guys, we're pretty safe now. And he'll be big brain and going, let's try and take out some big names. I'd like to see if Denmark take another couple of games today. Do we see that sort of level come out? Let's deny entry. Let's stop points being grabbed, because Martin's the driving force behind that.
Yeah, it's a very... let's call it a commentator call to make something like that happen, right? Because we always theorize about like those kinds of maneuvers and stuff like that, and players usually are just like, no, we respect the game and we're not I don't know why I'm doing this in a Finnish accent. No, we're not going to do that. But you know, that's what players normally will do, right? But so, yeah, maybe there's some little things that can be turned there from the likes of Martin to make that happen. And maybe if they see some vulnerability here, maybe they have a bit more gusto about driving it against some of these teams. For the USA, a bit of a tough game, being caught on that east side of Milta. It was always going to be hard, right? Martin, considering that there was even the Philippines coming in behind them with BRDMs and stuff like that. And that's also going to be delaying your game plan for a long time in that game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily fault USA and their approach into the circle, because they were playing that area where they backfilled into Milta and everything that was going to be going on. They managed to secure a couple of kills on it. But then whenever you just have so much of that cluster that goes on around the peninsula, the way the defensive lines are set, it's just about getting whatever kills you can and just trying to make sure that the people that are already going to be gatekeeping don't steal away those kills. It was a decent enough game. You can't, again, it's one of those that you can't take a lot from. It's like, okay, we went to a good spot, the circle just didn't go there, and everybody was already defended up. Don't let that happen again is about the most that you can really say. So you really just kind of have to figure out how you want to move forward off of it. Squads, though, that I will say that can take a lot out of it is going to be a squad like Ukraine. The way that they managed to defend that line, nobody was coming into the northwest of that circle. Everybody decided to shift over into the northeast. That is a great defensive tactic that you can definitely emulate somewhere else.
Did anybody catch on Fantasy what percentage pick rate Ukraine had? I might have to boot up the game and look at some point, but I can only imagine it's something like 80% mark, surely.
Yeah, it was up there. They weren't the top pick. So again, I suppose I was looking obviously with Thailand, and with the pick with Thailand, it was a massive cost to me.
Yes.
And that was a risk that I wanted to try and take, and I had to kind of figure out. And I think I said in our chat that actually was quite difficult. I found this time going into the finals, because there's so many good teams here, and you have to balance out the money. So they were up there, but I don't think they're up as high as some of the Vietnam, China, and obviously in my case Thailand for the pick.
Of course, as we just wait a few more minutes here, hopefully before this game gets going, I can only apologize for the slight delay we had. We had to have a PC switch out that I was mentioning before. So we're just waiting for that to conclude, and then we'll be getting back into the games, hopefully. For now, you get to listen to us yap and talk about all this stuff going down. Maybe it was neutral, considering that they're still playing things out. Who knows? Who knows? We don't know which team it is. So we're kind of just flying by the seat of our pants here for the moment. One thing to talk about Gibson as well is, of course, the circle changes that are very prominent at 4 and 8, and did provide us with this wacky game to start things off. I think one thing that's interesting about it in general is that I suspect the players are terrified of it and might not like it, but for us as spectators, it's awesome to watch. Things get kooky.
Yeah, it's definitely can lead to more viewer circles than player circles, but it's just the whole thing about the whole thing about the change is even the timings, right? Like we spoke about it a little bit on the survival stage, but the fact that the phase 1 closes a minute and 30 seconds earlier, it feels like everything's ramped up. It makes the games feel so much more snappy, and I think the teams that suffer most are probably the ones that like to drop around the edges of the map. Like if you're a center circle team, you drop early, you loot early, you move. You don't drop there to play there, you drop there to loot and move quick. Whereas now if you drop late off the plane, you're on the periphery of the map, your timings for how long you have to loot has been significantly shrunk.
Yeah, and it causes the Finland and Argentina fight to be even more severe than it previously was, right? Like the fact that you're going to be so far away, so delayed here, Matrim, and I'm hoping that if this kind of thing happens again in some of these games, people just wise up and say, okay, this might just not be worth it at all.
I mean, Argentina is one of the few squads that has a lot that they can take away from it, because that early game was nuts from them, from where they had to kind of deal with what was going on with Finland on drop. Then I think that they also were the squad that shifted over to deal with like North Georgia Pole, where that was going to be USA at, and then they had to retreat back. So a lot of things that they can take away and kind of look at to try to figure out going forward. But I think that you're right. There was so many little catalyst moments that led to squads to lead into, I don't want to say overcommitments, because it was just, what else can you really do? You know the fact that you're going to die. That's why we saw that Harry Potter just have a stack of cars just lined up against each other, and I think it was China and Indonesia that just had mutually assured destruction, going for whatever they can find, because you know you're going to die if you drive into that circle. So instead, maybe try to get a foothold outside. Maybe you can take a fight with somebody else. 4 points, 1 point, 2 points. It's all better than just dying with nothing.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Let's talk about Miramar here whilst we get ready to go here for all of these teams as well. One of the considerations and contesting that was going on was, we even get a little sneaky playing path look in here as all these teams are looking at exactly how these teams are going to be dropping. Neutral making it through onto Power Grid, not too much of a surprise. There was a musing by Denmark that of course is in San Martin that we could target them and open up even more room for ourselves, Gibson, on something like a Miramar, which would have been exciting to see. But for the most part, it doesn't look like there's too many conflicts on the drops here for Miramar.
Look, a lot of the teams are just going to go for what the majority of the roster are used to dropping when they go to PGSs. Yeah. So you'll see a lot of teams dropping in the same spots. Funny enough, on Wednesday, we actually saw Denmark drop on Power Grid, which forced Neutral off of it. So keep an eye on maybe that happening this weekend. But look, most of these players, they play internationally, they play at PGSs. They're going to drop where the teams are most comfortable doing it. There was some hints at hot drops, but you and we've all been in the business so long. You see the map and think, oh, there's a hot drop here. How often do you actually see it happen whenever the game starts, though?
Come on!
Especially when we cut down on the
bloody hell
that happen. Sometimes, like with PGSs, a lot of these players have been conditioned to, it's a 5-game series.
Taking so long.
Good luck like, to be able to get through into grand finals, and even some of those
crazy
have been best of 10s, never mind best of 15s, where we cut them down from best of 18s. So yes, things get even more and more severe as time goes on. Ooh, apples! Is that a spoiler? Is that going to be added to the game for edibles? I know you can throw them on Sandhawk, but I'd like them as maybe a healing item, Mark. That'd be nice.
It depends on what apple, though. There'd be a big divide, I feel like, green versus
Pink
red.
Lady.
Which when you go, okay, we go. We're even going down branding as well. I didn't want to go there.
Yeah, Pink Lady.
It'd be interesting ads. Back to, obviously, we talk about the zones and obviously the drops. And the management, especially with a best of 15 for me. I think we look at some of these big names and the big IGLs because they can manage that. And we look at actually a team Neutral that had a good start today. I've already said that actually looked completely different than the survival stage. So then we look at this as a best of 15. Do we see some more crazy shifts? Or do the teams like that actually go, actually, do you know what? We do need a couple of points, as Match was saying. Like, let's have 1-2 points here because we want to keep that point average up. Let's ensure we stay positive and don't go out with nothing against our name.
Well, they're circling around this as if they might be going into a game. So who knows? Who knows? But this looks like a transition that Korea will be like, you know what, the game's ready. Do you think so, Matrim, or am I clutching at straws?
Give us that side angle. Oh no, I was so expecting the side. Like, you know what I'm talking about? They keep showing us like the PNC streamer going across that. We've been talking a lot about what's going on in the game. I want to jump back in a different section of the conversation, talk Apple again for one moment. How do you know, Brand, like, the make of apples off the start? Because like I can't follow that. You were like immediately like it's this. I don't know. I just see
the shape,
apple,
the
green
size.
and red.
There's loads of breakdowns. Jeez.
Here we go! Finally.
Gala. I'd love a Pink Lady to be in the game for sure. Anyway, let's get things.
Well, this ain't going to be finished by 3, is it, today at this rate?
Game number 2. It's going to be Miramar. It's going to be Gibson and Mark bring you all of the action.
Thanks, and it is time.
Trying to keep us in suspense.
First time this weekend, you could be kicking things off in game number 1 with a victory, kind of picking things up where they left off, Mark, over the course of the survival stage. But this time on Miramar, you think it'll calm down just a little bit based on what we'd seen on Erangel before.
No, not at all. Not at all. I think the momentum's now been set. The zones are going to be crazy.
All in.
All in. It's the finals. It's PNC. It's game
Whoop,
number 2.
whoop,
It's a
whoop,
west down
whoop.
towards a southeast. Does favour, I say, some of the hot drops, we say, or the normal drops. To those who lose.
Give us the island finish. Come on.
Early. They go towards that northwest.
Yeah, remember now, of course, the last map we did that crazy ending on the cliffs. Once upon a time, I was watching a PUBG broadcast, and one of the casters said, "It's Miramar. Water never impacts games on Miramar," and we finished down in the bottom right of the map, and I think the circle was nearly all water. So I ain't going to go and say that. Strange things have happened, but one thing is for sure, we are going to see a lot of action here on Miramar today.
Yeah, we are. Let's go back to that point now about Ukraine and the momentum. This team obviously is looking pretty strong, so they will favour this style of map. It's actually Taker they struggled with when it comes to survival stage, so let's see what they can do here. They do go for their normal drop spot, and obviously the temptation of a South Korea drop.
Ireland or resort. Well, I'll do for the Great Britain again.
To that southern side as well, southeastern Los Leones circle. Interesting to point out, USA so far, Mark, have gone, despite it being majority Falcons with Gunner and then obviously with Gunner and Kick and Shrimsy, they're going for the liquid drops. So they've gone for the Los Leones this time around. I think they've got to take advantage of this, right? Los Leones takes up about 10-15% of the circle. Loot and either get to the edge of Los Leones or play the hills above it. Don't get caught up in that city for too long.
No, they've got to be disciplined. They have to be disciplined. There's the temptation of loot in there that you just continue. One more building, one more look. I need one more thing to grab. And once we go back and look at Ukraine, there's the divide and conquer. They will split out with their line draw in to keep containing everybody else. And obviously the early reaction from them gets to look back at game number 1.
Yeah, obviously there was some great moments. I think Brazil were very unlucky here, Mark. They did a great job at fighting off multiple teams, but then you had Philippines inside the blue in phase 5, shooting them from one angle. You had nades coming in from Ukraine on the other. Like, this was a death sentence for Brazil. There was no way they were going to get out of this alive. And even in a circle like that at the time, Ukraine had so much free space to the south that they had no fears about being backfilled in this fight either.
For me, I felt like they were happy to live next to each other for a while. And for Ukraine, it was a different decision. When that fighting kicked off in that southeast, they knew that Brazil would have an eye line to that, and they will be tempted in to try and get a third party, look to try and get a couple of points on the board. And Ukraine took the opportunity to kind of apply pressure. And it felt like Brazil, unexpected, especially that level of pressure came in pretty fast. You mentioned as well, boosted with his grenades. Nade damage was insane. Actually, he really did open up the opportunity for these guys to work their way to a victory.
They got lucky too, didn't they? Because on that rotate back to the cliff, the UAs went off the side, and they were very lucky to be able to climb back up that hillside and get the win at the very end. But look, this is the highlight of the win. I think the big thing is, had Thailand not been involved, I thought that Gustav had made an incredible move to get up to that crate, but once Thailand got the knock on the other side, it kind of just sprung death for the Danes.
Really difficult as well for him to apply this. This is a W key down and send and spread out. He can't get all of us. I think with the expertise and Price, Ferris though does close things out. It's a good game.
Oh god, so hot in the house today.
As they've come out their rotation, already moving away in and around that sort of
That's me fun
north area of Los Leones. Good to see Philippines also move down, and Great Britain doing the same. United States, as you mentioned, Gibson, they are taken to the high ground, so they haven't been caught, but they are in a little bit of a 2-2 split, and now they're neighbouring the Philippines.
Yeah, and you've got China coming this way. Ukraine taking the hills just north of Los Leones, which is a great spot to play. But Iya, who's somebody that I think James highlighted earlier today as a player he was really excited to see in the server, he's locked down Shrimsy. He knows exactly where the American is, and I don't think Shrimsy has any clue. So we could potentially see the first point of this map going to the Philippines.
And the Philippines, they were out in that southeast corner by the coastal side. They've actually made a call to collapse now, and they are applying away towards Shrimsy. Same as UK, as United Kingdom will be coming in from the south side. But yeah, from Shrimsy's stance, he doesn't quite know that he actually has people neighbouring his compact.
Yeah, Korea as well. Obviously, the heavy fan favourites here today. You know, you heard I think all of us in the broadcast heard, anytime Vietnam got close to Korea, you could hear the crowd starting to cheer. So keep an eye on what they're going to do. And let's have a look at Xiong Yang. Like, look at those stats. You know, phase 1, second, MVP. Not bad from him.
Yeah, Yeah, consistent player.
Q on, Great Britain.
Team has had a 50% change out as well.
I don't think they'll win this, sadly.
See what they can bring. I thought they were caught out a little bit from the zone in the last
Ukraine.
pressure towards
Sadly.
the UK, but it was always going to be Team Thailand leaving the safety of their compound, waiting for that fight between South Korea and for United Kingdom to fight before they could sweep in and claim the remaining points. But a good start actually for game one.
Yeah, Korea as well. They're just on the edge of Los Leones over on the northeastern side. They're just going to scout around those fields, and yeah, just like we expected, it looks like Shrimps is going to get taken out. The rest of the Philippines closing this position. I see Michael just peeking up as well, as Alex seems to be looking for Shrimsy inside, but he's on the other side of that ridge. And the curious thing for me, Kurt had nothing to do with it, right? You look at the map, he is bailed, he's gone to join the rest of the team. They ain't going back for Shrimsy.
No, that's actually a call coming from the squad. Unable to get there. That's our first kill on the board, though. Philippines will take out Team USA. UK is there. They're on a split, though. They are looking on for the building, widening the cover. Give Alex some safety while he figures out how to get out the bike.
I think he's trying to block the door a little bit, but I'm not quite sure. It's maybe like watching my gameplay sometimes as Scav. It was one South American team last time that caused them problems. This time, they're going directly towards Brazil. Tony will unleash the first volley of shots. Does a ton of damage on the Scav, but he manages to get inside of Sparking, misses the shots.
Yeah, he didn't expect that complete run across. He sort of dubbed him and went back towards the right. Shots were going to the top. Correct, he's getting a pedicure, but he lays low just in time. Grenades will come through. They're trying to isolate. Now they get, unfortunately for Tony, gets IX'd down. And for Finland's aggressive stance, it gets turned around.
Yeah, Tony drops a really good nade on the other side as well, as Corexi takes a ton of damage. It forces him into shots on the other side, and Corexi is just going to try to get on the move. Good shots from Scav, though, will force him back, but Corexi is caught out by Tony.
He's been caught out. He does get knocked out. Tony does find the opportunity, but for Finland, they are, again, back to themselves, back close. But for Team Brazil, they've got a complete grip on this fight. Either side, Scav, though, gets shot in the back, and it's Tony once more.
Yeah, this kid dominated last year in the PUBG Players Tour when he was playing on Team Mira, and he's kicked things off this year pretty well as game.
Oh.
Sata will take down Sparking, and another Brazil player falls. This time it's BL, as he tried to join in the fight, and suddenly it's become a 2 versus 2. Sata will sit behind the metal barricades, but this fight could go either way, Mark.
Yeah, Sata gets the opportunity now. He does get the med back on, can hear the footsteps on the other side. Molu goes out, tries to go for the defenses, has the higher cover though. Swaps for Tony, but Tony jumps and scores, and he gets a wipe though. And Tony backs up a 4-pack, a complete team wipe.
Yeah, Gibson, you don't know what you're talking about. You were questioning
fair.
Fantastica wasn't picked up on. Well, Tony, what an answer that is. The big thing for me now, though, Mark, is they are a country mile away from the circle, but that'll give them time to pick up the blue chips, get everybody back in, and as big points on the board as Levante now is Turkey nearby.
Levante didn't flex on the introduction, might be able to flex now though, as he hears the bike going away. Here's the car, moves towards the adjacent side though. Has he been spotted? Well, it can be heard. The shots come out, but doesn't get the connection that he wants.
Yeah, Levante, and at times this year, he's been the one player that's kind of got any joy for Vitality, and for Neutral as well, he's been the player that's carried a bunch of the burden. As we go to Puerto Paraiso, Mark, with that circle shift, and suddenly Brazil have even further to go. But what about, like, if you're Team UK, you've got to secure a good spot now, because you've got the advantage over the rest of this lobby.
They got prime pick now, and I think they're going down towards that south tech, that compound on the south side of the road. I'll be worried about if they go for a split, but for them, they do have the opportunity. The rest of these teams, yet again, game after game, they have to rotate in, and we are going to see a wave of these teams, the colours working their way in towards the north side of the map.
Yeah, and I think Germany are in a good spot, right? They can rotate it to the extreme south. Like, they know that the UK drop in resorts, so they're not going to be too far away. I think Thailand, realizing that's going to be the low traffic area as well, are also trying to make their way down with that 2-2 split. But up towards the north, Denmark and Argentina, both having similar thoughts as drive-by action. Mixon's going to take down Pipa.
In ability there, Mixon does get him. Shots do come in from Gustav as well. They pick up the quick kill. It will fall. Argentina have the compound now. I think that's where Denmark were looking to go, so they have to keep rotating around. Talk about rotation. Ukraine looking for some higher ground. Philippines were here first, though, and they are split. Ukraine, they stack up as a 4. Dangerous. As they park the cars, they look for the climb.
Yeah, and the Philippines have a curious split. It looks like a 2-2, but the players are kind of, in theory, a bit more separated than that. So you've given Ukraine the high ground now on this hill just on the eastern side of Los Leones, and that's going to be a
interesting
later if they look to consolidate their spot, because Ukraine are going to have great lines of sight onto it. But for now, I think all these teams are relatively happy with the positions that they've found.
Yeah, Denmark's still applying pressure. They're going to work their way now in towards the Team UK. They have gone for a split. Gustav, though, pulls up. Vardo on the other side. He jumps up and Vard will put Gustav down, but he's by himself here. Gibson takes a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, drops back into cover, and the fact that he's so far away from the rest of the team as well means he is going to fall back. If anything, what that knock has done has bought him time for his retreat. He pops the first aid for now. But looking at the map, he can actually play this position for a little bit longer.
Yeah, and Delwyn towards that east, actually setting up the mortar fire here. South Korea will put in just on the top of Vietnam. They are split slightly, but they are the only team really in the southeast corner. Mortar fire will launch, but doesn't quite get the connection. And we see the recall coming back in the distance.
Yeah, that'll be Brazil rejoining the fight as Himas, your MVP of PNC.
Oh!
He's 5. Well, he's going to get a knock onto Heather and clicks on empty, but you'd imagine, no, we can't get that one finished off. Human will get
Lucky boy.
Listen to the crowd, they appreciate that every bit as much as the knock.
Hero Rez Gumin, though, he knew the objective, and that was to get his boy back up. DraftKings, though, trying to take advantage. Couple of shots will exchange. Looks to try and get the tire as we now wait for the zone. 6-5. Hopefully, these teams will be waiting for a shift back towards that northwest corner, but I think it's going east, and it's east we go. We go to the port.
And Korea just blessed with that circle as well, having just stacked up in the 2 stacks. Now they find themselves in a position where they can play for the late game unless somebody decides to crash. But yeah, this is their home. This is where they're going to play as we watch Pipa. I'm surprised, Mark, that Argentina actually got that blue chip back.
Yeah, same.
I'm surprised.
Again, it's the same with Team USA. I think they were really looking to come down that road, but the Philippines not moved just yet, so they have to move their way around. Brazil doing the same. They get their lobbies back and actually allows them to leapfrog ahead of a lot of the other teams because the rest of them are still working their way in from the blue.
Yeah, Belmoth, he's going to try to maybe get some shots off on the Germany, but not able to find any note as you get a little bump from behind. There's Germany, help themselves into the circles. Ia might be about to drop another knock onto another big team as Neutral pushing in, but I think they know. I think Neutral know they're prepping the nades, they're tossing it in. Ia could be in trouble here.
Yeah, but don't know exactly where he is. I think he does. He steps up, though. Oh, no. Doesn't quite get a connection. The Panya comes through. Levante is there. Batunins goes for the exchange. Doozy on the other side gets Cowboy as they look to try and claim the high ground. So Neutral fighting on multiple fronts.
Yeah, Cowboy riding in that steel horse, but it didn't quite work the way for him as he ends up falling, getting taken down by a Doozy.
Ouch.
Really, where was this version of Neutral all the way through survival stage as USA now are down to just the 2 players standing? They didn't get Shrimsy back. They've lost Cowboy. This is going to be tough for them to get points as we jump over to this fight between Thailand and Germany.
Very tough now.
Germany got this sort of trench they can work from. They can hear the BRDM. Aries, though, picks up the Panzer. Doesn't need to quite use it at the moment. It's going to be a hard push for Thailand. They know they've got to commit if they come over towards the top. Back to your point, though, with the Philippines, I'm still surprised they're so split after the initial engagement with USA. They remained split across this sort of north side of the map, and they still stay there.
Well, look at Alec. Alec's all by himself, Mark. He's on the northern side, outside the circle. I just don't see how he can safely get back with Neutral, Ukraine, and everybody looking there.
It's not a bad way. If they know there's a team in that dip, they don't need to apply pressure and sort of flex that BRDM out. They're going to launch the mortar fire ahead. Neutral pull up, though. China, well, not China. Spaceman does get effects. Sakatori gets Lou, though, as he plays peekaboo around the outside. Molly will go through. Postbox it into the window. And oh my God, that guy, he's the GOAT.
Yeah, that's incredible from Hakatori. Ukraine take a big bit of damage from that nade on the other side, but Fairest, he will get another kill confirmed on the board as Levante has also been knocked here. Ukraine holding the line, and this is just 3 of them.
Yeah, I think it was stolen.
All the kills have been stolen.
Ukraine. They are holding. They're holding the outside. They wanted that northwest shift. They wanted him going back towards that high ground, but it wasn't going to be the case. Alex, though, could cause some problems as he is out in the blue. As USA, you can see them sneak in. Great Britain, though, had made a push down. The zone shifts yet again. One more east rotation we go. And Vietnam now on the front line.
Yeah, but look where Brazil have got themselves as well, Mark. After that early fight way up to the north, they've found themselves in Puerto Paraiso with tons of space as the BZ barrage just comes in. China being forced back by Team UK. Zhao Wu takes a lot of damage here. Pains on the other side will take down Queen from Indonesia. Jekski is down as well. And Germany putting in a ton of work as Setsuna swings across and Germany are eliminated.
What's in the great bear fight?
Real brawl, though. Street battle out by the ventilation. For the United Kingdom, they've lost Vex. They are trying to apply pressure. Great double blue zone, but China unable to get unhinged from that position. They have backed away slightly. They are still have to hold as the smoke wall now comes out. T-Bone leading the charge. Yahoo just in front.
Yeah, remember, Team UK, former PNC champions. Here's the knee. It does a ton of damage.
Nice! Come on!
Team UK now picking up a bunch more points as China are going to fall. And UK, now they need to focus on getting in the zone.
They do. Ukraine losing some bodies. Purdy Curdy causing an issue. Team USA now down to solo player, but Purdy with a point at the board puts him onto 2. Looking to try and deny anything that they can. More points. But he's cooking meds here. He's got a few more to go. But Gibson is phase 4.
Yeah, Kurtz, this is his spot. This is his grave. This is where he is eventually going to go down as we see Algin bots looking to make a move in with Alec as 2 of them decided to ride on the bike, which is not the safest thing to do in the world. But this isn't even the circle. This is just them trying to get close to maybe get in the circle where Turkey are waiting.
Yeah, Turkey are in a great position. They would have had that bike rolling down. Komarko now sees their head right there. I think he's just trying to judge up. There's one obviously in, out towards his north side. Komarko in a key position. And yeah, shots are coming back. So he's got the full read on the team. Now for Turkey to try and hold.
Yeah, Algin bots looking to get an angle on the other side, but Philippines are in a lot of trouble here as CJ eventually...
Go on, bot. Nice.
Vard, he gets an off angle. He's still being a problem for Denmark as it feels like the UK and the Danes have been going at it for at least 7-8 minutes.
It was the only way that sort of for Team Great Britain for them to sort of work their way in, and that was going to be on that side there. Unfortunately for Denmark, he got caught out by himself. Purdy does go down, so USA will fall. 13th place for them, a couple of points. Hold him in 9th at the moment.
Another player, CJ, goes down at the hands of Emmy from long range from Argentina, who are just on the northern side of the circle. The nade, though, not quite close enough to do any real damage of note.
This blue's going to work now.
Comes in, and well, I think for Philippines, this could be it. Alec just peeking up as well, but Turkey, they want these points, Mark.
Yeah, Turkey, we know they're an aggressive team, right? So they want to charge forward, get the points. Jammer pack now goes down. The grenades come over to the top. Damage a little bit done. Blue zone's going to be causing. CJ looking to crawl his way forward, though, because the blue has pushed past. Go towards the northeast corner. Brazil with the early deaths. The victory for them is going to be now in the zone, and they have to tie it up pretty quick.
Yeah, and you can see that Sparking and BL are just heading back now to whole center circle as Hakatori goes mad onto Team UK. Michael and Vard both dealt with, leaving a T-Bone still up and left to the side as we eventually do lose Philippines. 11 teams left alive inside of phase 5, and T-Bone has got a little hole, a little something to play as the blue zone starts to creep in as well.
Yeah, look at Denmark's read. He knows that they're down to a solo player, so they're applying pressure on that north side of him. So hopefully he has dug in. Neutral, though, is working their way around also into that fight. Spatordin, though, coming in from the blue. Back to Vietnam, though. Turkey going down towards the blue. Tanvu looking to try and pick up any points he can, any steals he can take away from the PUBG gods.
Yeah, Turkey, though, you wonder what their play is going to be. I think they're going to try follow that dirt path and get into the circle between Vietnam and Korea. Thailand sending it inside of Puerto Preso, as well as Delwyn tries to hold them out. Vietnam holding that western side of the circle. And here's Ukraine going directly into the smoke where Setson is standing, and he might just take everybody with him.
Yeah, he's got a grenade. He's pulled the pin. He launches it out. Now the grenades will come back. Actually, a short distance, though, will come through. Hakatori will fall down. T-Bone looking to try and make the move on this as well. Ferris, though, is out in the blue. T-Bone is juggling, but for Ukraine, they're down to a solo. It's a 1 versus 1 outside the zone.
Yeah, and you can see the damage that they're taking inside that blue as well. Phase 5 really starting to hurt, and that nade's going to cause a world of trouble, and down goes Fairest. Ukraine ain't going to get the win this time. Somebody else might take away top spot, and maybe it could be Denmark who are pushing up to Vietnam.
Baturian's got the better of T-Bone as well. He's still out in the blue, and he gets another knock, opening and point confirmed.
Chila!
Team Denmark, they pull up and they step out. Himas, though, with that P90 shook apart.
Yeah, Turkey eliminated here now as they fall in 8th place. Back-to-back 8ths for them as they now fall as well. Vietnam up to 4 kills as we have 22 players still alive. And Mark, Brazil are just chilling center of the circle, waiting for the map to come to them.
I love they got this kind of 3-1 split on the go, though. They didn't collapse all. I suppose they want to keep one on the outside, try and catch these teams, especially from Thailand, if they come underneath the compound from the road. But they are praying that it's going to go their way. Delwyn, though, goes down towards the blue zone. Baturian is looking for another kill if he can get it. He has to juggle a med, and he does. It's number 2 for him. Puts team neutral up to 4.
Yeah, a couple more points on the board for them, but maybe if he can outlive someone else, they might just find a few more. But Vietnam getting really close to Korea now, as these two teams really want to put each other to the sort of member. Korea thought that they were going to win last year, but Vietnam had completely different opinions as we get ready for that next circle shift.
Between us, really management these meds is insane. Zone shift though back towards that kind of Brazil South Korea split now, so it'll be good for them. Be interested to see how they hold that individual player. Thailand looking to come underneath sort of Team Brazil. Tanvu, I can only look
at
on.
The move from Argentina. Look at Capitan. He's taking the high ground above the fight. I love this from Capitan.
Yeah, this is a good play from him. The call will be for the rest of the guys. Actually holding back. They've got some long distance shots coming through him as though P90 launches out the molly, but it's going to cause damage, and it comes in from Argentina yet again.
Oh, goodbye.
Gets put down.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And now that's going to force Vietnam to go for the reset. That's a signal for Korea to get more aggressive as well. This is fantastic decision making from Argentina. Send Capitan out, do damage, and Vietnam are going back inside for this res.
Yeah, but the guys will know. Surely South Korea know that's been punishing the team neighboring. Baturians, though, store looting, doing what Baturians does best, and that's point management. But until we get spotted, he's going to fall. It's 7th place, additional point on the board, and not a bad salvation game for neutral.
Yeah, now Korea just have all their utility ready for Vietnam. Yes, they're back up to a 3, but now the rest of Argentina have come, leaving Pipa as the solo this time, locking down the northern section of the circle. I love this aggression from Argentina. I didn't put them on a fantasy this time, Mark. I think they were just 10k too expensive, which is why I went for Germany, I think, instead. But I've got big expectations of Argentina.
Yeah, same. Their position, their aggressive stance for this game number 2 is good. Indonesia trying to cause some damage, trying to G up the rest of their lobby to get rid of that BRDM. For Team Thailand, they are moving back, and this is kind of the point of interest for me. Brazil should get a read in this, and they've got a player south side of the road as well, so they could be a massive disruptor for Team Thailand.
Yeah, but on the other side of things, I think Trick is under pressure from Vietnam, so keep an eye on what's happening.
Needs to get rid of Trick. There you go.
The Molly's there. Scappy picks up that kill for Thailand, who also have a BRDM, which will help them if they need to crash Brazil a little while later. But look at Vietnam, they've got the low ground, they've wrapped around, and only for Brazil, Hemas could have pulled off a huge play.
Sagrakan, though, really stopped that in his tracks. Grenade will come out. Here comes the second and third. We'll go over the top. And oh my God, Heather finds Tanvu. And it's straight to Sagrakan. He's causing major problems. Brazil trying to get the claim, but unable to get that finish.
Yeah, big from Brazil, helping out Korea. Big time there. And Tanvu is down, leaving Hemas, the MVP of 2025, the last player standing. Argentina have sent it down now as well, as they're starting to put pressure on. Emmy will send off some shots, and you've left Heaven. Heaven's defending the North all by himself, while the rest of the team don't want to let Vietnam get the reses, and Vietnam might be about to get everyone back on their feet.
It's going to be close, though. It's going to be really close. Remember, they've been down before. They've stacked up. One good grenade, one good molly, though. They're looking pretty close, but it's gone just on the other side of their ridge. For Vietnam, they're escaping. Are they escaping the clutches? It's a Panzer. Does he pull the trigger? He doesn't. He disengages and goes back the other way.
Vietnam, 9 lives for this roster as they're back up to a 3 once more. Korea still not done with him yet. Another molly thrown. That one's better. Heather finally hits the Panzer, and it's back down to Hemas once more. P90 at the ready. But they just don't know where he's standing. Hemas, he gets one. He's going to get a kill confirmed, and he's still kicking with a P90.
He is kicking strongly. He's got the ammo to continue. He goes, yeah, you say 9 lives. I say 10. He's going to potentially go for it. He comes through.
No, he's dead. I thought he's going to reset again. Jesus.
And for South Korea, they get away just about.
Look at Thailand, by the way. Kiss has just annihilated Tony with the links as Brazil will fall to 3. It's a 4v3, v3, v2. It's basically just Asia against the Americas at this point. To South America, look to win. Remember, Mark, 9 chicken dinners in PNC history between the Brazilians and the Argentinians, as the kiss of death has been given by BL.
BL looking for that in the second. Goes down to individuals. Gabi has to lay low. The grenade, not just 1, but 2. It bounces, but they bounce downhill. The second one looks pretty good, but it's going to be short.
Only 19 damage found by BL. Another nade tossed up, though. This one, will it hit Pater? This one, no, it takes the same bounce as the previous one. So Thailand will get back up to a 2, but the Argentinians and Brazilians and Koreans with the numbers over the Thai players, can they get it over the line? Who is going to get the win?
Surprisingly, take an extra couple of steps, roll the dice, throw that last grenade. but doesn't know how close he was. For Thailand, they are down to 2. It's a dangerous 2. Teammates at heart and champions of the PGS. Can they get a conversion here?
The big thing for me is that Lynx, right? That Lynx can be a real difference maker for Thailand if you can get an opening kill onto one of these players. Korea, the terrain's really rough for them as things stand because they got to go down into the bowl, and we know Brazil have angles onto that Korea rotate. So the question is, how do they play it? Is the push to Argentina the best one for them?
He's got 5. Human though. I think he's looking at the first one as a bit of a guideline. The other guys have moved up a bit higher. It's going to work its way down. I don't know if it's going to hit. It is a short, but he's expecting people to just come away from that. It's not been the case, but he has zeroed it in.
Brazil, though, they've got so much terrain. They have so much.
That's it. He's dead.
I think that this could be a problem for Pipa now, as Yumin will send that mortar up to this guy. Pipa gets inside, though.
He knows. He knows that second one is going to be coming in pretty close, and that could have been destructive for him. Kiss running out of terrains. The Lynx has an impact, but the Lynx has to fire for the Kraken now. He's giving everything he can to put Kiss down.
Oh, he can't hit the backpack. It's what he sees as Guman will put another mortar strike up into this guy towards Pipa, who will need to start moving very, very soon, Mark. Phase 8, Argentina, the high ground, Brazil, the low ground, and then down towards the south.
I mean, he's giving him a hole to get into, hasn't he?
They've got the longest distance to go.
Take the advantage. He's got someone to play now. Pipa can leave, and he's got a little trench provided by South Korea. Everyone outside your safe zone, everyone needs to move in, but all with different styles of game plan. Argentina have the high ground if they can stop South Korea wrapping their way. The low ground held by Brazil, but they are fully exposed when they leave the compound, so it's going to come down to timing. And for Thailand, well, they're digging the trenches, they're digging in for a late game.
They're digging it.
Digging, just keep digging. Get yourself something to play inside the circle. Kraken looking up once more, but Sparking's going to be the first one to find the knock. But straight on cue, Thailand's going to trade one back as Kraken will fall. 5 shots with the Lynx, but
Oh, Scappy's gone. This is next.
Yeah, it's a round robin we go. Kisto, he's going out with a bang. It's the blue that will claim Thailand. They fall in 4th. Now we activate. Now the move goes to Brazil. Caught the charge on forward. And for Capitan, he's also going to fall. So Kraken will fall down.
Argentina going to win this one or Korea?
Korea still with 3 players up, but
I mean, you just kept replying.
as Capitan spots out one, but he can't find the knock with the 4x spray on the AUG. Maybe the blue zones though, Mark. Maybe these could be a lot better. That name's bang on.
It is absolutely bang on. They've zeroed it in. Now the other side, it's a South American press sandwich though. South Korea in the middle. Capitan has the high ground. Shoots the money out of the air just in front of him. Gumin still holds on.
Yeah, but Sparking steals that kill away. He drops the nade up from Brazil as DraftKings has got a bit of terrain to play. Another nade from Sparking as he looks to find one more, sending it towards Argentina. Heaven taking a ton of damage, but it's Emmy on the flank.
It's Emmy on the flank, and Argentina though keeping the bodies up, keeping the terrain. Capitan down to 1 HP. Sparking, he plays.
It's a South America finale.
It's a head-to-head, and it's a South American All-Star roster.
Yeah, this is big now for Argentina. They've got the high ground, they've got the numbers, but BL has got a Panzer. One good shot from that could cause so many problems from Argentina. The blue zone forcing them back, but the center point not really controlled by anybody other than Brazil here, Mark, because Argentina have got the worst bit of terrain.
Now you got to remember how they got in. They've got the potential to use the utility. That Panzer is in weight. One good shot comes through, but it whistles over their head. Well, he makes the move around, uses the smoke, but he's got a scar in hand. But he has now the position to take the victory if he can stop this push.
Oh, Capitan, he gets the cross, and Capitan's going to deal some damage over to Sparking. BL on the other side of the smoke. He steps over, he finds one. It's a 2 versus 2 now, but Argentina have secured center circle. BL will get that knock, as we said, but there's no real utility left for Brazil, Mark. All that Argentina have as well is the cover. They've just got the deployable cover.
Yeah, but the deployable cover is good. They're bottled up. They're going to stack the guns. They stack both guns one way. DraftKings finds one. Quick confirmation done.
Oh, well done, Brazil.
Oh my God! What a play, Gibson! Team Brazil clutched in the moments that they looked to fall.
It is Vi Brazil, and it is the Ray, the King Sparking, that's why it's in his name, who speaks across, gets the duel, and Brazil snatched that victory away. James, a Latam brawl at the end, and Brazil just edging out Argentina in the all-time chicken dinners at PNC.
Yeah, good to see Sparkin back on the international stage, making it known why he is one of the best. Brilliant stuff from them. And of course, they were in the grand final straight away. No survival stage for them. Look how happy they are with that victory, Matrim.
Oh, dude, I love every aspect of what we see going on in that. This was so cleanly played from the duo into the three. They made sure to keep eyes onto the center point, used a little bit of a train, counter-smoked around everything. The Panzerfaust was a little bit too much. Like, I believe it was Claris you were talking about, the fact that it felt a bit greedy trying to go for it all. But I mean, that's Brazil's playstyle. It's all or nothing, baby.
Yeah, no, for sure. Sparkin being able to make it work towards the very end. Really nice stuff. Unfortunate for Argentina being caught in a position where they're all on one angle. But it wasn't just Brazil at the end of the game. It was Brazil at the start of the game as well. Tony with the 4-piece mark. We said he's on the up and up.
Yeah, look, talk about putting your name on the map, right? Beginning of the game number 2, and you just put a whole team down. As Gibson said, he questioned the roster count. He questioned whether they picked the right 4. And Tony said, no, Gibson, I'm here to stay. Annihilate Team Finland.
Definitely. There's a few more moments as well. Indonesia taking down Germany. Germany had a really rough time of it to start things off in these first 2 games here, Gibson.
Yeah, it's not gone great for them. I actually put them in my fantasy because I thought, you know, they might get some of that magic from a few years back with Cole back coaching, but not going well for Germany. And the Finns, well, maybe the Finns should just start avoiding South American teams because it's not really gone very well for them in the first 2 maps, has it, Matt?
I don't know what Finland's got against South America, but it's not necessarily working out the best as all the way into later stages. It is going to be Argentina and Brazil. Thailand, though, also starting to come alive, finding pretty decent kill counts, good scoring moving into the entirety of this. Also Korea, finding a lot of successes making it in later stages. So consistency starting to come out from a lot of our squads that we were expecting it to, but I did not expect it to come down to 2 South American teams here at the end, Clark.
Yeah, I did say whilst we were watching that match, Trim, you know, well, if it's 2 South American teams in this final circle, South America can't throw. So that's a great situation. Wow. You can't have Brazil driving into the blue. You can't have Furia denying themselves at the very end. You don't want me to do that, Mark?
Too soon. They're never going to live that down. They're never going to live that down.
No, we're not. That's too soon still, mate. But look, let's go back to the key decision making at the end, right? They're against the numbers, and the split decision, the speed that Sparkin made the call to run the other way around the smoke on the blue is huge. And I don't think Argentina were ready for it. He just popped out, he got one. Before they could react, it was match 7 point.
No, definitely. Very good stuff there from them and for Argentina again. All 3 on one angle, bit tough to say the least. A tough circle and a tough game in general for everybody else though, Gibson, right? Coming down to Puerto Party. So admittedly, Brazil was there pretty early to be able to secure that spot. So good that they were able to convert, but for a lot of teams coming towards the very end of that, not easy to get into Puerto Paraiso proper.
It really wasn't, and a lot of teams were trying to come in from the southwestern side as well, which is where all the traffic is. Like, you got to give Brazil credit again. With the flight path, they went north, got the res back, and went all the way down the eastern coast into Puerto Paraiso. They got rewarded. I thought Thailand was going to cause them some trouble at the end with the BRDM, with the links, but Brazil just held strong.
Yeah, very nice to see, especially, Mark, considering as much as Brazil, yes, was one of our 8 teams coming into grand final directly, I think a lot of people also looked elsewhere for those big names to be able to be at number 1, number 2, etc., and things like that. But it's 20 points going their way here, Mark. It's a great game for Brazil.
It is a great game. And look, I think I mentioned it before, they were the random pick for me. You look at that team from a fantasy and go, oh, they're good for a good couple of games, aren't they? They're good for a couple of wins, or maybe 1 or 2. Are they going to win it? I think this performance, the decision making, they had a fight at the very beginning. They took that on. They obviously found themselves in. I think the recall chips really gave them the opening into the late game, but they maximized 10 kills, 10 points for the win. It's a nice 20 points.
Yeah, Argentina with 10. Vietnam showing on up here with 10. They're always good for it. They're good for the kills here, Matrim, and I'm expecting a lot more than just the 10 points from them in the next couple of games.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's mostly off of kills, and that's going to be how they're going to be aiming for it. No big surprise off it. Early game, the last game didn't go the best for them, so if anything, it's just going to make him more mad and want to kill more people, and it's going to be bad for the lobby as it goes forward. But now Brazil in first place over Ukraine after a little bit of an early out from Ukraine. This is already getting pretty spicy. It was feeling like Ukraine's coming in with some dominance, but boys from Brazil said, nah, we still got something in the tank.
Gosh, imagine if they can keep on with it as well. That'd be exciting.
Ooh, yeah.
We have not seen technically a Western, in inverted commas, winner since the very early days of PNC. Everything else, it's very much gone Asia's way as a whole. And I mean, you know, can you... the 2019 result, is it really even the West as a whole? Who knows? But well, let's take a look at the numbers that have come on in here. Sparking will take himself 5 kills. Capitan as well, 755
Nice.
damage. South America's here, Mark. Showing up for the Americas.
Yeah, it's an all-rounder, right? And obviously they found themselves, and Gibson said on the cast about how aggressive. We saw Team Argentina obviously play that north side. They didn't have to. They could have stayed where they were. And obviously it does clash. Big shot for them. Massive damage dealt.
I like that Sparking has like orientated himself to tell everybody below him to shush. So you can put him above any leaderboard you want, as long as he is up at the top. He's looking good for it. Looking good for it indeed. Here's the numbers coming in from Brazil as a whole as well. Tony with the 464 damage. Biel as well. And I think Biel, Gibson, we've watched him throughout a lot of tournaments, even international performances, especially like the EWC performances that we've been able to see him put up as well. Really, really excited to always watch him play.
Biel's been a player that I've had my eye on for a few years. Like when I started casting in the Americas, I was doing the scrims, and he was playing for kind of bottom half of the table South American teams back when the Americas were split, but he always stood out to me as somebody who could really kick things off. He then went to Rock, and we kind of saw the real jump up from Biel last year. I still think this kid's got a lot to show.
Yeah, looking good alongside Zagrakan as well. Mark?
Yeah, no, nothing really to add from that. We didn't know where the man of the match is going from that one. But yeah, you know, Biel's obviously worked his way through this circuit, should we say, and I think when we've seen sort of this South American formation, these star players has really leveled up the rest of that region, and we're now starting to see other names coming through, so it'll be really interesting to see I suppose where these sort of South American teams end up.
Yeah, and for people like Sparking, right, like if he's got aspirations of going towards PGC, it's gonna rely on like a performance in PAS spectrum. Like obviously with the PGSs coming up, I don't think they actually did qualify for those things, so it's a toughie.
Look, we're not going to talk about the fact that how hard it is for Sparking to find a home to be consistent on, because it's something that annoys the living hell out of me. This is such a great player that we can see a superstardom capability come out for, but it always feels like, for whatever reason, whenever he's on a roster, it just can't find a way to mesh into it properly. I don't know if it's just the fact that he wants to play it more aggressive or what's going on, but whenever you pair him up with somebody like Biel is a great damage in. He's very, very consistent, and that can really unlock players like Sparking that want to play in that more aggressive stance, that want to do the opposite of what the expectations always are and make a big play.
Yeah, I want to just add on Sparking too, as well as being as like the big deal, the big star in Brazil, he actually really cares about the region. So I've had a chance to talk to like him and some players. He actually bought graphics cards and computers for some of the other younger Brazilian players so they could grow. Like, look at Kawazin. Like, he came into the scene last year. I believe that Sparking actually bought him a graphics card so he could compete inside PUBG. So he's just a good guy all around.
That's awesome to hear. Just to get your region growing and being able to move on even further. Because hey, you know what? Sometimes you've got to have the very, very best if you want to perform at the best. That's for sure. You want to work with the very best tools. So we're just moments away actually from the halftime show. I'm getting notified here for PUBG Nations Cup. So 2 games down, 3 more to go here for day number 1. Did you expect Brazil?
Halftime show? What?
No, I definitely think they were going to get a win from a
It's only been 2 games.
No, I think again it comes back to that point that actually they maximised that sort of crash.
This is going to be a long stream.
Actually pick up, played him into the town, and from there that gave him a bit of a home for the rest of the team to kind of move in. If it wasn't for that, would Brazil get the win? No, I think they would have got caught up with the chaos that happened in that northwest corner. But hey, when the dice rolls and it rolls your way, maximise the points you can get.
All right, let's check in with the halftime show here at the PUBG Nations Cup for 2026. Let's listen in.
Here we go, halftime show. Cannot wait. We're gonna have both.
day in a shiny flash. Who got this hella pretty face? Got us something dope, Persian man. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. Our birthday with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, our birthday.
I don't argue, sitting down with a bargain. I make a party and caution. I make obnoxious and all of this throw my homemade for auction. One of them breaking necks when I get the double take. When I take it straight, no debate, the pressure elevate. Ain't got no time to negotiate, never chase us at the pace. 5-star click from the quick to the great. You wanna see the inner shining flash? You got this all a pretty face. Got a son of dope, heard you man. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile lane, got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake.
열심히 뛰어봐 나는 놈이고 몇 발치 앞에서 해줄게 ins. 말해도 못해 다 쓰러져 도미노 보내 난 fair game. Yes I'm a 신사 비상 pack it up jeans. 기장 추위로 비상 산책을 드신 우리 티타민 판이 쏟고 내가 할 peace out.
Locked and loaded like my gun toted. Take me to the battle, my team would know it. Sky's pitch black till we pull up and glow it. I'm all game with it, no I never get off it. Everywhere goes drama, all the boys I get the trauma. Diamonds been stir up to pot, pretty face don't let it fool you. They say I paid making me really wanna. Now got a paid going, they'll never walk.
Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't bargain, I don't birthday with a fake. I don't bargain, I don't like that, you heard me say. I don't bargain, repeat again, I don't birthday. So tired of hates and comments. Why you got no sense that's common? The beef got cooked like ramen. I just make gala and I dress up every diamond. I know the bargain. You can price me and look it up a garment. 나는 놈 위에 있는 놈이 난데 정말 고정이 오빠들 오늘 양이 남네. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake.
Not bad, not bad. I think the music was a little bit loud on our side there. Kind of ruined the vocals a little bit.
둘, 셋. 안녕하세요, 올데이 프로젝트입니다.
PUBG 네이션스컵 2026인 서울에 오신 배틀그라운드 팬 여러분 정말 반갑습니다. 여러분 재밌게 보고 계신가요? 저희도 무대 올라오기 전에 경기를 잠깐 봤었는데요. 왜 이렇게 많은 분들이 몰입하는지 이제 좀 알 것 같습니다.
바루그라운드 팬들의 뜨거운 열기를
너무너무 좋아요.
Enough.
그리고 특히 대한민국 국가대표팀을 응원하기 위해 모여주신 여기 팬분들 진심으로 너무 감사드리고 선수들이 끝까지 최선을 다해서 경기를 펼칠 수 있도록 뜨거운 응원 부탁드립니다.
Good boy.
화이팅!
Stop being so loud.
PUBG 9주년 이벤트에서도 여러분들과
Crazy doggy.
오늘은 저희가 여러분들에게 또 다른 무대를 보여드릴
I need subtitles. I don't have a clue what's going on.
무대를 준비했어요. 열심히 준비했으니까 꼭 끝까지 함께 즐겨주셔야 돼요. 아시겠죠? 그러면 여러분 저희 다음 매시업 곡 뭔지 혹시 맞힐 수 있는 분 계실까요?
뭘까요?
여러분들이 제일 좋아하시는 곡일 수도 있는데
어떤가요? 페이머스?
유명한 노래? 유명한 노래?
위키드.
키드?
One more time?
One more time.
한 번 더? 어떤 노래 두 개를 매시업 했을까요?
그러면 여러분 저희 다음 무대에서 어떤 노래 두 곡을 매시업했는지 바로 만나보세요.
기대해 주세요.
Let's get it.
Let's go.
What's some more? In the body. We ain't even famous. Woo! Tap tap tap tap tap tap.
We break it. Almost on your motor, don't build up, I just face it. No white collar in the end, drum show, and I put men's in their places. More dishes and living night that a robbery and even famous. Don't you try me, I want some more. Don't you claim that we on the floor. Don't you try me, I want some more. We ain't even famous. Don't you try me, I want some more. Don't you claim that we on the floor. Don't you try me, I want some more. We ain't even famous. Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's go. I like the way you look at me. Look at me. Say ADP. I wanna see your eyes on me. Eyes on me. We are ADP. Yeah. Say I want it like this. Let me show my wrists. I got them all looking my way. Once I take the risk. You know I'll never miss. 나를 향한 시선이 쏟대. Show me you want me like that. 말 해봐 what that. You for real, for real. I'll show you I got it like that. 날 바라볼 때 집중해놓 Everybody, let's go. I like the way you look at me.
I feel like this week's gonna be done at their third game because of the delay. What happened now?
여러분들 재밌게 즐기고 계시죠? 아니 오늘 너무 다들 반응도 좋으시고 너무 잘 즐겨주시는 것 같아서 마음이 너무 좋은 것 같아요. 우리 남은곡도 같이 재밌게 즐겨주실 수 있죠?
Are you ready? Let's go. Take your shot.
Take your shot.
Photo shoot.
Say photo shoot.
Hey, to snap it, flick it. Hey, to snap it, flick it.
Say it.
Hey,
Say
snap it, flick it.
Hey,
Yeah,
snap it, flick it.
DJ,
Hey.
drop it. Baby, I'm the trillers. 보란 듯 가리 왜 밖에 나 몰라 average Fashion game I manage Gotta do some damage 네가 말하는 게 나지 You gon' need some cameras Snap it, flick it, cause we work it Work it, work it Work it Work it, work it Work it Work it, work it Work it Work it, work it
You're really talking to me like that. Better know that I hit that. 다 지겨워 말뿐인 chit-chat. 다시 refresh need a reset. R-E-S-P-E-C-T. Yeah, give me my respect. 아무도 못해 my vibe except that. Praying one day you gon' get that. Photo shoot. Photo shoot.
Take a shot Photo shoot
Just snap it, flick it. Cause we
Work it Work it, work it Work it Work it, work it Work it Work it, work it Work it Work it, work it Work it like a demon Keep your compliment My trip so sentimental Mental misapprove it Happy mental that I set the
Winning addicted, could've predicted ambition, perfection to your jurisdiction. Who they be fiction, lacking conviction. Baby, bite the bullet, let 'em take a shot. Photo shoot. Photo shoot.
Take a shot Photo shoot Just snap it, flick it Cause we
Yeah, we do this all day. Like the bill we don't pay. 난 관심 없고 신경 꺼. 난 내게 길게 yeah. See me Medusa. 날 부수는 freezer. Gonna pop out and show what they're really not ready to say when we pull up.
허세난 널 근데 아이싱 거래 여기 돈다 털어 착한 정치 경백이 파이나 물레판에 불질러 버려 그래 목숨 걸어 떨고 싶어도 못 떨어
Pussy threats, all them pussy break the sweat. Sit down, stand up, choose a kick a stand up. Tuck your jaw, back your leg, you're into the call. Lights, camera, action. Take your shot. Photo shoot. Photo shoot.
Take your shot Photo shoot Hey
Snap it, flick it.
여러분 즐거우신가요? 이렇게 많은 배틀그라운드 팬분들과 함께 할 수 있어서 저희도 너무너무 지금 행복합니다.
그럼 뭐 저희도 이제 마지막 곡을 앞두고 있어요. 근데 이제 마지막 곡이 여러분들이 아실지 모르겠는데 One More Time이라는 곡인데 혹시 아세요? 살짝 무리한 부탁일 수도 있는데 다들 핸드폰 가지고 계신가요? 핸드폰 이렇게 라이트 한 번만 해줄 수 있나요? 좋아요, 좋아요. 아이 최고인데요?
여기서 봤을 때 반짝반짝 너무 예뻐요.
그럼 바로 가볼까요? Let's go.
Something in the air tonight 빛이 나 다시 나오지 않을 이 순간
자꾸 애써봐야 time is passing by. Let it go.
We gon' lose a track of time
Put your hands up, party. 힘들 때까지 다 move. Body, body, all day better make some room.
여기로 모여 내 roller coaster ready to go yeah yeah yeah yeah
Wake up, get up, rising. Heat it up, cappuccino soon. Everybody, all day better make some room.
여기로 모여 내 roller coaster ready to go yeah yeah yeah yeah
Go.
You're looking for a man in your life.
told me love's a drug. I'm picking you up, we about to get drunk. Let me cater to you tonight. See you in my frame, this Cardi ain't cater to you cause the light is right. I'm in that song, young both see burst. Got like you know that we're dancing in the light. Swinging left to right with an upper much. She call me Poppy, yeah, I like it. I let no one up legit. We're too legit. Bogo pay what 우리 둘이 fit. Take your kind of fit. 어디 가도 귀신 맺힌 synergy.
Party, head to take us the move. Body, body, all day better make some room.
여기로 모여 제 롤러코스터 ready to go yeah yeah yeah yeah
Look at the rising, heat it up, cappuccino soon. Everybody, all day better make some room.
여기로 모여 제 롤러코스터 ready to go yeah yeah yeah yeah
Let's go. One more time, wanna get lost in that night. To the sun and a light. Come on, just dance with me now, dance with me now. Me, come, 묻지마 긴 것처럼 one last time. Finally here, I'm alive. Come on, just dance with me now, dance with me now. Oh, you play it, baby, play it one more time, just stay it. Maybe shit on my mind, gotta say it. Feel it tight, follow me. Wait, you sure you could keep
Up, bum, bum. More.
Back to the action here for PNC 2026. 3 more games here today. Tego, Rondo, and Erangel coming up in just a few moments. All the players have been delighted by the entertainment that they've gone down, but it's time to get back to business here, Mark, as all of these players want to get back on the board again.
It's like the World Cup vibes, mate. It's hydration break time. We're back in. The guys
Okay,
have a
okay.
chance to reset, okay? We had 2 maps. The first one was very crazy when it came down to zone, but actually 2 good games for some of these teams. So they get the opportunity now to just kind of go back, have a chat away to the coaches, try and figure out what they want to bring to the table, because Tego is different.
Oh, Kickstar was loving it. You could see him there as well. Now he's back on board here for the Americas match for him, because the Americas, I mean, they've been caught in some spots here and there, but I too believe, Matchroom, that the firepower of America can fight back.
It should be able to. Like Mark mentioned the fact that the first game was a little bit weird. I even say the second game. It's really hard to really navigate those circles given how clustered they were and so coastal. It's going to be all about how fast you can modify off of that. I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of always centered circles, but it's really hard whenever you're coming in right off the get-go to figure out, get your feet underneath of you about how rotations, drops, and everything like that are going to go. If everybody is having to just run down to the southeast game after game so quickly, it's just created kind of a Mad Max style of rotate where everybody's just on top of each other multiple times in a row here.
Yeah, I know, and I think that when you think about the teams that have really taken a benefit of those situations, it has been Ukraine and Brazil so far. Like, even in Game 1, it was Brazil that found themselves right beside Ukraine and eventually went down to them at the end. But getting back to the USA points, they've gone for liquid drops, and I know that you can't really go for the Falcons ones when you consider the other teams are inside this lobby. But I really think that USA need to get something going. Like, they're losing players like Shrimsy in positions that you shouldn't. Like, think about that last one where EA, who, James, to give you credit, you gave them a lot of a shout out in our pre-game talks, but EA stepped up big for them and got that opening kill.
Yep, no, I can't deny it. Cannot deny it, considering that there is technically more power on this board than I thought there was going to be, right? Like, if you've got Indonesia, Philippines, all these teams kind of looking good as well in this final. These aren't teams and regions that normally get a look in on the international stage. So we'll see if they can continue that, bringing that firepower against some of the more familiar names that we're used to. As currently Brazil in number 1. What a great performance by them so far. 10 kills in the previous one, 5 in the one before, but with a 6th place. They're able to continue that on. That is strong. One thing that has been lurking in the background though, Mark, with just 2 games down, admittedly it's a very small sample size, is Thailand, right? This team that we were scared of coming in, considering their PGS performance. They've been able to win a PGC, a 2nd with 4 kills, a 4th with 3 kills. I think for Thailand, it's just a matter of time before a win comes and big kill counts as well.
Yeah, look, they are a big name here, and obviously expectations are always going to be high. The question always comes down to, and this is the gamble, it's why again I picked them up. They're a 2-2, so you have to look at FS. Obviously, yes, they won PGC, but you look at Thailand. I'd say Made in Thailand had stronger performance. So would you say 50% of that roster is going to be outperforming the other? Potentially. But I actually like how they've been playing. Even game number 1, they backfilled that Team UK compound and they waited for the UK versus South Korea fight to kick off. Then they sort of played in. The zone was quite chaotic and obviously it's quite hard for them to get into. Same again this last one. They're playing towards the zone. It just feels like, for me, James, they haven't adapted to the zone shifts, especially when we see the update that's happened to the game.
It's a tough one, right? Because I mean, even if you can adapt to them, they're gonna be more varied, guaranteed, regardless of how it does come along. Especially like we haven't seen it materialize just yet, Matrim, and eventually we'll get onto Rondo and maybe we'll see what happen. But there is gonna be eventually a circle that's insane on Rondo, and somehow people are gonna have to solve that puzzle.
Yeah, and I can't wait for it. I like curveball circles in a fashion, but whenever they are constant, it makes it a lot harder for teams to really figure out how to make them work. You're kind of playing a little bit of a numbers game off of where you're assuming people are going to be gatekeeping out and how they're going to be playing forward. And a squad that I feel is kind of suffering inside the midst of all of that is China. China, I came in with a lot higher expectations than what's been going on. We know that this is a squad that can frag their way into it, but whenever you have Ukraine coming in with so much momentum, so much also fire on their side of it, it's made a lot of squads be hesitant to come in on edge approaches that they would normally take them with a lot more gusto. And I think that that's had a trickle-down effect into multiple early circles where people are playing way safer than we normally see.
Yeah, for them, again, my issue will always be, right, 2 games is just not too much for us to really draw on. 13th place and 14th place for China. Like, maybe things just didn't go their way in those. That said, though, you would expect it to go their way because it is 3/4 of 17 Gaming, who is a current PGS, or one of our PGS champions, alongside Spaceman, who haphazardly did take an MVP spot on a PGS as well. So technically that is an amazing roster, to say the least. Beyond that as well, you got South Korea, 4th place at the moment, 7th place with 6 kills, 3rd place with 3 kills. I can't begrudge too many teams for having a harder time with that first game, considering the circle that was like, but anyway, that's by the by. What we're going to do is we're going to go to a break apparently here for PNC, and when we return...
A break? Another one? We've just been in a freaking break. God.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds, and a new way to play for glory.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to to do crazy things.
Okay. Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Team Vietnam as your 2025 PNC champions.
(9년이라는) 게 저희가 처음 오픈할 때는 상상도 못했던 숫자예요.
배틀그라운드의 지난 시간은 저희가 혼자 써내려간 기록이 아니었습니다.
전 세계에 계신 팬분들과 함께 써내려간 이야기였다고 생각합니다.
그 깊은 감사를 담아 PNC 2026의 문을 엽니다.
얼리 액세스 오픈 첫날부터 서버가 터졌어요. 크래시는 엄청나고 사양은 미친 듯이 높고, 근데 신기한 건 그 와중에 유저분들이 계속 들어오시는 거예요.
개발팀이 너무 작아서 모두가 달라붙어야 했는데 그렇게 해서 돌아갔다는 게 신기할 정도였어요.
PUBG는 유저분들의 반응에 기반해서 변하려고 굉장히 많이 노력한 프로덕트예요.
커뮤니티에서 날카로운 피드백이 올라올 때 그 목소리들이 저희 방향성에 녹아들어서 실제 결과물로 나오는 순간들이 있거든요.
저희가 뼈대를 만들지만 이 게임을 완성시키는 건 결국 플레이하시는 분들이에요.
한순간의 판단으로 모든 게 뒤바뀌는 예측 불가능한 서사가 배틀그라운드의 가장 큰 매력이라고 생각합니다.
익숙한데 매번 새로운 전략이 필요하고 그 안에서 누구나 자기만의 이야기를 만들 수 있어요. 그게 9년 동안 전 세계 다양한 배경의 플레이어들이 계속 모이는 이유라고 생각합니다.
대회 현장에서 울리는 팬분들의 함성소리, 중계 채널의 실시간 반응들, 그리고 커뮤니티의 다양한 의견들이 모여 배틀그라운드 세계가 더 넓게 확장되고 있습니다.
장충체육관은 PNC가 처음 태어난 고향 같은 곳이에요. 7년 만에 다시 돌아온 PNC 2026은 e스포츠를 중심으로 PUBG 세계관 전체가 모이는 특별한 공간으로 진화합니다.
PNC라는 무대를 유저분들께 돌려드리자는 마음으로 다양한 콘텐츠를 준비하고 있어요.
현장에 오시는 분들은 장충체육관에서 배틀그라운드 세계관을 만끽하며 마치 PUBG 테마파크에 온 듯한 분위기를 만나실 수 있고요.
PNC 2026에서 처음 선보이는 PUBG 판타지는 여러분이 직접 자신만의 로스터를 구성해 전 세계 팬들과 경쟁하는 컨텐츠예요. 보는 재미를 넘어 참여하며 즐기는 새로운 e스포츠 경험을 하실 수 있습니다.
이번 PNC에는 24개 국가의 최고의 선수들이 모였습니다. 이들이 각자의 개성을 살려 어떤 생존 드라마를 만들어낼지 기대됩니다.
전 세계 팬분들이 PUBG라는 이름 아래 자부심을 느끼는 PNC가 되었으면 좋겠습니다.
10주년도 그 이후도 실망시켜 드리지 않으려고 열심히 준비하고 있어요.
유저분들이 언제나 새로운 즐거움과 가능성을 발견할 수 있는 환경을 만드는 게 저희 역할이라고 생각해요.
저희가 더 노력해야겠다는 거, 그리고 여러분의 게임을 만들어 나가는 이 팀을 믿어주셔도 된다는 것.
펍지라는 공통 분모 아래 전 세계가 하나 되는 순간을 계속 만들어 가겠습니다. 여러분과 함께 만들어갈
펍지의 다음 이야기.
PNC 2016에서
만나보세요.
I think we got technical issues.
PUBG her şey. Bunda çoğu yaşadığım ilkini PUBG sayesinde yaşadım. Merhaba, ben Bünyamin, kod Marco Yalçınkaya. 6 yıldır benim için değişmeyen tek şey kazanma. Ben her zaman çok hırslıydım. Ya bir şey ne olursa olsun yaptığım şey, onu yapıyorsam o işte en iyi olmak istedim her zaman. Mardin'de doğdum, Mardin'de yaşadım. Güneydoğu Anadolu bölgesi. Mardin'in Kızıltepe ilçesinde doğdum, büyüdüm, orada yaşadım. Çocukken biraz daha çekingendim. Yani küçükken de çok bilgisayarla işi dışıydım ama çocukken dış dünyayı unutmuştum. Daha çok bilgisayarla ilgilendiğim için biraz günümün tümünde PUBG oynuyordum. Yani çok mutlu hissediyordum kendimi. Ya PUBG'de hani herhangi bir şeye bağlı kalmıyorsun. Çok fazla farklı senaryo var. Hayatta kalmaya çalışabilirsin. İstediğin gibi savaşabilirsin. Çok fazla farklı senaryo olması, oyunda yapabilecek bir sürü şey vardı. O da beni çok hoşuma gidiyordu yani. Benim ailem hiç e-spordan anlamıyordu ilk başlarda. İkisi öğretmen. Başlarda bu nasıl mümkün dediler. Yani böyle oyun oynayarak nasıl para kazanacaksın? Ne etmeye çalıştım, olmadı. Beni okula gönderiyorlardı. Ben okuldan kaçıyordum. İnternet kafeye gidiyordum. Baktılar ben iflah olmuyorum. En son dediler ki şansını deneyelim. Tamam dediler, sana bir şans vereceğiz. Ben de o şansı güzel değerlendirdim.
Turnuvaya her gün düzenli olarak analizler, antrenmanlar yaparak çalıştık.
Çok iyi hissettim. Çünkü oyun oynamayı zaten çok seviyorum. Bir de ben oyun oynuyorum diye bana para veriyorlar. Dünyadaki en güzel his olabilir ya. Yani ilk defa PGS'e davet aldığım zaman, ilk defa yurt dışına çıkacağımı öğrendiğim zaman iyi ki olmuşum dedim orada. O günden beri de diyorum.
1v1 fight Code Marco against one player on the other side and they get it! DA Code Marco, welcome!
Hayatımda ilk defa uluslararası bir turnuvaya gelmiştim ve onda da 6. oldum. Onlar da şok oldu. Çok şaşırmışlardı. Geldiğimde hepsi bana sarıldı, tebrik etti. Çok benimle gurur duyduklarını söylediler. Ailemin o söyledikleri beni de çok mutlu etmişti. Ağlamışlardı yani. İşte kulüplerden daha büyük maaşlar almaya başladım. Kendime araba aldım. Kendime yatırım yaptım. Aslında çok ferahladım PGS'ten sonra. Sadece bunu korumak istedim yani. Onun bir stresi vardı. Bunu her zaman, çünkü bir kere o duyguyu tattım. Artık bu duyguyu her zaman tatmak istiyordum. Ondan sonra Türkiye'den çok fazla zaten talep vardı bir de biz BBL tercih ettik. BBL'e geçişimiz bu şekilde oldu.
Evet, biraz fazla oynandılar.
Yani beklenti çok yüksekti çünkü çok iyi bir turnuvadan sonra geldik. Kulübün de fanların da beklentisi bize çok yüksekti.
Maybe buy some time here. Nade. Oh, Smash gonna be kept. Oh, what a shot from Glooms. And then the nade as well.
En çok zorlayan BBL'den sonra DA'ya geçtiğimde aslında çok kötü bir yıl geçirmiştik ve çünkü o zaman da çok hızlıydım ve hani aslında o eski takım arkadaşlarım bir şeylere çok inanarak, çok başarılı olacağıma inanarak gelmiştim ve aslında hiçbir şey eski gibi olmamıştı, kötü gitmişti. O zaman çok zorlanmıştım, kendime yedirememiştim tabii. Ya ben çok hızlı duygu değişimi olan bir insanım. Hani bir anda çok sinirlenebilirim, çok anlık karar veren bir insanım. Aslında işte kötü bir dönemden geçerken de işte sürekli anlık karar değişikliklerim oluyordu. Bazen oyundan soğuyordum, bazen ne yapacağımı bilemiyordum.
Ama çıkarttı.
Çok sabırlıyım eskiye nazaran. Çok daha disiplinliyim. Yani bir de çok daha eskiden çok daha sıcakkanlıydım. Şimdi biraz daha soğukkanlıyım. Bana tecrübe kazandırdı. Her tecrübe beni bir adım daha ileri taşıdı. Yani birçok açıdan birçok arkadaşım buradan tanıdım. Yani hayatımda ilk defa parayı buradan kazandım. İlk defa yurt dışına PUBG sayesinde çıktım. Yeni kültürler gördüm. PUBG sayesinde İngilizcemi çok geliştirdim. Yani hayatımın birçok yerinde bana büyük etkisi oldu bu oyun. Evet, PUBG benim hayatımda çok büyük bir dönüm noktası. Bu sefer Türkiye çok daha farklı geliyor. Bu sene bizden korkun. 6 yıldır siz olmasanız ben de olmazdım. Beni desteklediğiniz için, bana moral, ben düştüğümde beni kaldırdığınız için ve hep yanımda olduğunuz için çok teşekkür ediyorum hepinize.
A new way to play Rondo, smoke that interacts with the map, and some balance adjustments. All this and more as we dive into the Update 42.1 patch report. First up, there's a new way to dive into Rondo, with the Blue Zone rule set available through Arcade Labs. The action starts immediately, with the first zone shown on the map right at drop for all 64 players to fight over. There's also an increased loot and vehicle spawn rate to help you gear up faster. But be careful, there's no wait time for blue zones, and blue zone damage is increased. You won't have any special zones to worry about, but you'll still have to fight for every inch in this fast-paced take on the map. Can you beat out the other challengers to secure that chicken dinner? Next up, we've made some changes to make smoke more realistic. As we mentioned in the 2026 roadmap, smoke is now interactive and can be displaced by explosions and other physical collisions, such as vehicles, care package landings, and more. No longer will smoke be the ultimate cover. You'll have to utilize strategy to make the most of it, or fight against it. We've made a few balance changes this patch as well. The SLR has gotten some improvements. We've rebalanced the blue zone a bit, and healing items have seen some adjustments to weight and cast time. You can find out more about these changes in the patch notes. There's also a new rank season. Racing mode added to UGC mode. Intense Battle Royale can now take place on Haven, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 42.1 is here. So grab up some rebalanced gear, drop into a faster-paced Rondo, and don't wait around for the smoke to clear. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
There it is, the Google Play Point. These points get you more than a high score. Play, earn, and redeem them for exclusive rewards that supercharge your gameplay. Or score the latest must-have gear and up your game with sweet accessories. You're already winning. Now go get the rewards with Google Play Points. Redeem now and go reward yourself.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds, and a new way to play for glory.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay. Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person.
We're ready to rock and roll. We're ready to get into game number 3. Finally here for PNC 2026. It's going to be me and Matrim bringing you all the action. Thank you, Mark and Gibson, for that amazing segment. Let's get you out of here now as we go into our 3rd game for PNC 2026. Finally, Matrim, we've arrived.
Here we go, back in like we never left. Match number 3, playing path pretty much middle down over into the east, ending up around Wolsong. So again, should be interesting to watch on these drops, as this is going to be the first time that this lobby has all managed to get together onto this map, and we might have a couple of dust-ups for vehicles.
Okay.
Mentally reset, right? It's been a bit.
It's getting warm here as well in Poland, and it's going to be warm on the battlegrounds as well. No doubt, no doubt. We are ready to rock and roll, though. I thought it was never coming. But salvation, Matrim. We're back.
Oh, we are now here, and all these guys are pretty much famous. Not almost famous, but see how this is going to go. Lots of tail end drops coming out around Wolsong and kind of Godok area, but that's no surprise. They should be able to separate out just fine. Korea kind of on top of Great Britain on their kind of flyout, though.
Yeah. Great Britain had a bit of a hard time in the survival stage over going to Heimo, as they found themselves being chased down by Finland in 1 or 2 of those scenarios. But of course, Finland's not up here at all. Great Britain's just looking for vehicles. But Finland starts things off against the United States straight away. Kickstart down. If they could somehow confirm that kill, that would be huge. And they do from Satta.
Ooh, I mean, there is still enough time to potentially go and pick up the chip, maybe get a res, so not all is lost for USA on an early out, but a very aggressive early Finland, yet again trying to make something happen, is also continuing in trend. We have another Southeastern Circle.
Yeah, this was one of the hot drops that we kind of anticipated from Tego, right? As much as, well, basically we just didn't have a lead into this game, so we didn't really get a chance to talk about it. That being said, Germany feels more pain once again, as Pains is gonna be hurting. Oh no.
Just runs in for territory control, and this is a lot of jockeying for position. Even Argentina getting involved in it all, as now it is going to be Tigger trying to make his way down the side. Runs out of ammo. DraftKings couldn't quite do it.
This straight away yells to me, the players have come back not exactly warm, right? Like, we are seeing some like weird little like moves here and there, really causing some little casualties to start things off here for Tego. So break might have got to them just a little bit for the moment, but everyone needs to recompose themselves, get back. There's a lot of money on the line. There's a lot of respect on the line as well.
Oh, well, I think that all that's happened is kind of for naught, because Colaris, I think we just got some news.
Yes, I got word just then that it is going to be a regame.
Regame?
Maybe that's why some moments here have gone a little bit awry. So I guess kind of our inkling and suspicion might have been on point here. We can actually maybe bring Gibson and Mark back in to talk if this is going to be a regame, the word that we just got.
Just drive
regame.
as fast as possible. Get your kills, warm back up. Let's do it.
There was some of that. Let's get Mark back in and Gibson as well. Mark, that's a little unfortunate there, but I mean, one thing's for sure, right? That Finland and United States situation in Yeongchong could quite easily materialize in proper games coming up.
I was about to say, like, that, yes, obviously had disconnects for Team USA, but for Finland, they can't avoid having an early fight. They really want to engage. Well, I said to Gibson, well, they've gone through the South American teams and they weren't successful, so they're now picking on the North American teams? Why?
They just, they said they're just going through all the PAS regions, but the best thing about it is yesterday they were asked, like, how do they feel about going into today? Ooh. Not good. They didn't want to play anyone in the lobby.
Look good.
But I think
Gustav looks spent right now.
Yeah, they do not look best pleased.
But the big thing for me is what? We've just taken a point off Finland. It was their third of the day and we've just removed it.
True. Yes, they'd only had a few points in the previous games here. As we wait and hopefully get into our game once again quite quickly. The crowd just chilling, gonna be chilling here for the moment. I see a lot of Hand fans. I can only imagine it's very hot in Korea and very hot for the players as they're trying to keep themselves composed here, Matrim.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the nature of the beast whenever we get to like this types of land. It's going to be really big. There's a lot of moving parts that are going on with it. So sometimes you just end up with a couple of technical issues, and given the fact that it seems like it's a little bit warm out there right now, everybody knows the PCs don't inherently like that, so probably just trying to make sure that everything's getting situated the best they can. Most of these kind of issues tend to get worked out pretty quick on day one, so I'm hoping that we're getting to the tail end of it. We'll have to see how long it takes to get all this reconfigured, but there is a lot of pressure that's starting to mount on the players because the longer this kind of sits, the more you start kind of getting in your own head.
I'm going to be honest though as well, if you look at like some of their mouse movement just then, as well as how locked in still Thailand was, I don't think every team's got the memo just yet here, Mark. So we saw some sprays quite clearly there from Brazil, even though a few of their members were being taught to be. Yeah, Thailand still looked locked in.
No, they eager to go, and definitely cooler and calmer compared to Gustav. Gustav looked a little bit hot under the collar there, and I think you made the comment about the break, because some of these teams weren't ready coming back. They weren't warmed up for whatever reason, and actually having another break here potentially could affect mental, and they've got to manage that because they've got 15 games. We've played 2. We've still got to close out another 3 today, and it's about keeping that point average. I worry if Denmark is been disrupted by this break, then actually the output for the rest of day number 1 might not go their way.
Yeah, the breaks are tough here for these players, and guess what, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to another 15-minute break. I am being
oh my god.
Some of the technical issues on site as well. So bear with us, guys. Go and grab yourself a snack. Go make yourself a drink. We'll be back for PNC as quickly as possible here for 2026.
Details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips, so you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds, and a new way to play for glory.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
달성한다는 게 저희가 처음 오픈할 때는 상상도 못했던 숫자예요.
배틀그라운드의 지난 시간은 저희가 혼자 써내려간 기록이 아니었습니다.
전 세계에 계신 팬분들과 함께 써내려간 이야기였다고 생각합니다.
그 깊은 감사를 담아 PNC 2026의 문을 엽니다.
얼리 액세스 오픈 첫날부터 서버가 터졌어요. 크래시는 엄청나고 사양은 미친 듯이 높고, 근데 신기한 건 그 와중에 유저분들이 계속 들어오시는 거예요.
개발팀이 너무 작아서 모두가 달라붙어야 했는데 그렇게 해서 돌아갔다는 게 신기할 정도였어요.
PUBG는 유저분들의 반응에 기반해서 변하려고 굉장히 많이 노력한 프로덕트예요.
커뮤니티에서 날카로운 피드백이 올라올 때 그 목소리들이 저희 방향성에 녹아들어서 실제 결과물로 나오는 순간들이 있거든요.
저희가 뼈대를 만들지만 이 게임을 완성시키는 건 결국 플레이하시는 분들이에요.
한순간의 판단으로 모든 게 뒤바뀌는 예측 불가능한 서사가 배틀그라운드의 가장 큰 매력이라고 생각합니다.
익숙한데 매번 새로운 전략이 필요하고 그 안에서 누구나 자기만의 이야기를 만들 수 있어요. 그게 9년 동안 전 세계 다양한 배경의 플레이어들이 계속 모이는 이유라고 생각합니다.
대회 현장에서 울리는 팬분들의 함성소리, 중계 채널의 실시간 반응들, 그리고 커뮤니티의 다양한 의견들이 모여 배틀그라운드 세계가 더 넓게 확장되고 있습니다.
장충체육관은 PNC가 처음 태어난 고향 같은 곳이에요. 7년 만에 다시 돌아온 PNC 2026은 e스포츠를 중심으로 PUBG 세계관 전체가 모이는 특별한 공간으로 진화합니다.
PNC라는 무대를 유저분들께 돌려드리자는 마음으로 다양한 콘텐츠를 준비하고 있어요.
현장에 오시는 분들은 장충체육관에서 배틀그라운드 세계관을 만끽하며 마치 PUBG 테마파크에 온 듯한 분위기를 만나실 수 있고요.
PNC 2026에서 처음 선보이는 PUBG 판타지는 여러분이 직접 자신만의 로스터를 구성해 전 세계 팬들과 경쟁하는 컨텐츠예요. 보는 재미를 넘어 참여하며 즐기는 새로운 e스포츠 경험을 하실 수 있습니다.
이번 PNC에는 24개 국가의 최고의 선수들이 모였습니다. 이들이 각자의 개성을 살려 어떤 생존 드라마를 만들어낼지 기대됩니다.
전 세계 팬분들이 PUBG라는 이름 아래 자부심을 느끼는 PNC가 되었으면 좋겠습니다.
10주년도 그 이후도 실망시켜 드리지 않으려고 열심히 준비하고 있어요.
유저분들이 언제나 새로운 즐거움과 가능성을 발견할 수 있는 환경을 만드는 게 저희 역할이라고 생각해요.
저희가 더 노력해야겠다는 것, 그리고 여러분의 게임을 만들어 나가는 이 팀을 믿어주셔도 된다는 것.
PUBG라는 공통 분모 아래 전 세계가 하나 되는 순간을 계속 만들어가겠습니다. 여러분과 함께 만들어갈
PUBG의 다음 이야기
PNC 2026에서
만나보세요.
There it is, the Google Play Point. These points get you more than a high score. Play, earn, and redeem them for exclusive rewards that supercharge your gameplay. Or score the latest must-have gear and up your game with sweet accessories. You're already winning. Now go get the rewards with Google Play Points. Redeem now and go reward yourself.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds, and a new way to play for glory.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay. Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Back into this in 2 minutes. And oh no, maybe not. I'm delayed again. Awesome.
Here we go. Watch me glow. I you ready for more? Hey! Move like this, can you move like this? Can you move like this? Can you move like this? Level up, can you move like this? Yeah, yeah. You can watch me go. You can watch me go. You can watch me go. Move like this, can you move like this? Can you move like this? Level up, can you move like this? Ladies and gentlemen, let me show you how I move. 1 step, 2 step, 3 step groove. We on a whole other level. You can feel it in the bass and the treble. We on a whole new vibe. Let it go and just come for the ride. Yeah, we got this. Ain't nobody gonna top this. Drop this. Move like this. Can you move like this? Can you move like this? Can you move like this? Move like this. Can you move like this? Level up. Can you move like this? Move like this. Can you move like this? Move like this, can you move like this? Can you move like this? Can you move like this? Can you move like this? Level up, can you move like this? Yeah, yeah. You can watch me go. You can watch me go. You can watch me go. Move like this, can you move like this? Can you move like this? Can you move like this? Move like this, can you move like this? Can you move like this? Level up, can you move like this? Level up, yeah, yeah.
You know when you on time, you ain't gotta wait. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you've been waiting. All this tension, anticipation, building up so much you can't take it. Remember, life is whatever you make it. So you know what I'm selling. You know that saying about these lemons. Talk my shit, ain't no telling that I can get it done in any other setting. Like, is it time? Yep, yes sir. 'Cause I can feel that victory, and it ain't no mystery. So good if you're next to me. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Are you ready for this? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Get ready. Oh yeah, oh yes I is. Been ready since I was a kid. And if you look on the wall, then there I is. With a whole lot of trophies, yeah I win. It's like, so you know what I'm selling. You know that saying about these lemons. When I start talking, there ain't no telling that I'ma get it done in any other setting. Like, is it time? Yep, yes sir. 'Cause I can feel that victory, and it ain't no mystery. So good if you're next to me. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Yeah. Are you ready for this? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Are you ready for this? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Get ready. Come on, come on. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Are you ready for this? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Get ready. You know when you on time, you ain't gotta wait.
Let's get ready to rumble next year.
Dust in the air, lights in the sky. We hear the
Whoa. Don't you want the beat to go down? Move the feet and wanna go down. Here we go, we're gonna go down now. Move to the beat that leads. Let's go the right way to go.
I gotta go. I'll be back in a little bit.
Well, this isn't good, is it? Delay after delay after delay, delay. Such a shame. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-bum.
Cause I am in the mood to dance la la suddenly it's quiet in my mind, like the word just hit rewind. I didn't plan it, didn't see it coming. Maybe we should stay like this, skin close in the dark. We don't need to hold it back, no need to speak at all. Only la la la la. 'Cause I am in the mood to dance la la la la. 'Cause you pull me through into your gravity. Everything fades away when the night comes alive. Only you and me tonight. Only la la la la. Everything fades away when the night comes alive. Only you and me tonight. Only la la la la. We feel alive, feel magic. We feel alive, feel magic. We feel alive, feel magic. We feel alive, feel magic. Let's go.
Oh, we're gonna get going in the next couple of minutes, all being well.
I can see the headlines. She killed another love. I've been out of my mind, just trying to be good. But I love the drama, live for the trauma. Karma's gonna come around. I get what I want now, that's my nirvana. You ain't gotta hold me down. Gotta read all about it, better without it. You know it, bad, bad news. You cry about it, don't even doubt it. You know it, bad, bad news. Gonna be the one that's hurting. One thing that I know for
That's 10.
read all about it, don't be broken hearted. Remember I'm bad, bad news. This just in, done it again. I struck the match on life today. All in the bin, can't help but sin. Didn't need it anyway.
Come on.
I love the drama, live for the trauma. Karma's gonna come around. I get what I want now, that's my nirvana. You ain't gotta hold me down. Gotta read all about it, better without it. You know I'm bad, bad news. You cry about it, don't even doubt it. You know I'm bad, bad news. Gonna be the one that's hurting. One thing that I know for certain. Read all about it, don't be broken hearted. Remember I'm bad, bad, bad news. Bad, bad news.
Are we gonna start again, or are we gonna have an extension? I hope it's not another extension. We're 4 hours, 20 minutes in now. We've only played 2 games. Oh, finally.
right, here's hoping we're back for PNC 2026, and maybe we've solved everything so far. The Vietnamese are in high spirits here to get into the game potentially, as I am joined by Gibson, Mark, and Matrim, as we're all along for the ride together. Are you enjoying the ride, Matrim? Join on the ride.
Yeah, having so much fun. But no, as long as we can get back to the action here in a second, I think that everybody's going to be excited. We're just 2 games in, so I know that a lot of eyes are now just being drawn. Just get in game, man. We're so close. Looks like everybody's starting to feel a little bit cooler, more comfortable. Maybe we could be ready to go.
I mean, I'm going to be honest, right? We were enjoying ourselves. I was painting whilst this was going on, Mark. It's been a good old time. It's been good.
What about your happy place? You're just gutted you couldn't go and paint the ginormous statue, because we might have finished. You would have had real nice detail. If you had to pick a colour to paint it, what would it have been, James?
Oh, I'd have to go full balls to the wall. A lot of pink on there, like painting pink. That's a lot of fun. The helmet, I think, the level 3 helmet would definitely be pink. I would go with that. Is that acceptable?
I'll take it. I'll take it. I thought going for more detail. Bro, the guys are still happy. They're still there. They're still living the dream. Dedrick, the #1 mod, second in from that left-hand side. So if you're banned from chat, you know what the guy looks like.
You're trying to dox him on broadcast? This is crazy.
Oh, he's a legend. Everyone loves Ned.
Well, everyone loves this team as well, right, Gibson? Your favorite team, your favorite squad to talk about, United Kingdom.
Oh, really? You gonna go with that? Look,
Yes.
I'll be honest. I love the guys in that team. I had a few nights out when Michael got me lost in a Korean alleyway, which was great fun.
Yeah.
But I'm a big. You know what? Let's see them do well. They do have a star on their jersey for a reason, right?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And in fact, as soon as they came the year after, they actually did very well. Just
Here we go! About bloody time! Whoop, whoop.
crazy. Since then, though, Mark, it's not gone as well. It's fair to say.
No, it hasn't gone well for the UK since then.
Too long. I think this might be the year that we have to give it up. Maybe one more year, but we have to give up. But it is the dream team back. They didn't perform well on day #1 of survival. They came back day #2. They've had a good start here, but they've struggled to keep bodies up. So they're going down to 3, if not down to a 2 quite early. So have to be careful. They need to work on that survivability.
Yeah, for sure. One team that really doesn't need to work on the survivability, though, of course, is Ukraine, who looks insane in survival, has started themselves off with a win. Admittedly, the second game didn't quite go their way, but I see a countdown timer. It is
Wait! It is time to Tego!
okay, second time's a charm here, Matrim. What do you think?
Let's go, Tego. Come on, give it to us. I know we all want it. Game number 3. Looks like everything is taken off. Let's get this action going. Woolsong off on the rip for plane path, leaning up around.
Can we be finished by #4? That is the question.
Oh, once again, let's stretch. Let's get ready to
Then I can have an hour break between coming on, off, and coming back on.
Not too dissimilar a playing path to what we saw in the prior one, right, before the remake. That said, though, Yongchong could quite easily be hot again here.
Yongchong!
To be very careful about that, going up against Finland
Oh.
if they want to go this way again. And I think Finland, having taken that first scalp in what was the initial game of Dago, might give them some confidence about the push.
I do love the fact that Finland is trying to be aggressive in drop and try to take some control. They know that they've got their work cut out ahead of them. Cowboy going to be the guy that's running right into the mix of Finland as the drop is going to come out.
Oh, they're continuing the same drop. Fair enough.
US maybe bully them out. No, Finland's making a commitment. They're sticking to it.
Yes, they are. Let's see what US can do. I think technically speaking, right, when you look at these two squads, you'd expect USA to actually win out on a hot drop against Finland here, considering the pedigree of the players that are on that side. However, let's see if Finland's able to win things out. They drop very close to one another, a little bit separated is USA, realizing that they weren't being super aggressive on those parachutes. That means USA might be able to get a bit more loot on board before the fight actually breaks out.
Yeah, but it also put USA behind in pacing. They went to right on the edge to kind of go for this. Circle does pop, and it's going to be on the island up into the north. A couple of shots now come out from Finland. It's going to be Asada yet again.
50 damage done. Not bad at all there with the iron sights on that AK. So let's see if the USA can reinforce and get things going. One thing that's great, though, about this hot drop is that technically speaking, normally you would have a hot drop. Okay, smokes and straight away to the rest of the team. Try and cross that road. That's really well done there by USA. Normally you would have it happen and then they'd be delayed and then they would have a hard time getting to the next circle. The circle's right on their doorstep here, Matrim, so they can play this out for a while.
Yeah, and that was a lot of smokes expended early. That was a very quick looting of smokes just to try to get in there. Finland does have a little sneaky play that they can bring out by Skav kind of rotating over and getting into a more directional with it. But Kickstart also doing a flank move. He looks like he's still pretty much committed in, as Kurt is going to be the guy that's getting most of the focus from Finland.
Yeah, with the potential flank around. I say that the benefit of this is that it's right on the doorstep of the circle, but there is a world where oftentimes you get third-party problems occurring if it drags on too long, right? Like a team will move ahead of you in the circle and just wait for the eventual outcome of that fight and come and clean up what's going on. So definitely don't want to be taking casualties.
He's going to have some friends. He knows it, though. I think he heard everything going on over here. This is just him and Sololzi, as Sololzi's very committed into the loot. Oh, nope. He's got an idea on where they're positioned up at, and it's going to be more of a flank around, maybe coming up from Vietnam, as poor old T-Bone might find way more problems the longer this goes on.
Panzer for these kinds of eventualities, though, always a very good tool to have. You can maybe get yourself out of dodge with it, and he realizes as well that there's danger afoot for him, so he's reloading up, getting it good to go. You'd have expected Sololzi from his peak to maybe have seen that Panzer reload as he transitioned between those buildings, but it's a little bit off kilter. Does see him a bit, goes for the spray. That's really good shot, Sololzi. Great stuff with the K2.
Oh, and Great Britain started to make a commitment in. Vard's going to get some vision, does get a counter knock onto Sololzi. But Hymas has already managed to drop off onto point. Feck's going more aggressive.
I will just get him in and get
a
them.
much more committed fight than I think that maybe Vietnam was expecting.
It's been a rough start for Vietnam. 11 points on the board. It's not too bad, but at the same time, losing people here early would be extremely detrimental. Nades being charged up. Can we dislodge some of this Great Britain position? As that is a brilliant nade there. Confirming T-Bone. Now they want to get in there to save Sololzi.
Delwyn's on the outside of this for Vietnam. Doesn't look like he's quite spotted out everything going on with Great Britain and gotten into a position for it. Instead, he's going to go for more of a counterflank into the north. Vard's going to parallel that. That makes it much more contained into the compound itself. Great Britain realizing that they really don't need to get anything else out of this. Now that T-Bone is gone, they're just going to go ahead and cut north, try to parallel along, but I don't think that Delwyn can contain them, so that could be the end of the fight.
And as an update, America and Finland both completely disengaged from Yongchong.
That's discretion, the better part of valor there, as it looks like we are going to have neutral come up back behind them. Germany doing some looting over into Shipyard right now. Our tail end teams making their way into the circle are going to be Brazil, Argentina, Thailand, as well as Ukraine.
Okay, MG3, like that for Philippines. I was really impressed at the firepower that they exhibited in the survival stage. So getting the bullet hose, the MG3 on board. Honestly, I'd put it on air personally. And even though Alex has had some moments. But you know what? If it works, it works. It's on your team.
Oh, Delwyn ventures a bit too close over next to UK, but looks like that's going to be about all you get. Remember that this is going to be inside the circle. So a little bit of kind of bounce back between on positioning, as I feel like UK is just trying to figure out exactly where they want to set up in defense, and Vietnam is being pretty bold in how they're scouting around this. The rest of the players playing very far down to the south, so is this just Delwyn seeing what he can get, or just trying to make sure he can track where the movement's coming?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure about it. I think that maybe it's just to get out a dodge angle now and see where they can actually move. Because the thing is as well, coming in on the west side of a circle like this, it's not actually the most amazing way to make it work. Obviously, this northwest island is dominated by that mountainside, and a lot of teams can coexist in there, but coming in from the west side, unless you get constant west shifts, yeah, I'd much rather be in the mountains than in these west positions.
Yeah, you nailed it. The south is so much more open until you get up around Woolsong and where those mountains are at. I really do like the fact that Great Britain is still also trying to make a commitment along the road, so that way they can keep some control over any rotations, because a lot of teams will try to avoid the hillsides, expecting a couple of players to kind of be hunkered down into point. You have Germany that's kind of wrapping in over into the northeast. They could maybe bump into neutral depending on how aggressive they want to get in, and given the fact that they do have Turkey that's coming up back behind Germany right now, might not have too many options on when they get a stop.
Oh, very tired. This was only supposed to be a 4-hour stream. It's now 4.5, and we've got another hour and a half to 2 hours to go.
I think that they understand that, yeah, if any bridge is going to be
But that is life.
to be that one, just make sure that you're safe and sound. And
Germany rock bottom.
from Thailand, especially made in Thailand, during those PGSs, they were, yes, they did get some decent circles, but they were able to play edge so well as well. And you can only imagine Scappy's really taken the reins alongside Kiss here to be able to make this work.
All they need to do is just get into a point where they can start to become turrets, and that squad will be terrifying. So they're coming into this one a bit late. It feels like everybody else is rotating a bit faster than Thailand, and so that always makes them the odd team out coming in and expecting just to be able to shoot down everybody, but it's so much harder when there's 2 to 3 teams on a defensive angle.
Yeah, and there is a few still defending here. Pains, who was one of the first casualties in Artego before we had the remake, is on board now, so can take some shots at some of these teams. Turkey just driving on by, so no casualties on their side either. The thing is that for Germany, this is, you know, kind of home turf, especially for Ascend, for It's Chris, and Pains, who was previously on Ascend a time ago as well. So they know how they should be playing out these areas in the army base, as well as into those mountains. So maybe Germany can make something happen in this game, because the last 2 were not kind to them.
Well, they don't have anybody coming up tail end behind them right now, so it's really just about trying to see if they can brute force their way along neutral or Turkey, or just navigate those dips that you're talking about, because Army Base has so many opportunities for rotations. As long as you can try to, you don't even really need a vehicle. You can, yeah, it'd be nice, but given the circle, you want to just try to make sure that you maintain them. A lot of people already in cars expecting this to go weird.
Not the mountain.
It just goes a bit more centered up, so now Thailand's going to start making a bit more of a move, while Brazil is going to be coming in back behind it all. The firm collapse down into the southeast and into the northeast, though, is where the potential for a little bit of drama could be.
I'm interested how China's going to play this out, because a few of their players are in cars, and I think Lil Ghost is going to take the emergency pickup that he has set up. So maybe he can be eyes in the sky, allowing the information forwards, but Levante goes down to Scab straight away on this north side, as Neutral does have a BRDM in play, but I don't think they're going to get Levante up. Maybe they can get in there, get the blue chip and out, but it's going to be difficult to get this save off. They're still mulling around. They're still waiting around here.
I mean, Levante can pump up some big numbers. The problem is, Batulins is so far away from it, he's going to have to pretty much just reverse his way in. He can get there, but Scout's just going to be coming after it too late. Now Batulins, you made a commitment in. Maybe he wants something that was on top of Levante, or maybe just to secure the blue chip.
Yeah, it looks that way. Not bad at all, especially just having the smoke down to be able to make that happen and then get out there. But the thing is as well, is where are you actually going to res is the question. Do you go all the way back to army base, or do you try for something a bit more central? Because those are also going to be kind of camped at the moment. Here's China. Little Ghost coming in from the emergency pickup that we saw before here. Michael does take him down, but actually stolen away by Schiller.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Exerting themselves on
why?
This is just right on the outskirts of Godot.
Stop taking the kills from us.
The Great Britain was trying to take control of. They've got China on one side of them with those couple of shots. Turkey is also going to be moving into a much more encroaching angle. Korea's on the other side of it as well. You can see USA already in a little bit of trouble off of their rotate. We do also have Philippines bumping into Germany, so a lot of small independent fights that are going to be going on. And we still haven't even gotten Brazil into the circle yet.
No, we have not. They're trying their best on that south side here. Code Marco trying to take down Zhao Wu, but unsuccessful as he switches over to his mini. But the problem with a lot of this hillside is not only, yes, can a lot of teams co-inhabit this area, but also there's so much foliage cover from these trees. So if somebody gets out of range of you, technically they're in line of sight in terms of actual just shots going their way, but you can't quite see them because of all of those leaves.
Oh, rolls right by Philippines, but Alec is going to go down. It's going to be Aries that manages to get him. All right, Germany, this is a lot more active, and they still have this hillside. If they can keep control over this area, this is one of the better points to play from. You got a lot of vision down into the movement that's going to be going on specifically to the south of you. So this is a much more active Germany in these stages, and they needed it. This is 3 points right now, and it has been a hard day for them so far.
Yep, a few shots coming his way, though, as Justice is trying to dig on down and burrow themselves in on the north side of this circle. Yeah, a little bit precarious, though, right? You've got a downed player right next to you whilst you're doing that, as Alec here no doubt will bleed out, and that's an MG3 in the hands of Germany if they want it. And meanwhile, our circle does shift once again, straight to the middle. Turkey going to be laughing, so is Korea as well. You can even hear the crowd very happy about Korea getting that circle.
I'm still just continuing to worry about China's position as they're kind of caught in this no man's land between moving into the hills where you have some more safety, but you still have the fields that are just to the south of you where Godot can really just tear into you if you get too close. A couple of squads that are going to have to be making a little bit more of dangerous moves. We still have USA on the outside of the circle with Argentina just to the south of them. Brazil's making the commitment into Godot. Then over into the northwest, we still have Wolsong, where that is where
Wolsong
will go for their reses. And This is see if they can get it off and get away, as it is going to be Vietnam on the hunt for them.
A bit concerned because there's emergency pickups that are kind of like planned here by some teams, but it's getting to the point where it might be too late to make it happen. Oh, unless you're going to take some casualties in midair. So we'll see if anything kind of works out while this is going on, as Neutral really does have themselves an opportunity to get the player back up. It looks like that res is going down. Nice. 30, the oldest player. I feel like that's always the case.
It will stay that way. Kurt is immortal. He will always be killing.
Unless, of course, this was PGS where Akuma did fill in, and because Tian Tian wasn't there for 17 Gaming, in which case he was absolutely the oldest player, because I think he's like 40-some.
Eyes onto the circle, as we're starting to lose a lot of that mountainside. Sure, we still have that road area coming from Godok into Wolsong. That's got some high points to play for. But the more ravine section that a lot of these teams were hoping that they would be able to play from, starting to get cut out. And now moving into the much more wide open valleys that you can hold down and you can defend, but you just feel are much more vulnerable due to the verticality coming into effect. You can see right in front of us here, as it is Neutral trying to find a path in, where they've got Vietnam on one side, Finland on the other. And this is all just due to trying to go for that res on Levante.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, and you'd hope that in some of these boots as well, they've got some gear for Levante if they can get him down and to him as well. As now Delwyn's going to spot a doozy, but no, not going to take him out at all. Delwyn down and gone. I wonder if they do have a porter available to them. Here comes Vietnam once again, though. Tanvu on his left-hand side. That's a perfect pre-nade almost on that corner, as Tanvu does bounce back against it. Doozy's been chomping at the bit to become a fragger.
Yeah, I mean, that's a much better nade coming out from a Doozy than what we saw in the qualifying rounds, to say the least. They very well timed. Rest of Vietnam now coming into support, and that's going to make it even harder for a Doozy. He's got to try to get out of this point. It did open up enough movement, though, from Vietnam to allow Neutral to find a way to get into the circle. Killer nade comes out from Tanvu, and a Doozy's down.
Very nicely cooked there by Tanvu to get rid of a doozy. He really, whilst also retreating, kept eyes on him. It links into the BRDM. That'll rip it apart very quickly. So also he realizes and has to get out of it because it destroyed it. Not too often we get to see it there, but that links decimated the BRDM.
Oh, get ready. We've got another center up circle, so that means this firefight's got to continue. You got to go for what you can get. Neutral, how are you going to want to play around it? Remember, Tanvu is still looming in the distance back behind all, as Levante does make landfall, but Finland gets vision on it, wants to go for the shots. It is going to be Tanvu that finally flushes it out, but Sparking finding something on the other side of all of this, and he's going after Denmark.
Levante instantly down to Scav in the distance, being able to shoot at him as well there. Not bad by Finland to be able to clean that up whilst they're taking that fight against Vietnam. Brazil and Argentina very close by, as Brazil is doing a lot of work here against Denmark, trying to get them done, get them out of here. Because the thing is that this is on the edge of the circle as well. These teams are going to start having to move from Godok, as you were mentioning, and
welcome in, how are you?
On what could be a little bit further into
No,
the
we'll sit
circle.
going.
Technically, you can play the fields north of it. It's not too bad, but you can't have teams behind you when you're playing those fields.
Yeah, and with the stack that we've got going on right now, Argentina chomping at the bit. Actually, already has a player trying to gatekeep out any movement from Brazil or Denmark on the other side of it. So it's just kind of become a pressure cooker over here, as there's not too many other options to play from. Even having Thailand starting to get some vision on what could be going on. Brazil's realized that they put themselves in a pretty precarious position, has to pick which side do they want to go for. Argentina, the closer range threat, or Denmark, the one that's going to be in front of them on their path to the circle.
Still more nades into a very confined area that aren't quite catching what they need to. As Biel still waiting here for Argentina to make a move. He sees the back of the guns, so doesn't want to strike just yet. And there we go. Good stuff by Biel. Biding his time, waiting for that perfect opportunity as he does peek on out there. And that now tips off Argentina to the fact that this is a vulnerable angle. So they kind of reinforce that spot, trying to find themselves. Oh, your toesies, you got to cover yourself, mate.
You can even see that Denmark's trying to get a bit more aggressive on the other side of Brazil, but Brazil's doing a good job of just bouncing between the different targets, reading it all. Argentina can't find an easy pass into what's going to be going on and the circle. Biel just doing a great job on defense. That is opening up slow and steady movements from
Slow and steady
inside the circle, and the other one kind of keeping an eye on what's going to be going on. While this is happening, there is another fight that's starting to brew up to the north. That's going to be Vietnam as well as Indonesia, with Ukraine and maybe Finland all stacked up on top of each other. It looks like Ukraine is now ready to go. 3 kills and tons more in front of them.
Yeah, okay, they've been unleashed once again, and not too much surprise at all that they've come in at a perfect time to be able to third party what could be a lot of kills going their way. They just need to find openings. That potentially is one though, but it is a lot of damage coming from the other side as well as Pain.
What is going on?
Tons of damage to them, and at the same time now Boostic does unleash here against its Chris.
I must kick it
So
off.
many teams up here.
I mean, you gotta give it to Imas. He's trying his hardest to stay alive, just juking through it all, but Ukraine is on a tear. Fair is playing very far back. Could be bumping into Batulins in just one moment. Germany, the new task in front of Ukraine is it looks like they have goals, and that goal is to kill everybody that's going to be around.
Michael.
Philippines still has a solo up pretty close
Milka.
as well.
Who's Milka?
Ukraine, how do you want to
Michael.
go for this? Are you going to focus in on Germany, or are you just going to go for the circle first? Given the way they play, I feel like Germany is on the table.
Yeah, sweep around to clear it up is very much the MO of Ukraine at the moment. Scappy goes around the corner here to be able to clean up the rest of Denmark, and that's them gone. As it looks like Thailand now, third place, 22 points, 4 kills on the board here for this game. China prime in those mortars. Okay, what are we going to be firing at? Is it the entirety of Turkey? Oh, does take down Code Marco here with yet another mortar shot. Can we get a little bit more? You've got to be careful, Turkey. You're on the receiving end of too many mortars in these tournaments.
Germany makes a run for a shack. The United States going to spot that out. Philippines has a player back behind it. Germany has to be careful because they have Medbay, going to be very close to him. Ukraine just on the hunt for the solo, and CJ going to be right on top of him. Turkey has to counter move. Shilla's gone down, and that's going to open up a big door for movement for Ukraine, and they've got a read on it.
I gotta be a little
You
bit
gotta read on it.
divide this whole game. They were dead center of this circle across a very wide 1-1-1-1 split across the 4 players. So it's not worked out though, right? They've just been divided and conquered very, very quickly, and they're really bearing the brunt of that now as the Philippines here just take down Akatori. CJ, not bad, but Ferris will reply in kind with the M249. Kickstart with a double against Germany though, as the Americas has been able to carve out a nice spot here with another nade going.
Yeah, this Tango going a lot better than the last one. Payne's on a lot of pain right now as he's almost dead, narrowly staying alive. Got to keep an eye. This is a pretty contained firefight. It's going to be on the upper sections of the hillside, so everybody else is going to be playing in the lower section. Maybe Turkey could get involved. Korea as well. Korea keeps hearing the firefight and the shots coming out from USA. Not opting into the third party yet. Ukraine has enough time to go for the reses and plenty of space in front of them, but they are going to be moving into a little bit more of a valley where maybe Great Britain, Turkey, or China could get some vision on them.
Still Philippines, one solo does exist. Frimsy doesn't realize he has the Grozer in hand. Goes for the seat swap. Is he going to be in?
Fuck, that was beautiful.
I
Beautiful.
will say, I think Shrimsy might have just turned around on that from that. A fantastic seat swap to save himself. Good stuff by USA.
That's the moment. Those little things like that are why we talk so much about Shrimsy and how consistent he is. The instant reaction to keep himself alive and just staying fluid. Sure, he had to get covered on it, but that means the fact that everybody else didn't have to commit time into res. More controlled territory for USA as Korea is getting closer, and Ukraine on the move. They're going to be moving down to the south. That's going to be Thailand territory as well as Great Britain.
Oh, you said Great Britain. I'm woken up. I've woken up. All right, okay. To be fair, they've only got 7 points so far. Oh, no, wait, no. Leave him alone. I will feel for Batulins, though, because I think his head's next on the chopping block. Although that said, I have seen Batulins survive in those bushes for a long time in the past.
That's what I was going to say. Batulins is like a full infiltrator right now. He knows how to do this. He's become a specialist at staying alive, being the last one up and trying to find some points. He knows all the bushes and all the little hidey holes as Thailand does get vision on what's going on with Ukraine.
It doesn't. It works on Tego and Rondo. These bushes are just thicker than on Erangel and Miramar, which
those are
really
70s
not many
bushes.
That is a lot of squiggles from where these teams have been able to move so far here, as China and Turkey just technically still find themselves in the middle of this. I don't. It doesn't bode well for both of those teams though in the center. I think an edge team is going to win this out as long as they're able to carve their own spot and come in at least.
I mean, it's China and Turkey that have already just taken a little bit of casualties, so I kind of agree. It's pretty dangerous points to be playing from, but respect China. They had to just kind of send it to get into a point, and they've done a good job on surviving where it was a pretty hard position to play from, specifically when you've got Thailand that's going to be playing just to the south. Thailand has moved more south on this one, so that's going to open up more movement for Ukraine. To the north, USA has to figure out, do they go after Germany? And the moment they do, it looks like Korea's positioned to pounce as they've got 2 players right up next to him, and Kurt's got to try to hold him back.
Yeah, this has been a very DN Supers game from Korea, which has just been full space control. and it might actually work out. Seongjanг, of course, coming into the roster as well from GK, did very well over in PWS in a similar vein, but now Ukraine pushing on the Great Britain at the moment. Here, Nade was initially charged, but then actually switches over straight to the gun, realizing the aggression's coming. Diffex has been taken down, though, by Michael, but he does take down Fex, 1-for-1 at the moment. Hackstory and Ferris looking to clean the rest up.
Ferris with near on no life, just committing in, doesn't care, knows the fact that they need to get this knock and they need to get control over.
Go away.
Take down
Who won Ukraine?
but Ferris the last one up with just a smidgen of life.
Yeah, Kiss is looking for the kind of nail in the coffin here for Ukraine. As always, you cannot let this guy go by, even if there's just a little bit, but that's perfect. Whoa! Whoa! Wait a minute! The perfect timing to deny the line of sight on that nade. I cannot believe what I just saw.
Korea realized what was going on, where Ukraine was going to be playing from. Looks like they made a move down to the south. They were trying to get involved. Ukraine is finally going to be eliminated. That puts Thailand lined up against Korea. USA having more movement up in the north, hunting after remnants of Germany. Going to go for a nade. Bit too far out is Justice. Going to be able to get a lot of vision on what's going on with USA, but can't even really get much of a play out of it. He just has to retreat.
Trying their best, Germany on the north side. Gosh, they are definitely glad that there was a remake. I'll say that much for sure. They look a little bit more revitalized compared to what we saw in the previous, as now they've dug themselves in. Gosh, where are the? I'll take a screenshot. Show me where the Germany players are. You just couldn't see them. They're all burrowed in.
Everybody's digging right now. Respect also to Sparking, who managed to survive as a solo so long outside of the circle. So he finally goes down, buys a little bit of placement points.
Who's going to win this, do we think? Korea?
You know where China's at. Kiss is playing that side angle, feeding it over, and it looks like where we've got crates galore up into the northwest.
Thailand can find some space, maybe, but I don't know.
I like the west approach. I think that, you know, you look at Ukraine as well, they were gunning for this west approach on a circle like this, and you know, when you've got these like high level teams all gunning for the same entry point, you know that it could work out quite considerably as long as they're able to win those edge fights. Now USA is trying their best. As I said, right, I've now passed them the screenshot. Find the German players, and well, they do find one, but it's actually Turkey that finds him with that blue zone nade. So getting that confirmed.
USA has got to be trying to figure out what's going on with Turkey. They know that they're trying to go after Germany, and it's caused a little bit of problems just due to how entrenched Turkey's playing. Germany also doing a lot of entrenchment, whereas USA is playing the high ground. It's going to be its own problem. They've just got to start rushing down. Pains pops up, Ares as well. USA just walks into a kill box.
Kim, what a horrible meta that is.
For this game as well, so not bad there at all. By Germany.
Jack in the boxes using third person.
There's no more util on Metabase side, and he's
What a way to ruin PUBG competitive.
Try and make something work here against them. Still, Ares looking for an opportunity. Likes to flicker on around here, but he is taken down by Schiller. Also, Kiss is still looking at this from the other side of the circle.
Schiller trying to make something happen, and it is going to be a two-front war.
Oh, look at Bones.
Thailand on the other. That is going to be
Thailand top 3, top 4 though. In this game again.
in the face of Turkey.
Who wins it though? Korea maybe? Or will it be Thailand?
Yeah, and the crowd knows it as well. They've unleashed at just the right time here. They were biding their time on the east side of the circle, but this is an opportunity for South Korea to just have a free win, honestly.
There you go.
Everybody is mullering each other. Turkey down, China down. Now Thailand on the opposite side of this circle. But of all teams you have to go up against South Korea, even though they're 3, it's difficult. Scappy with a good spray.
I mean, it's circle control right now for Korea. They even have a great rock croppings that they can play along.
Well, I got a lot of the info now.
Fight your way through it. In Thailand, we were talking about it. If they can just get into these later stages, this is where they will thrive the most. They're going to have to fight their way in, and it is going to be hard. Over onto the eastern side.
So Korea will go, might go top by a point. They win this. 3 + 4 is 7. Well, I might be drawing on points actually.
Korea is able to get a victory in game number 3 of the day. Still though, you're going up against huge names on the other side here. The Made in Thailand boys alongside Tigger here from Full Sense. Try and do something. A lot of smokes going down. How much util has Thailand saved? Kiss has a few nades in hand. More smokes in hand as well. Gotta be very careful about the usage here. Oh, Panzerfaust on the side of Korea. And a BRDM.
That was great toss on the nades to force him off the rock. That's going to buy more space in the circle to play from. Guman already counter reads that, moves back in.
That could be good.
Wants to play on a closer angle. Nades go a little bit too far. Scappy just barely survives.
Come on, Scappy.
So close.
I bet that's probably cooked well.
Can they get rid of him? Yes, they can. That's 2 down. I'm sorry, Kiss. You might be able to make magic in the past happen, but a 4 against you here for South Korea. I think the home crowd's going to be very happy charging up one of these nades here.
You've killed yourself. Oh, you killed the knights.
Himself knowing that South Korea is a threat, and they take a win in game number 3 on Tago. Let's get Gibson and Mark back in to talk about this one, because Mark, South Korea really did play that patiently on the east side.
Yes, they had the zone went back their way. Obviously, they came from the town. They played patient from that kind of early to mid game anyway. They took the fights they needed to.
Korea! Well done on that little win.
That might be dangerous for this team.
I think it's a draw on points. I think. I'm not sure.
Jeremy Clarkson's smug face on right now because that was my fantasy team beating Mark's fantasy team in that fight at the end game. So nice to see. But honestly, a few teams at the wrong side of the leaderboard, like Germany making some big moves, Turkey, better performance from them. That long break looks like some of the players were ready coming back from it.
Yeah, definitely. The boys here able to fly their flag high on home soil. Good for them. Good for them to get things rolling. Of course, as all of these players fighting against maybe some fatigue here to get day number 1 rolling, but we call it as it is, right? Like,
Well, they're going to the next game pretty quick because it's ragging.
those highlights and see how it all went down, because some of these teams did come back alive.
Okay, it's so hot in here tonight.
Finland and Germany going head to head. Germany, this is a very important game for them because they looked in a bad spot in the first 2.
Well, even their approach onto the circle just felt so hazardous, but they managed to fight their way through, survive long enough into it. Thailand, also a squad we had a lot higher of expectations for, finding some work inside of it. Ukraine going down early, mostly due to CJ kind of doing weird stuff, stalling out things. A lot of very odd little firefights going on, but I do have to comment. This is a South Korean squad that's playing more for meta and movement than big flashy names. This is exactly the type of game and approach that they wanted. And this might have been something to kind of help them get their feet under how they are wanting to play and navigate the rest of these games.
Mark?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. It was controlled. It felt controlled from them. The only thing I'd take away was that Ukraine, they ended up night at 9 kills. Insane. Like, if you want to stop them climbing the leaderboard, if you want to give that level
I'm back in a minute.
and play, you've got to deny these guys getting kills, because they might not be getting a win here, but they're bagging huge amounts of points.
Yeah, I mean, it was a kind of almost a slow bleed out in moments there for Ukraine on that west side, right? You know, you lose one, and then eventually you're going to have to go up against a few teams third-partying you, Thailand being the one to be able to put the nail in the coffin there towards the end, Gibson. There won't always be the all-stars to be able to take out Ukraine, right? So everybody's got to step up.
Look, I think there was a bit of an alliance, as you said, 4 or 5 teams it took to take them down in the end, and even at that, it wasn't easy. So they're still looking really strong going into the weekend, but the big glow-up has to be Korea, right? They started off really slow. They got the win at the end. Thailand, funny enough, I said I expected them to be hyper-aggressive, but they've been playing really slow. It's like they've been in every single Final Four. They've not been putting up huge kill numbers. It's kind of very different than what I expected for them, but it's going well. Like, you can't argue with it when they're in the top 2 going into map 4 today.
It does still feel like, aside from, you know, like some delays here and there, these teams are still kind of finding their footing about how they want to approach this lobby in particular, Matrim, because, you know, you're watching, some very cautious movement, and also, honestly, some just crashes into one another out of nowhere. We're watching as, like, the kill feed lights up in Circle 5, and there's no way the observers can catch it all, because it's just going balls to the wall.
Well, a big part of PUBG is understanding how the teams move next to you, you know, kind of what the meta, you know, like everybody knows how Twisted moves. You kind of have an idea on how anyone's legend's going to move. But whenever you break all of those players apart, kind of mix them in, you don't know what flavor of each team you're going to get, right? Whenever you look at USA, is it going to be more of the Liquid side, or is it going to be more of the Falcon side? Or it could just change gears in the middle of a match. This leads to everybody having a little bit of hesitation until they get an idea on how each team wants to play, and then specifically on how each team's going to move, because that's the factor that is throwing everybody off.
It's not the biggest win for Korea, is 16 points, but they find themselves in joint first place with 3 teams effectively. So that is Korea, Thailand, and Brazil at 31 points apiece. Of course, technically placement was the tiebreaker, etc. And then technically it's the last game's performance, so technically they're in number 1. But you get my meaning with just 3 games down. As Ukraine 29 points here after that. I will say, Turkey once again here, Mark, right? Like, find themselves a central spot. Do you also agree, as we take a look at the man of the match, which will be Schiller, do you think that they were separated for too long, or is it just hard terrain to play? What do you think?
It's hard for them to get back, but they are separated, but they're confident to play separated as well. So they're causing, as I said in the pre-show, Phil Bongo, that actually they can be a bit of a disruptor. The dark horses, I think they were announced in on. And I think we're seeing that. We saw it on the last map. They're causing problems for teams, and they weren't going though. On that third party, they're always in this sort of off angle that someone wasn't ready, and they're consistently being there. I like what we're seeing from them. As I said, I struggle with them when I was looking at my fantasy. Do I keep them in? They've done well. Do I not? Are they going to be able to hold their own in this level of lobby? Well, I think after 3 matches, you can argue to say Turkey's here to stay.
Yeah, they're doing all right. They're doing all right. I had similar conflict within me when I was looking through it, right? Because, yes, an amazing day number 1 on the survival stage. Day 2 was a bit wishy-washy, not like what I would really like to see as a follow-up for that day number 1. But anyway,
but for the
we
price,
look across.
The price, they're so good for their price. That was the thing that got me. They were so cheap, I was like, nah, I've got to get them for this.
Yeah, but do you know who else was good for the price that was kind of similar? Brazil, right? Like, you could,
I got them both.
There was a, yeah, well, okay, fair play then. All right, I'll shut up.
There's a reason that my roster might have had an extra $180,000 sitting around. It just felt like the right way to go.
Yeah, that was an amazing smackdown. Thank you very much, Matcher. It was like, sit down, Kalari. Slam, bang.
Go back to talking about the United Kingdom.
Yeah, who's on my fantasy roster, and maybe they're not doing so well, Gibson. Yeah.
Oh, well, look, I was doing okay. It's just Germany's letting me down. I've got, obviously, Ukraine, because everybody does. Like, I don't sound like a big brain saying that. But I went for Brazil, too, and it came down to looking back historically. Like, them and Argentina, I think, combined have the most wins in PNC as we look at a chicken that these teams, of course, are hoping to get. That really threw me off, by the way. That chicken stream, but I'm impressed. Even Brazil, right? They won that fight with Argentina, and Sparking managed. I know that you're in a bad spot, but he got it.
To the positioning, or do you think these teams will start to learn the changes of the map and the zone shifts and how fast these early games have been? Can they thrive in the chaos, or are they going to fade away?
Thanks for asking me a question. I like that. That's fun. No, I don't believe so. Even though, of course, I do empathize with EMEA as a whole. I'm just still not fully convinced by consistency from Turkey yet, right? Like, and that comes from like the PGS performances and even regionally as well. They've clearly been able to gel very nicely so far here at PNC. But I think as the days go on, I think some of these insane rosters will eventually coagulate and push a team like this down. Do you agree here, Gibson? No?
I don't know. It's PNC's just different though, right? Like, you look at when UK got a first and a second back-to-back years, the players weren't necessarily dominating the global stage at that time. And you know, even last year, there's people disappointed maybe with how some of the performances from the players outside of PNC from Vietnam were. So I'm not quite sure. Like, I shared my concerns about Turkey with you, but even if you look at it, they're still having good days. It's not as if day 1 they were way up here and day 2 they were there. Their day 2 was still pretty high as far as the floor is concerned.
Yeah.
So it's not bad. It's not been bad for them at all. And I think they could be on a lot more people's fantasy teams tomorrow.
I like it. I like it. I want disagreement with each other on these desks. All right. So more of that, please, boys. All right. What we're going to do is we're going to go to a short break and take a look in with Neutral, who's going to play some charades, I imagine, with Bella.
We're still waiting. Oh, not another break. What is going on, honestly?
Hello everyone, welcome to a sit-down game time with Bella, and today is Team Neutral. Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Today, we will be playing a game of charades. So you have to pick one teammate to be the charader. Who do you want to pick?
A doozy.
A doozy?
A doozy.
Are you good?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, currently, the one
We've
with
got
the
massive
most
thunder and lightning storm in a minute, so I do apologise if the internet temporarily disconnects. There's nothing we can do about that.
No.
No. Okay, let's find out. 3, 2, 1.
Духи. Парфюм. Water. Beer.
Oh, Batu's killing it.
Ковбой. Skip.
Skip? Okay. They keep challenging you.
Chicken. Pizza. Sausage.
Okay. You kind of look like one.
Dancer. Rapper. Singer.
Skip.
Skip.
Surfer.
I think that's a pretty good description. Oh, let's see how many you got correct. I think you actually did pretty good. These are good. You're good at this.
Please.
6. Oh no, it's because we skipped a couple.
I skipped both, like two.
Aw. Well, you now hold the second place. So, all right. Well, thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. Bye.
안녕하세요.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to a sit-down business talk time with Bella and Team Norway. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
What makes your country, your team, strong at this year's PNC?
I think we had a lot of good preparations. That's what makes us really ready for this tournament.
Can you elaborate on that, James? What kind of prep work did you guys do?
We went over our flight tickets, made sure that we went to the right country.
Hey, finally, here we go. Game 4.
Number 4, it will be Rondo on the way. Gibson and Mark, take it away.
Thanks, James, for that insightful as we get into this map. Mark, we are ready to go to Rondo to really get towards that second half of day number 1 here at PNC.
We're all going to get rowdy in Rondo.
Things are looking pretty good at the minute for the way things are going.
They are. I've been missing. I want to see the end of that VT production. Anyway, we're paused that for a
knocked
moment.
out, so we had to cut it.
Yeah. Plane set sail. Here we go. It is going to be obviously our map number 4 for day number 1, and we are coming in from the southeast out towards the west central, very much on the south side of this flight path though. And these teams, there actually might be a couple of clashes.
Yeah, there might just be, and I think one that we're really interested to see is what happens in and around Test Track. Remember yesterday we had, or sorry, 2 days ago, we had that fight where Neutral were under pressure. You saw pressure coming in from Denmark, so curious to see what actually happens over by Test Track. But for the moment, let's look at Korea. They won the last map, Mark. They did a great job. I think the numbers just told for them in the end, though.
Look, that's a confidence boost, right? You can get a win like that on home soil, and it did feel controlled. As the guy said, it felt controlled as they sort of worked their way up. As a result, they close out the game, and they close out in style. So the only thing for me, the only takeaway is to try and stop Ukraine getting so many kills. There's his own Gibson. It is late. It is very much on that sort of west side. And Germany, your fantasy pick, is right in the middle.
Yeah, they're not going too well at the minute. But hey, they got a nice wipe against USA in the last map. But the thing for me is, remember, we don't have the land ratio anymore. So this circle could progressively keep going towards the west and get worse and worse and worse as the time progresses. What about China, though?
Better and better. What are you talking about?
Worse for the players. You remember, what's good for the viewers is not always what's good for the players. But
I missed that.
I want to talk about China, right? We saw them on the screen for a second. They were really expensive in fantasy. I think they were like the 3rd or 4th most expensive team. They're not going well. 8 points across 3 maps, Mark, and it doesn't even seem like they've been in many gunfights.
No. But you got to remember who's on that team, right? It's an all-star 17 with Spaceman and 4am on there as well. So, yes, they're not firing on cylinders, but I still think the teams that haven't played the survival stage, they are clearly still not used to the way the zone shifts. And when you get put out on rotation like this, because you haven't descended towards the zone, unfortunately, you do fall.
You know what's really funny to me? we always joke about the fact that Liquid have like zone Teflon, like the zone just does not go anywhere near them. They've decided to go for the Liquid drops here, Team USA, and wouldn't you know, over by Mayram, which I suppose isn't exactly stadium, they're still as far away from the circle as any other team in the lobby.
I think USA are playing well. I know they're chasing circles. Extremely in that last game, the ability to kind of just seat swap and then turn around and get AJ getting number points obviously for the team.
I don't know about that. I don't think they play very well.
That will come to form the more games that we play. And it's that 50-50 split. 50% of the team plays a certain way. 50% obviously play a complete different way. So as they find that synergy, and it's not like these guys are not playing together. Cowboy's obviously entry, but he's an outstanding gunner. He's just not firing all cylinders for me. It won't be long before we see him in the kill feed.
There's a reason why Liquid picked him up, and I think he's a phenomenal player. I think he's kind of the next one up in the Americas, and I think we're yet to see the best of him. And I think that we will see it before the weekend is over, as we just take a look at this barrage of nades that finished out that final map. And look, to be honest, with the Rocks, I don't really think there was any way Thailand could win this one, Mark, from that position.
No. And obviously, Korea had the BRDM, they had the control, and obviously when the zone shifted back on phase 8, they had that circle dot, so it was just a matter of time. So yeah, we've got a chance to have a look back at that game. Yeah, a little bit, again, I don't want to pick on your team, but for Team Germany, that is a home circle for them. Like, they drop on the army base, they know how to play the hills really well. I felt, yes, they picked up some kills, but I would have thought they might have got a little bit later into that game, maybe into the first, second, as we do see them like that sort of style of game.
Well, they've got another opportunity to run it back. Remember, they dropped in Zhaotin, and that's exactly where the circle went. I think the big problem for them is the fact that they wanted to go further west, but the UK have already taken that spot away. And in a circle like this, Mark, playing right on the western periphery of the map is a really good thing to do, because it means you're not going to get flanked. You only really have to focus inwards towards the circle without any real chance of a backfill. So I really like the move that the UK have made.
Yeah, and look, they are very aware that very much from their position out more towards the west is open terrain. So any team that does try to rotate round is going to cause some issues for them. As I look at Kisto, as the 2026 record champion, MVP and champion, as they are the only team so far to go back-to-back on PGS. And then this is why this team excites me. This is why I risked it when it came down to fantasy, because you look at this, and again, like USA, it's a split roster, right? But he's an all-star, Gibson, an absolute all-star.
You risked it by going for Thailand, the team with players who've dominated the international scene this year, so
I'm the only one. Well, you guys
that's a bold strategy. I couldn't afford them. They were too expensive. I went for the most expensive team, but I just think it was a risk, you know. So
it's a risk in my back pocket, I can tell you that.
Yeah, but I think for Thailand, they're another one of those regions where it's just so hard to pick the best four, because there's so many talented players in that region, and they could be maybe in trouble right now as Kiss is going to start slowing down. CJ on the other side of the hill, he's a bad idea in mind for Kiss right now.
Why is he slowing down? He's storing the vehicle. Do you know there's someone here? Must have heard the car, maybe? Or no, I suppose he's just waiting for the rest of the team to catch up, and he's waiting. He'll have to wait for too long. CJ comes up and exposes his position. He's now got to try and pop a smoke, because Thailand, they want to try and find the angles of him. He spins around, he gets him as well. Tico will fall.
Oh my god, great shots. I was about to say all you had to do, CJ, was shoot the damn card, but eventually he got it done. DraftKing with a bridge cap. Peepa will get one. Peepa gets a second, and a third's going to Enemy goes down at the hands of Capitan.
Hold on, Argentina.
That is a much better trap set in Argentina, picking up a bunch of points.
Oh, that's horrible for Turkey as well, because that's the final. Sheila's the only one remaining, and he's already gone. He's rotating. They had options. They picked the wrong one. Unfortunately for them, they fall in the hands of Argentina. Back towards Thailand, though. They're trying defensive. They lost the player, but now they're trying. Ayak will come up. There's actually the grenade that puts Melmoth down.
Yeah, and Aya's going to confirm that one out as well. So for Thailand, this is tough. And if you're Philippines, get rid of those blue chips, or at least guard them for a little while, because Thailand will want to try get them back a little while later with the blue zone starting to close, and Alec is just hunting. He wants it, and there might even be a crash course with Finland here.
Well, we know Finland likes to normally take a few fights early. We know Turkey's not going to be able to come back from this one, as the blue chips, as you can see in the bottom right of your corner of your screen, is now going to be descended. So they have to come back, and Turkey only as a solo now. Complete reset for that team.
Yeah, and they're looking at Thailand as well. Just the two players, Scappy and Kiss, they'll need to work together as Sololzi is going to drive directly in towards Sparking. Sparking hits a headshot, but it ain't enough to get the job done. C-Swap, Sparking's forced into cover. Vietnam might take this fight unless Sparking can get a knock.
Yeah, he gets an opening. He doesn't quite get the opening.
great
He comes
BL.
from the other side. BL, not just one, but gets the second down as well. So they find some early points. Vietnam, BRDM is coming all the way around. Needs to try and isolate him, and he gets the opportunity now to get a med on. You can't knock that car off the road.
They're going to try. Anyway, BL with the M249's thinking, I have enough rounds to cause a problem for this BRDM. So he keeps spraying it down, jumping out as Delwyn. Delwyn wins it, but Kraken had the cover.
Oh my God, talk about Kraken helping out there. There was a world that he got the knock, got back in and disappeared, potentially. Brazil, BRDM is now gone. Gets the opportunity now to get the res on. And now look at this, Germany coming in that bottom side of the screen. They're going to
Oh, go on, Great Britain.
Zone goes west. One more time, Gibson.
Oh my word, it's exactly what I thought it might do. Because the way the zones have gone as Ares gets back inside the Pika bus. And the Indo ain't going to land. Ares down to 1 HP. Sparking's only got 30 rounds left as well here, Mark.
Handbrake! Ares forgot to stop the Pico bus. Sparking. He does get the opportunity, gets the call. Ares goes down. Brazil has the higher ground. For Germany, they did leave the town, but unfortunately for them, they got divided in two. So justice remains in Jiaoting. It's Chris further afield.
Jiaoting?
Even further towards the west.
Yeah, and Chris is going to drive directly in towards the rotate of South Korea as well. So he might be best to just turn tail and rejoin Pains over at the other side of the map as we keep an eye on these rotates that are happening right now. And Argentina, Mark, they've got themselves a nice pocket of space on that southern side.
I don't want to jinx it. This is a UK win. I feel it. I'm going to embed the win. Their positioning has been so critical, and actually this time they've collapsed up. Critical from the other side. They've stayed as a split, and that's caused them to be exposed. Let's see if they can hold on though. But for Indonesia, they're looking to try and climb their hill out in the west, and they just get the tail end of China as they retreat down to the south.
Yeah, Xiaowu just going to move into that compound alongside Spaceman, and they'll be the nightmare neighbours for the Team UK for quite a while now as these two teams hold centre circle compounds. Algin Bots is back in the action now as he'll go look for some loot, and this is the problem with coming in a circle like this. There's not a lot of compounds that he can actually land in to try get some loot, so be a scout for the team. You know, try and stay in the air as long as you can and let your team know what's happening elsewhere.
I think that's all he can play at the moment. Keep going south. He's seen the Argentina cars coming underneath him as well, so you know roughly where they are. Sheila's obviously found somewhere to hide. Well, the rest of these teams now, it's nice to see Finland haven't got involved in an early hot drop fight and engaging as they find themselves now in zone.
Yeah, but they're still going, where are the South American teams? Where can I find a LATAM or America's team that I can go head-to-head with at this point? And look, they're sitting on...
Finland have done so bad.
For them at all, but I suppose if they want any consolation, Mark...
But I knew they'd do bad. I had a funny feeling, and I did say it at the start of the stream. I felt they'd be one of the bottom teams. They don't have the greatest team.
Trying to get in. The rest of these teams are now stacking up on that sort of western line, so we see Denmark now rolling in. Argentina already here. So they're going to come over the hill. They see their cars. That will force them to divert. But for Argentina, it forces them to try and take pressure as they turn their cars round.
We need to finish in the top 8 so we don't have to worry about bloody Survivor Series next year.
Find themselves on is actually not the worst place in the world. The problem they have is just Peepa's or Emmy spots better. A little bit further north in a compound with a few dips around it. Like, you could move up to where Emmy's playing and really play for the late game. And here we go, Mark. How bad is it going to be?
West.
Come on, UK.
Goes north. Holds onto a lot of unplayable terrain still for our team. United Kingdom, they're okay. Korea have to turn back around. Germany do time back up, and neutral find themselves also.
I don't think I've ever seen a zone over in esports.
Korea were about to go head first in towards Germany, but they turn back and they elect to play the edge of the zone for now. Brazil holding the edge, but for Great Britain, for UK and China, it is such a good circle. They've got so much control over everything that's happening. The big issue they might have is there's a lot of teams that might look at that compound to be very envious of it.
Yeah, I agree. But I think China's compound will be exposed first. More teams working their way in. Ukraine, just to keep you guys up to date, they are working their way on the southwest now as they've gone for a long rotation, but they've not had the meds. They've actually lost 2 of their players trying to get in. Still more to come. Sheila, though, doesn't keep his head down as the shots do rain. Doesn't get the knock, doesn't get the opening with a 5-5.
Yeah, Shilla, of course, just been phenomenal over the course of this PNC. His stat lines are insane, and he'll just dip back in, and I think Denmark, they know exactly where he is. They know it's a solo. Shilla's going to toss the nade one direction, take the fight the other.
Nice. Yeah, smokes down, smoke.
But Turkey, they're eliminated, and Denmark they'll be able to take up that little pit for now.
I'm surprised he actually popped out the hole to take the shots. I think he could have stayed hidden. I think Denmark didn't know he was there. Maybe played by, but yeah, potentially. If they went past it, I think they would have spotted up. It's really hard to spot those trenches, especially when you're rotating past in one dome.
Sparking as well with an interesting loadout. He's got the M16, the discount DMR, I used to always call it, as his second weapon in reserve. And the ammo counts for Brazil not looking great either, Mark. Like, they might be relying on kills and crates to get their ammo because they don't have enough for multiple fights right now.
And for Ukraine,
Okay, no, seems to be getting as many kills as I expected them to.
doing this at the same time.
Maybe they'll come alive tomorrow.
Down to a solo, relying on that sort of blue chip to be recalled and come back. So I'll play for the late game, but come back to your point of where do they land if they do get this blue chip back, because there's no more compounds. They've already taken, and most of the zone is open terrain.
It's just zone. Try find a rock or something you can hide behind maybe for some of these teams as Kiss will sit inside the blue. He spots out Himas. He'll run back in. And come on, Kiss. One more shot will do it. He doesn't quite get what he needs. And that'll allow Himas to get the first aid off as the Philippines take the aerial route as they go up onto the hills by Denmark.
They do go on the hills by Denmark. They've got the recall coming down above them as well, so you can get information from a UAV. But Denmark taking their shots first. Gustav Ketzer, they're opening up, and Philippines falling.
Yeah, blue zone need there as well. Hold back the push, but that's just a 2 versus 2 for now. CJ will step inside the smoke, looks down towards the Blanco, but he takes a big spray from Gustav, who's just got Algin bots left to deal with. Now Algin looks like he's got the nade at the ready to throw on down as he smokes off one direction, but here come Argentina.
Yeah, Argentina will sweep by. Finland sweep unpassed as well. They go very much towards that west zone, just down towards the southwest corner. Argentina, aggressive stance, take the high grounds, now trying to...
Yeah, but Finland are coming this way. Ukraine aren't too far away either. It's just chaos as Emmy sprays down towards the Ukrainian player who's just come back in. And Bustik will find the kill on the Tigger. So Thailand getting torn apart now. Pipa going to shoot down the fence. Knows where he is, Mark. One more shot should do it.
Come on, Diffix, are coming behind. Germany's coming involved as well. They need to get points, and that's what they're going to go for now. Bibat is going to be there. Diffix is on the other side of this hill. It has a little bit of a climb to happen. And for Argentina, though, they are applying pressure. Fex does find the final player, though. Belmouth will fall from Thailand. And here we go. Argentina crashed the compound, boosted, kill and confirm.
That's brilliant. And that leaves Diffix now as the last player standing for Ukraine as they go back down to a solo. And the thing is, Argentina should know this. So if I was them, I'd be pushing to try get these kills confirmed as, well, Germany have just all stacked up on this Pika bus with some deployable cover. This is their home for now and possibly forevermore.
Why did they take the third party? I thought they were going to come in and over the hill and send Argentina far away. Not the case. They have put themselves in a bit of a trench. Now they've got to dig down and lock in for this game and pray this zone shifts back to the south.
I remember Tony's using those 7.62 rounds, but I want to highlight again just how little ammo Brazil have after all those earlier fights. So just keep that in mind as the game progresses. USA, 16 minutes later, finally make it in towards the circle, I guess, after that long rotate north. And do you know what, Mark? They've actually got themselves a sneaky good spot.
Yeah. A lot of the other teams obviously have to work in. Neutral now crashing the compound where Team United Kingdom are, so they've got to try and manage this, and this is what worries me. They sometimes get left and they get exposed, they get divided. Free on one side. Unfortunately for Michael, he's been left to his own devices, but he has a Panzer in hand. If he can get an opening knock, he might be able to get a point and trade out.
Yeah, and Michael sprays with the 4X on the M4, but he's not able to really do any damage of note as Brazil start to sneak up onto the hill in this compound as well. So keep an eye on what's happening here. But the first knock, Mark, is a doozy with a nade.
Yeah, it does open things up here. Vard disengage if third party comes in from the west, so they've got to be cautious. Another nade comes over, but it's going to be short for Fex. Here's Levante. Tend to miss too many of them. They are ready. They are waiting because they know time is ticking. South Korea coming on the hill towards their north. Now, Doozy gets that confirmation from Michael.
Yeah, it needs to confirm that one out, making things even harder for Team UK now, as it looks like Neutral have completely usurped them in this compound, forcing the other 3 players to go further south. Now, this is either going to be a big win for China or a big win for Neutral or Team UK based on the shift, and it actually plays out nicely for China and even Germany.
Yep, Germany get it past. It does go towards that south side. UK obviously losing once, there are 3. They tried to hold on to this big compound. It does have an opening. I think the next opening, if you're South Korea, do you go for the crash? And we see the difference here. Team Neutral now looking back towards that north because they know there is a danger that South Korea might take a bit of a stopgap before having to apply into pressure into the compound.
Question for me now, though, is where do the USA go? Because their access points have become really limited. Like, you have the opportunity to crash onto this long compound that China are playing. Everywhere else around the north is just open ground. Like, the only other option that I can see them take, Mark, is if they decide to wrap all the way around the edge and push onto the hill that Finland are playing. But they've got to make a decision at some point on this move.
This is timing. We see Birdie goes in towards the smoke. He has a couple of bits of
look,
jump
they're going
scout
to the
as
hill.
well. And I think they've clocked. There are numbers stacked on this side of the compound. So not as interesting crash. Difficult for them. So they're looking. They're seeing the options now. And you can see that rotation path. That there is to use their hill to stop China getting opening shots into them.
I like that move. I think the hill towards the south, even though it's higher, you know, potential fights, is a better move. But here comes Korea. They're sending it in. That's a great nade. That's going to take down Heaven, as Levante will find that one. And maybe that might be the signal for the other teams here to activate too.
Yeah, it looks like Brazil's looking to try and climb the compound. UK have to try and hold. They're focusing on the other sides here. Strimsy does find amnesia, but that's at a distance. Fex does find the opportunity as well. Grenade will go in hand. As Batulins, though, he's 1 of 2, but he's got his wingman of Lu right next to him.
Yeah, that nade does a bit more damage, but for South Korea, this is not looking good. Gumin will dip into that dip for now, hide behind the Pika bus, but Batulins, he's going to try airburst that nade. It goes up over the high ground. That's a great BZ.
Right, BZ.
That's landed right in the dip.
Yeah, playing more basketball as it comes off the backboard. Yumin has to kind of escape. Blue takes some damage though, as he does run out from Team UK. Batulins, that's a very difficult decision to try and make. Oh my God, how has he got away with that?
I don't know. It's just magic. Maybe it's home bias. Maybe it's plot armor, but he's still alive. UK coming under pressure from Brazil, by the way, on the other side of this fight too, as Lu and Batulins are still the last 2 neutral players standing. Human using the audio sprays over towards Lu and does a little bit of damage, Mark, but not quite enough. And look at the US. They actually pushed towards Brazil.
Yeah, it just opened up for them. They had an opportunity to try and get some more points. They came to the base, but Brazil opened things up, trying to causing them some problems. They try and get the angle. And USA, though, they rolled the dice. It doesn't roll their way. 12th place for them. Good rotation, but doesn't quite execute the way they wanted.
Brazil need to push to get those crates now, as Indonesia's Setsuna has been deleted as well, so Brazil need the ammunition. Human still alive, but it's phase 5 Blue, and he's only got 1 first aid left to work with, so it ain't looking good for Korea. T-Bone, he's actually going to find a knock here, a flush on the Levante, as it's all getting active, and Mark, that shift goes directly towards the Chinese.
Yeah, UK obviously have ride the wave a little bit. It felt a bit chaotic. Obviously, with Brazil unable to claim the compound, I think they have to applaud that Team USA came in at the right time. It now allows them sort of for Team UK to focus back towards the north, try and deny entry for Team Neutral, try and deny entry for South Korea. Gimin obviously trying to take as many steps as he can to get closer towards the edge. But Team Neutral, Gibson, they don't need to move. They just need to wait.
Yeah, just wait and pick up the pieces. But the problem is, the longer they wait, Mark, the more of a problem Team UK be for them. Because UK have a better path to the circle. Batulins will eventually pick up that point. We're still 9 teams up, though, as we enter phase 6.
Becomes a fixation, a focal point now. T-Bone trying to pick up Neutral, though. Gets a little bit of a clip there. At distance, Lu charges forward. M249, though, again taking some damage. T-Bone store holding out, changes the position. Vex, though, not too far away, but they have to be wary at any time. Brazil can come over on the south side.
Yeah, and watch for Hemas as well. He's still alive right on the edge between the Brazilians, and he could cause a huge problem for them. And I think that he's going to wait until we get into the placement point window, right? If he can wait, gets 8th or 7th, that's when he'll activate on Brazil. That's when he'll become the real problem. But UK trying to lock out Neutral now and, you know, really move up from 14th place.
Yep. Tony does find him, does step up. He gets stepped out. So Vietnam are going to fall Ukraine. They survive out towards the placement points now. And now here comes Team Neutral. They've had to make the run round. Lu finds T-Bone. And Vex now has to
Come
try
on.
to Vard's not too far away. Huge nade from him.
Yeah, Fex.
Come on.
The angle on the other side. He
Oh
sprays
my
through, manages to
God.
cross the ground, and he's made it up towards that wall. So it's a 2 versus 2 of standing players. Another smoke and another dip down towards the edges. And Doozy is still trying to stay in the fight, but this is big for both of these teams.
It is big, but they've got the angles. It comes on the other side. Vard does find a doozy. They make the charge from Lou. Vex has to try and get the med back on Vard. Repositions, but he's worried and cautious, though, that they might be trying to get the res back on. So time is ticking. They can't overextend because
No.
and UK falls 7th place.
That's exactly what Brazil have been waiting for. It's more points on the board for them. They're up to 9 kills
Damn
and
Brazil.
42 points. And for neutral, they're going to go for the res. And this isn't a bad thing, because that res might just create another point that Brazil could potentially garner. Sparking will close the gap to the edge. He knows where they are. And Brazil, they might not get the map win, but they're certainly able to farm a couple more points.
Big points at the moment. For the team neutral, they're on 9. For Brazil, they're also on 9. Tony looking for that pre-nade around the outside to see if anyone's kind of lurking there. Good hit for him, but no damage has been done. Sparking does find his way in towards the compound, but with the blue zone pushing, he has to move his way out, and Lou finds himself on the roof, but time again is ticking.
Yeah, that drop's going to give away the audio cue, though, to Sparking, so he knows that he's off the roof, and both players now have the blue at their back, so they'll get into the Blanco, they'll get on the move, but this is bait. He moves up to the next compound. They've still left another player in the open. It's Lou, and Tony spotted him.
Yeah, Tony did spot Lou's peak, though. I think he was trying to find if Sparking was on the inside, but he wasn't. Good bait from neutral, though, as they leave. Looks like Tony has the molly, goes for the flash to start with. He's going to try and stop the exit from Lou. He actually goes a little bit further. Smoke comes down. It's going to try and deny the shots.
Yeah, Brazil are going to have a really small window to catch Lou once he starts winning or starts moving, so he really needs help from Batulins. Like, Lou's life is in the hands of Batulins now, but he doesn't really seem all that interested in peeking towards Brazil just yet. And here's the thing.
The ammo. Oh my God.
Yeah, but Brazil have been low all game long.
Yeah. It's like they're not fighting for the kills. It's like they're fighting to ensure they get more ammo so they can go to the next fight. They can go to the next stage. At the moment, it's not going to be happening. Javu finds Sata. The Finlands are trying to hold on the moment, but the zone has left them. And for China, they can now start to leave. Tony holds the higher ground as they do send reinforcements forward. Brazil need to get in zone, but they can't overstep. Team neutral.
Yeah, that nade's thrown. Lou's trapped inside. Now he's going
No, he's going to get out of there. No,
This could be the
that's
chance to get the
true.
knock, and Tony finds it on the high ground. Batu, he could have stepped in, he could have intervened, but for now, he's still going to hold the compound. A nade from Spaceman wipes out Finland. Batu, surely the next player to fall, and Brazil up to 10 kills.
They're up to 10 kills. They're using the Pico Busters to try and block out and keep Sparking in the fight. Here's Rakan. He's going to be on the hold. Mobile cover though. Sparking steps up. Baturian finds Tony though, but they have to stack up. Baturian is a big cat and he's taking a huge swipe at Brazil.
Yeah, I think he might just try to deny now inside the blue. Shotgun at the ready. Can you ruin Brazil's day? A couple of shots, but I think for Batu, it's done. BL gets the nade and Brazil get another. But here comes China. Sparking! He gets one, but Jiawu trades it back.
They had to turn really quickly in China.
Oh, China destroyed him.
Brazil is a huge 11 points for them on the board plus the placement. And for China, they're down to 2. Payne's the final player for Germany. They've dug the trench, but he has to dig now and find the final 2 players.
He's too far away, though. He's way too far to do any damage, and that will allow China to regroup. 2 versus 2. They're sending it over now to get the res. Come on, Pains. You've got the chance to make something happen, but you ain't gonna. Xiaowu, he gets it.
I'm back in a second.
Spoke about China not turning up. They finally did. James, welcome to PNC China.
Came in with, this is an important one for them. They didn't have that many points, but this compound provided them enough purchase to be able to get themselves on the board here for this one. Matrim, what do you make of it here for China?
I mean, big game for China. Had expectations for them to be far higher on the leaderboard going into this game, but now finally starting to get something together. Get some kills. They managed to hold down the compound, but for me, yeah, respect where it's due. China, you took your win. Brazil took the points, though, man. These guys made it in later stages and were just murdering this whole lobby.
Yeah, very well done, as you say, by Brazil. I mean, again, they're probably still going to be in first place here, all things considered, Mark. And this is, as much as I was like, yeah, okay, they'll be my, in inverted commas, budget pick for the fantasy as a whole. Man, they have surprised me. They're so impressive so far.
You and me both. They were on my budget pick list as well, and it was the gamble that they're good for a good kill. They're good for a win, maybe. But at the moment, it looks like they're trying to take the win from PNC. I like the management we see from them. I did feel this game was about kind of like ammo management, and they had to take fights to try and, I suppose, restock to a degree, but the time they take the fights is critical. Look at UK. They knew that UK were above them. They waited in the kill feed. They saw UK having to take the fight with neutral. Then they apply pressure over the hill. And that's just one example. This whole match was about what time was Brazil going to make the push over.
Brutal for all of these teams to deal with what is an extremely Western circle here, though, Gibson.
It really was brutal, and you saw at some points just the kill feed lighting up like that, but I want to talk about that Brazil played. I think that they realized they weren't going to win that game with China holding the compound on the other side, so they focused on getting what points they could on the edge. The crazy thing is China almost delivered the win that way. Like when China sent the 2 players over to take the fight to Brazil straight after the Batu knock, they could have easily gifted that win to the Brazilians, but China, they got it done, and fair play to Justice. He eked out a second.
Yep. Hey, Germany in general has been showing up really nicely, really strongly. Pains towards the end, yeah.
Yeah, pains.
But I mean, with that being the position that they were in here, I mean, after those first 2 games, I thought, okay, well, Germany's not going to be able to do anything. But these last 2 here, Matchroom, have been fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, Germany kind of came in with very minimal expectations. They did manage to skip over doing all the qualification stuff, and they just jumped straight into the grand final. And they were kind of like, okay, well, like the entirety of the world was like, hey, let's talk about China. Let's talk about South Korea. Germany holding down a 7th place right now is very far above expectations. And if they can keep this up, this is holding down a great position for them overall. I mean, this is a squad that you can't necessarily call a dark horse, but definitely breaking what you were expecting them to be at, which would be a little bit more towards the bottom of the leaderboard.
Especially in a very trying day, right? That is going to be difficult here, Mark.
Yeah, look, I don't know if you want to add really to Germany. I think they've come in here. I think we look at last year's Germany roster, and you'd argue that maybe he's a little bit stronger because of the synergy. Then we look at this roster, obviously, and with Justice there, he's working their way through a different team. They've obviously seen on regionals, didn't quite get through on the end. And Chris, obviously, historically playing with Pains, they haven't played the survival stage. And I think the guys are doing really well.
Yeah, very well done so far. Good to see, as eventually we'll take a look at the numbers that have come in from this game and how they all do break down. I was impressed that China was able to hold that whole compound for as they did. The one thing that I was surprised by, though, is that nobody looked to push the north side of it. And it's a compound that traditionally not that easy to hold if you're going to hold the entirety of it, but 17 points go their way, Matchroom.
I mean, it felt like everybody else just got bloodthirsty. China did decent enough on defense. They had 1 kill moving into the later stages of the game, but they had territory control on the compound. Most of the other teams kind of leaned more into the east, and that just fed Brazil as, looks like we're starting to get a little bit of a break point. Brazil 15 points ahead of the tie between Korea and Thailand.
Yeah, what a crazy scenario, right? Those 3 teams were all on 31 points in the previous game, all tied together. Korea got 1, Thailand got 1. Brazil was like, hold my beer. This is, we're making the run for it. What a leap forwards there for them. And again, they're getting distance on some extremely strong squads here, Gibson.
They really are. And again, people rule them out because a lot of people might think they're not the glamorous pick. You look at their price on fantasy. You have to remember that Brazil historically just win maps when it comes to PNC. It's what they do, and they've kicked off the day the right way. Again, I highlighted BL early. It's another MVP performance for him. Something I love about BL is he's almost your ultimate wingman. He's never the point man, but when somebody needs help, he's there. Like, remember Sparking behind the tree when he got into that fight with the BRDM? It was BL who saved Sparking's life.
Yeah. Looking great, looking really good here for number 1. If you're Brazil and you get another good result from this game, the lead that you could potentially build into a day number 2 here for PNC would be monumental. So, hey, let's have our fingers crossed here for Brazil, because it'll be awesome to see these guys actually be able to get a win. Because whenever you kind of meet them on LAN as well, Matchroom, they're always just so happy, and really kind of just nice to be around as a whole.
As long as you don't catch them practicing playing football, right? If you catch them actually playing football, then everybody is mad all the time. But yeah, these guys are some of the nicest guys you can hang out with. Big hearts. You guys were talking about like Sparking stories. Everybody's got one. These guys are just so good. And respect where it's due for Brazil. Phenomenal play coming out from them. But China, thank you for finally getting something. I was starting to get worried. You were down like in the bottom 3. That's what nobody was expecting.
All right, we're almost in the final leg here for day number 1 of PNC 2026. So thank you very much for sticking around. I can't even find my words. We're going to go to a break, and when we return, we have got one more game here for day number 1.
Hello everyone, welcome to a sit-down business talk time with Bella and Team Norway. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello.
What makes your country, your team, strong at this year's PNC?
I think we had a lot of good preparations. That's what makes us really ready for this tournament.
Can you elaborate on that, James? What kind of prep work did you guys do?
We went over our flight tickets, made sure that we went to the right country.
Yes.
Here we are.
We know you guys as PUBG, the gamers side, right? But let's see what you guys would be if you weren't a professional gamer.
If I weren't a gamer, I would probably be a businessman.
What kind of business?
That's a good question. Maybe a tailoring shop.
All right, I can see that. Well, what about you, James?
Probably be a businessman. Tailoring shop, maybe.
So creative here.
I would be the boss of the tailoring business.
Ben?
I'll be the tailor.
You be the tailor, the actual. All right, thank you. Can you teach me a Norwegian greeting or like a bye?
Ha det bra.
Ha det bra?
Yeah, it's like goodbye.
Ha det bra. Wait,
Ha det bra.
okay. Ha det bra.
Ha det bra.
There it is, the Google Play Point. These points get you more than a high score. Play, earn, and redeem them for exclusive rewards that supercharge your gameplay. Or score the latest must-have gear and up your game with sweet accessories. You're already winning. Now go get the rewards with Google Play Points. Redeem now and go reward yourself.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100 plus audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds, and a new way to play for glory. For the first time ever,
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay. Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Me? Malta? Me? I know, but why are you looking at me when you said it?
Hello everyone, welcome to another sit-down game time with Bella. With me is Team GBR or United Kingdom. Hello guys.
Hello.
Yeah. Did you guys say GBR is a mouthful?
Yeah. Too much confusion.
All right, today's game is Never Have I Ever.
Okay. Never
Yeah, you guys all know that game. We should decide what the penalty would be first.
No dancing, please.
No dancing?
No dancing. I was like a tweet. You get a tweet someone. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. We pick it as a collective
Because it's only 4 of you, we'll start with 4 fingers up.
All right. Never have I ever been to Italy.
Oh,
You haven't been.
So you don't put a finger down?
Yes.
I have.
Thank you, T-Bone.
Yep.
Thank you. Wonderful. What a leader.
Okay. Never ever been to Malaysia.
You've been. We went last year.
Exactly. Put your finger down.
Well, you've been like 10 times.
Never have I ever smoked a cigarette.
Ooh.
No one smokes cigarette.
Michael, are you? What finger are you on now?
Wait, but I can't do that. Fingers don't work that way. Never ever ate octopus.
Oh.
Alright, let's rock it. One more Erangel here for day number 1 of PNC 2026. And hey, guess what? I can see the timer on the map feed as well. Whoa, this man painted in all these different colors. It's gonna have to step aside as we get into our final game. Thank you very much, Gibson and Mark, for that great insight here at this segment. Once again, as me and Matrim will finish things off here for the games for today. We're finally here, game number 5. Oh my god, I can't believe it.
We made it! Game number 5 time. Everything finishes out day number 1 right here. China finally coming alive. We've been seeing Brazil absolutely pop off while we've still got squads like Ukraine on the hunt, and now on to Erangel. Means the fact that we're on home turf for everybody. It's gonna...
Last game of the day, finally!
Yowie wowie. Let's get it going. Yes. All right. Okay. We've got them all dropping on down. We've got that southern plain path, which does make it a little bit hard for the stretch here to the north.
Oh, Millie, maybe? I always get nervous whenever I see this south. It feels like it's kind of going to pull that direction. See if we make anybody go for it. Maybe Finland looks like they're going to go down that way. Thailand's just going to do their normal shark fin kind of bridge drop. So instead, everybody just kind of playing along the coastline. And given the way that the last Erangel went, I know it was a while ago. Coastline played, not necessarily a bad call.
You know, Matrim, that is exactly what I was going to say. I was like, just wait for exactly the same circle with exactly the same amount of water in, because for some reason, I've seen a lot of circles down there, especially in PEC. Like, we had a lot of first circles down on that angle towards Milter and Mini Milter Power. But anyway, let's find out where we are going. In just a few seconds, it will pop. As, oh no, we're going a bit more central here. So, neutral. As I was mentioning before, they were having a bit of bounce back and forth with Vietnam on this drop, and Vietnam has completely veered off, going West Coast drop for this one.
Brazil already in a great spot. Ukraine's going to have control down to the south. Most of our squads doing an early release means that the West is pretty clustered. This means that USA going to be involved in a couple of early game shots. As this is just a run right in on top of Cowboy. Everybody comes in full on gusto. No real support coming in for USA right now. They're all still in the process of looting, a bit more separated. Kurt looks like he's trying to get over here, so it's all on to Cowboy. He's just got to survive until some form of reinforcement can get here.
That nade actually did quite a bit of damage there, so now that actually does slow Philippines down. I will say, though, I've been made a fan out of Philippines. They have so much fun. They're very aggressive, very wily, and they're going to continue that on against Cowboy here. Does see him from the distance, or to the side even, I should say. That's the reinforcing shots going against that alternate angle. Here comes the reinforcements. Cowboy in the air, runs him down. This is crazy stuff coming out from the USA on the defense.
We go on full America right now, as it is just commit, rolls right into all of it. Cowboy now starting to rally himself, got his meds back together, and while Philippines wanted this position, they're going to have to now defend it from everybody roaming around on the outside of it. Kickstart now in position on one side. Ajin in a lot of trouble. 2 different aggressors and just a tree for cover.
Now trying their best to shut this down. Good stuff by Kickstart, though. We'll finish that off there for the moment.
Nice. Much better from USA.
Gets it anyway. Cowboy still safe. Still alive unless they go super aggressive around these corners. It's going to be difficult, but the thing is now is that Philippines is stuck in this building. Their initial aggression has completely gone awry.
And Cowboy staying alive is in due big part Trimsy. This position right here allowed Cowboy to have some level of escape. Trimsy just yet again coming in, but doesn't have much to work with. You can see only 30 rounds, so he has to be very, very careful. Rest of USA now coming in. Philippines down to just 2, and it feels like the momentum is on the USA side. Can the Philippines manage to rally it together to fend up, as they don't really have an idea on where all the different angles of approach could be coming from.
Yeah, if they can all get closer together here, they can eventually sweep this up.
Oh!
And Kickstart finds him through the window. That's going to be the go sign. Right, there's only one of you left alive, surely. Now flash forwards here from Purdy Curdy, maybe in the building as well. Cowboy's going to make that push forwards as well. Kickstart, this roof angle has been fantastic for him. Sees him on the roof, gets him done. That's 3 for Kickstart. That is a great
About time they did something.
Man, they needed that one, so maybe we'll see some momentum coming out of it. Germany on defense against Argentina, who's trying to pick a fight. Argentina's been pretty involved throughout the day. It started off with them kind of bumping into everybody in game number 1. It just kind of hasn't stopped. A lot of our squads over in the west at least starting to get some breathing room, but down into the southwest, it's getting pretty dusty. Still Germany having to deal with Argentina, of course, but Denmark's going to be right on the other side of it all.
DraftKings with the nade. Not bad at all. I mean, the smoke kind of gives away exactly where you are, and if you're behind a tree next to the smoke, pinpoint accuracy coming out from Argentina to be able to deny that. Similarly, Germany just trying to get themselves back up and good to go. They do realize, though, that there are threats lurking around on multiple angles, so you should be staying in these buildings. They're smoking to try and get him back up. Tricky play potentially coming out here. Maybe if there's another nade to post into a smoke, that could be the finishing factor.
I'm kind of surprised by the commitment that's come out from Denmark right now. They have one player that's gone all the way over next to the eastern bridge, trying to get a foothold position in the circle. Another one, Gustav, going to be playing right on the east or the western bridge, and the other 2 trying to see if they can keep containment on this. Maybe go for a third-party pounce if something presents itself. But Argentina is playing this really, really slow. This is, of course, phase number 1, so it's all just going to be about the timings and how much does this cost you getting into the circle.
Yeah, Pippa was interested in posting that.
Why don't you just finish
talking about before, maybe
him up then?
From all of this, and now another one goes forwards, but it's not far enough. Little things that could quite easily go Argentina's way, slightly going awry. But looking for another one. DraftKings, second spray. Okay, gets Ares as well as it's Chris.
Timing for this is great. Now Denmark's getting out of position. That's going to open up. Amy does go down. That's going to make it a bit more scary. Pippa's got to find something on this angle. Does get the knock. And it is just Payne's the last one up, and he is all lonesome. Argentina is now firmly on the hunt.
Full cleanup would be awesome. Fantastic stuff here so far from DraftKings. Finishing off the 2 that he was able to pick up earlier on. Payne's the last one remaining in the previous game. Unfortunately, it looks like he's going to be going very, very soon. Unless they can maybe try and make some magic happen. Little flash forwards here from DraftKings. Payne's trying to juke and jive around these buildings, seeing what he can find. If he could get a similar angle, a single angle. Oh, no, Pippa will finish it off. Good stuff by Argentina.
Oh, Pippa needed to get that. That would have completely thrown off the timing for Argentina. USA up to the north, who had their early skirmish on a rotate. Here's the bridge very far to the north, and it's going to be Turkey that gets vision on Vietnam. Nothing really comes out of it just quite yet, so Vietnam just going to get discouraged from this angle, but everything kind of the north going to slow everything down because there's nobody really up there, so there's plenty of space to work with, and Tanvu and Imas do the 1-2 punch onto Turkey, and now they can go wherever they want.
Yeah, not bad on the north side of this circle, and it is very open to be able to not only get these knocks, but also confirm them.
I went wrong for Turkey.
In this kind of area, as Beamy in the distance as well does actually knock a member from Thailand. While this is going on, Delwyn goes for a bit of a mad spray against the rest of Turkey as a flip goes on from himself. Oh no! Oh, he barely just rolled back onto his belly.
You saw Delwyn was running away from that, saw the car kind of catch a weird angle, instantly stops, spins back around. Celtic, there's nowhere to go. Turkey now out early.
Yeah, tough one. 18 points. I mean, there's been moments here from Turkey to actually have good runs so far. Sparking finds Fex. And again, this is the thing that really burns the players so hard about the pickaxe. You cannot see these dips as you come over hills. And this was the perfect opportunity for Sparking to strike. Very opportunistic.
Just deadly jack-in-the-boxes spattering all across the map right now. Everybody is going for a very centered meta in playstyle, no surprise. Yes, we do have the river that's cutting through the north that leads all the way into Yasnaya, but really just a couple players from Vietnam over there, maybe USA as well, we'll have to see. Everybody else kind of playing in that middle position where neutral is going to be kind of the core area to play from. Brazil going to have a spattering of players kind of across, leading down into Ukraine. Firefights could break out depending on how the circle goes if it jukes anywhere, but if it just stays centered up, most people are going to feel pretty good. Going hard to the south is going to make this dicey.
Yeah, Ukraine almost dead center at the moment, and they're going to have the pick of the litter in which compounds they want to take straight away from a circle like this. Delwyn even going into the water for a little bit of extra loot himself. Maybe a bit more util on board. 3 nades, 1 molly, few smokes to boot. So Delwyn and the boys from Vietnam looking pretty good about what they actually have available. Great Britain knew that there was someone here, so they've got to be very cautious about this, as this is where they lost Fex, and now Brazil is moving away as well. But a circle like this, there's a lot of work to be done for those teams in the north here, Matrim.
Yeah, and I think that's why UK is being so cautious. They were saying if maybe they could jump, leapfrog in, get closer to where Brazil's going to be going. Brazil looks like they have eyes a bit more down into the circle, so that might open up something for UK to play with. Longer wraps are going to be coming in from Indonesia to the east of where we see Great Britain at for the time being. Vietnam also could come down on a similar angle. Lots of kind of counter wraps going on right now as Korea is going to go very far over into the west, because the westernmost section of this is going to be Pachinki, where we still have China at, maybe even USA, depending on how the wraps come in.
Potential for some really important compounds here for Thailand. We've seen these be extremely crashed into in some of the PGSs, etc. And even hold down for Thailand in the past. The careful thing is though, you don't want to be across too much of a compound like this in some of the later stages of these games, as Finland found themselves on the south side of it all. And technically speaking, Sattar is way over to the east, and Curex is way over to the west. So but I think they realize with a shift like this, there isn't that many threats down on the south side of the circle just yet. Just kind of like do a lot of good scouting, kind of find out exactly where you need to be, and then maybe even deny some teams on wider rotates.
Ooh, Ghost, you better be careful over here. You kind of just chilling right next to where USA is trying to wrap. I do believe that Kickstarter has spotted out Argentina just to the south of this. China's going to be regrouping on a similar area, so it's just going to be the rotates as now Vietnam bumping into Great Britain. Thanh Vu coming off yet again in Vietnam. Very aggro early.
Looking difficult for Great Britain at the moment. Only 12 points. Nothing in this just yet. They do have a blue chip in hand, so maybe they can get one person up. Here can Great Britain, but you won't be getting Michael anytime soon. As now the US rotating in on behind them, as you were mentioning before. China is still a little bit vulnerable technically on the split that they actually have available here. So US is just biding their time on this west side, waiting to see where they would want to go. I wouldn't mind them going to the warehouses east of the fields on Pachinki, but I mean, they need to do some scouting before they know that that is currently free.
I mean, they have to make the assumption that China is over here somewhere. They probably assumed that they moved down maybe south Pachinki hillside. Instead, now it's more southeast. Korea also starting to pull in. China's just very separated out. You can see that they have multiple squads now in between their 2-2 split. Spaceman's still back in Pachinki. The circle pops. At least a little Ghost is going to be inside of it. But now it's time to run through red zones and go for positioning. And it is straight up on Potato Mountain, and Ukraine's got control over it.
Yeah, so maybe some pre-driving there just for teams to try and get moving as fast as possible. What this is going on, Ukraine, as you say, has got really strong control if they're able to just kind of get together. Maybe hold down. The problem with Potato Hill is you can't hold it all at the same time as one team. So you're gonna maybe kind of commit to one side of it, and they've already let China move in alongside. I think the US realizes, okay, we're a bit late to be able to kind of pierce straight into the circle, so we're still playing that west side.
China comes in with a more passive approach, wants to make sure that they keep distance away from Potato itself. Instead goes right on the edge of it, playing to the west where they can continue to use the hill. This is a good read on the circle because to the west of them, it's going to be a no man's land as it is right on the edge of the zone. USA has to go away from this position, now tailing in back behind where we see South Korea making the wrap. Down into Thailand going for a regroup kind of to the northeast, but it's all kind of playing around position into Death Road and Potato. the northern section of Death Road kind of leads into where Thailand's going to be at. That's kind of a no man's land of kind of open territory, a couple of trees, but that's about it. And that's why we see so many wraps up into the north to try to approach into a more, I guess, hilly tree side of this all, but China's already set up and waiting for it.
Yeah, I don't know about this by USA at the moment. A lot of damage taken there on the entry point against Little Ghost. At the same time, though, they did send a nade against Little Ghost and take him down. Good stuff by
Nice.
That takes down Spaceman. Trying to find an off angle here as well. I don't know that for China, they had a little bit of time to be able to set up a defense here, but it has completely gone against them.
Zhao Wu's just running. Tiantian's just kind of stuck back here. This is all safety play right now. It feels like maybe China, while they did well inside the last game, not necessarily feeling this one. So where do you go? You just had to surrender a great point on the map because USA just kind of came up and stole it from you.
Yeah, with little to no resistance. I'm very surprised by that from China. Maybe there were some crosswires on their side about what they actually wanted to do and how they wanted to defend the side of Potato. But at the same time, Argentina having a little bit of an overlook as well. Tiantian is gone thanks to Purdy. God, US is on a bit of a tear here at the moment. They've got to be careful, though, of the potential from Argentina to peek on over this ridgeline.
Yeah, we play left China, yeah.
Everybody, so I feel like that's a looming. The only thing about it is it's 2-2 split from Ukraine, very close. Nope, instead Argentina goes diggy hole.
Good old dwarves.
Diggy hole.
Yeah, they'll do all right for themselves here for the moment with the 4 kills that they've got here and digging on down. I mean, at least they're kind of almost setting up traps for if the US actually does peek on over themselves. Kickstart going all the way on the west side, looking for anything that would be going on. I think he was on a hunt for Zhao Wu. Didn't realize maybe that he completely disengaged from it.
They were leaving Spaceman as bait, and nobody from China is going to be taking it. Circle Pops, Death Road time, but that northern area that's going to be very open, James. This kind of sucks because we got way too many people alive, and there's not much space to play.
A lot of open uphill area between Thailand
Go on, T-Bone.
towards where Indonesia is. Now South Korea, they've been on a journey and a half in this game. They've lost people on that journey, and I think they might end up losing a little bit more as well if they're not careful. Sprays against them from multiple teams here to try and get this going. Hakatori and Sparking, both excellent shooters, only take down one in the end, and it's the Kraken that takes down Heaven.
Well, there's just too many moving targets. It's right next to Brazil. We've got Vietnam that's coming up on approach, going right in the same position where Heather and Zhao Wu are going to be at. Neutral's still going to be back behind all of this. Vietnam's rolling right next to the others. Where do you even go? There's so many targets in this more open section. You've got to find somewhere where nobody's going to be taking some shots at you for a second and just dig in. Find something. And you can see Zhao Wu understands the mission right now. I just have to survive. I have to dig down. I have to use this rock and give. Hopefully, this cover is going to be enough because it's about to be absolutely brutal over here.
It's going to get brutal.
On kind of the salvage mission himself here and just take down Himas as a big scalp to take. I will say
There's just not enough room for all these teams.
Across all 5 games,
There goes Korea.
a lot of ham-fisted sends by teams in these games. It has just been, okay, we're a sledgehammer, we're going to crash in, and we're going to try and make it work. And that has been prevalent compared to a lot of the tournaments that we saw over at PGS. But now, some smokes do go down here to try and make the approach here from Indonesia against Denmark. They know that one is knocked currently. This could be an opportunity for Indonesia to get some points on the board. Whoa,
Denmark needing some as well. Getting caught. Nice play coming up. Gustav's going to be the one that gets down Setsuna. So now Beamy on a mission of his own. Counterflank right up on top of everybody. Finds one. Gets damage onto a second, but he's not done yet. Got the nade prepped, ready. Going to be able to toss it over. Reinforcements should find a good angle. But here comes reinforcements from the Indonesia side. Nade pops perfect.
Oh, Beamy, beautiful.
What a play by Beamy.
Much better.
Said it's all about Beamy, and he shows up. That's 5 for Denmark at the moment. They could probably get the res off as well there from that south side. What a hold coming in from him. That is why he is world-class, Matrim. Whoa.
Beautiful.
Oh, God, it is just a pleasure to watch him play. USA, you've got to figure out how you want to deal with Argentina in front of you and maybe even Neutral coming in behind because Ukraine's got a defensive angle onto Neutral. So it looks like Ukraine has just managed to firmly control this side with Brazil's assistance, and Neutral just can't figure out how they want to get into this. They keep going back to the south, back up to the north. Nothing seems to be working.
No, I think what I was saying about these ham-fisted sends on through, I think they're really trying to not do that.
Go on, T-Bone. Go on.
There's just not much places they can go. This could be a perfect third-party timing, though. PL is down thanks to T-Bone doing some damage to them. Here comes Neutral, but Sparking is looking light.
Nice.
Well, Neutral gone as quick as that in the flick of a switch.
Brazil now 20 points ahead of Ukraine. A sentence I wasn't expecting to say to start it today. My God, these guys are popping off, and it is Ukraine and Brazil right on top of each other. Thailand going to be next to them. Just don't go to the north. That is where all of the bad is happening right now. USA, though, now has to figure out how they want to deal with the southern duo of Ukraine with Argentina.
Oh my God, that was on the head.
Picking up where you're putting down. So what you're telling me is that any other team go south and you're much better served there to try and get a win from this game because the top is a field full of killers. I'm taking that. I'll take that.
I mean, down to the south, you got Denmark and Finland. I mean, Beanie's popping off himself, but I don't even know what you do around Potato right now because if you start getting too much more to the south, you're going to start having to worry about what's going on with Death Road. Ukraine's very invested in what's happening with Brazil right on top of him, and Kraken's even tried to leave a couple of times, but he's getting punished by Thailand, and yep, he's going to go down. It's going to be Hakatori that finds him.
Apparently, Hakatori will just shoot at every team and also do well for himself. The good thing for the rest of the lobby is that the top 3 teams are currently killing each other, which isn't too bad. That's a nade. That's a perfect one. It bounces right off of him. That is going to be a confirm, surely. I cannot believe that bobbled away. Oh, but it's a double first blocking. Goodbye, Thailand, soon enough.
All right, United States, you just jumped out into the wrong neighborhood, starting to get...
Go on, USA.
Hakatori now the last one up. United States manages to bully their way into the zone, and it's going to be Hakatori very far to the north. He can't provide the close-range assistance, but he's putting in the work, making it hazardous. Brazil trying to find something up against Thailand at roughly the same time as everybody into the south is just watching the kill feed explode.
Oh no, here comes Argentina as well. Now they actually jump Thailand into that top 3 podium position at the end of day number 1 at the moment, and I think Thailand's got no more answers to be able to make for that happen. Argentina, what a rocket up. South America in general looking fantastic here, because this could be Argentina winning the West, winning the North.
Now it's going to be second place. You called it. South America 1 and 2 over Ukraine and Thailand. So, and a potential for more. A very weakened United States still just trying to get themselves back together. And Pippa is going to continue to exploit it. Hakatori on the other side, and there is nowhere for Kickstart to go. He is just trapped in all the cars, all the mess. Even the cars are abandoning him as they roll down the hillside.
Try his best, Kickstart, dance around, reload that P90. And technically, P90s can make magic happen. Wait, he had no ammo? Did he not pick up the ammo for it? Oh. I think he need. Oh, okay. No, he's just picked it up now. 138 bullets. He didn't have enough time to be able to do it all in one fell swoop. As now Ukraine gone at the hands of Pippa. Argentina, man, they've been on the warpath.
I mean, Finland wanted to get a piece of that, but Argentina just not really letting him get anything out of it. Couple of shots. Kickstart does find the knock onto Capitan, so some vengeance back.
Oh, okay.
Just like magic tricks, boom, as quickly as that, and you're gone, though, unfortunately, for Kickstart. Gonna have to pull a rabbit out of your hat for USA in the next couple of days. That said, though, actually, a rabbit out of their hat, 10 kills in this game matching for USA. So, actually, the whole story has really been America's, not just South America for this game.
Keep the climb going. I mean, it started a little bit late, but now eyes drawn down to Finland, Denmark. How are they going to handle the southern section? Belmoth's still alive for Thailand, but it's not feeling too good. Brazil weakened up into the north as maybe could be bumping into Argentina. Sparking just, he's got goals, man. Every single thing that's around him, he wants to put a bullet into.
Belmoth wants to just thread the needle himself for a straight send through onto some of these cars. If you can't see the dip made by either a red zone or nade, you can see the car in it, so that is a bit of a check mark, a landmark for you to be able to make this move. Not bad there at all. But here comes Argentina. Where are you going? You've got the P90 in hand, stole it away from Kickstart. Moving into these smokes, it's a good transition.
I like this. Kind of play this a little bit of a ridge. It gives you space away from Finland, who's been kind of chasing after you. Finland does have some high ground, but Finland's got their own problem, and they're having to deal with Denmark on their defense. So Finland has to figure out how they're going to get into the circle. With Argentina getting into this point, they can play it for now, try to force back any counter moves that Brazil's wanting to go for, and Brazil's already read it. They can't push that angle. It doesn't feel good. They know that there's a Solo and Belmoth down there, so they've had to retreat to the east. This is just great positional control coming out from Argentina to force
I
everybody
wonder what Finland are trying to do.
Yeah, not bad at all. Not bad
Just
at
edge
all.
it.
Finland and Denmark going to have to be at loggerheads with one another as well, though, on this south side. I feel like it's only a matter of time before they really take a proper engagement against one another. So technically, unless Finland feels so pressured by Denmark's shots and like maybe takes a knock or something like that, that they feel forced to go north. But I feel like that is a dangerous path to take.
We should also note that in closest to the center of the circle, Vietnam is still alive with 2 players up, Sololsley and Tanvu. While we're seeing a lot of superstars pop off, let's not forget Tanvu is just waiting in the distance for anybody that gets close enough to him, most notably potentially Denmark, who's now starting to get a little bit of duress thrown at them as Finland's trying to bully their way in, and Argentina providing some support to allow, I guess, an easier path for Finland.
More smokes forwards. Our Denmark coach once again looking on with bated breath, seeing if they can stay alive. I think Vietnam's not going to move too much, so I don't think they're in too much of a threat of being sandwiched. Although that said, was a switch over to a nade. Mixon though does knock your Rexy. Good start for them to thwart any kind of aggression coming from Finland. More sprays, more shots forward. He could be in nade range. He could get a double here, but Keta with the Keta 98 is able to hit a big one against Satta.
That one was good. I like the Cutter 98. Loving it. Finland, you just got to fight your way in. It's just rocks and a couple of trees and not much else to work with. Beamy, though, he's got goals. He's got himself a dip to play.
Nice.
And he's getting closer and closer by the second circle. Pops and favors Denmark.
You're supposed to res me, not hit me with a pickaxe. Hey, hey.
Oh no, we're still
Okay, the
smiling.
third party does come in from the behind there as Gustav goes down to Sololzi. Now Denmark got to be very, very cautious about all of these angles, and they've not been able to put the boot in against Finland. They've not killed anybody off, just knocks, but the reses have happened. This could go really badly for Denmark.
That is Sololzi leaving position to try to go to the south to see if he can backstab Denmark so that way he can move back up into the north. This is Vietnam just trying to play with the territory and how long it's taking Denmark to deal with Finland. And just enough to stay alive. As to the north, let's not forget, we still have Belmoth alive, Brazil and Argentina all still needing to get in the circle, while Finland's just going to have to deal with whatever Denmark's trying to bring.
Yeah, I was about to say it feels like 2 games are going on simultaneously, but that said, Argentina from the north has spotted Vietnam in what I would consider that south side of this circle at the moment. So not so much. The 2 games are now converging. As Mixon still, gosh, they have so much deployable cover there. And sees Kurexi on that cross does Beamy. And Keta will finishing it off straight away. I will say, it's PEC, he is a bit of a phenom with the Car 98.
Oh!
So the Keta 98 wasn't totally spontaneous.
Oh, Argentina finding kills on the climb of their own, wanting to try to compete up against Brazil at the top. They managed to at least get into the circle, and it's come at the ruin of Finland. Just nowhere really for them to go. Brazil's also starting to get into the circle as Tony's going to get some vision on Tanvu, make it a little bit scarier, but Belmoth has so few options. He's got Brazil on one side, Argentina on the other. The only benefit is Argentina's very focused on Denmark and Finland right now, so maybe there's a path there if he can at least get by Brazil.
Yeah, totally take some damage. A little bit of a smoke peek there from Belmoth, but they kind of should have him dead to rights, really. As soon as he moves up to that tree, he should be in nade range and should be killable. Although it goes a bit short there. So not quite finding Belmoth where they want him. Has to heal up. As soon as he comes out of here, though, has to back off. Oh, goes for a little spin punch onto the tree. Manages to survive with 3. But even this tree is not in the blue. Oh, no, he's out. He's gone.
He's gone.
Yeah, just couldn't quite get there. So Brazil gets more maneuverability room.
What did Brazil, man?
But I don't know. This is a very, very open circle. You're looking at the entirety of it right now. Argentina over into Vietnam. It's just these trees, a hill, kind of recess to play for, and not much else really on the board. Denmark's going to have the control position off the start.
12-point average, and we're not done just yet for Brazil for day 1. This is great. Of course, we looked at the beginning of the day looking at, teams like Ukraine, who in the survival stage had like a 15.3 average across their games. But this is a whole different kettle of fish in a lobby like this when you are missing 8 of the world's best teams for PNC in that survival stage. Brazil's been able to keep it going in day number 1, so can they get a little bit more from this? As every team is wounded here. This could go any way with everybody playing the edge here, Matrim.
Yeah, and Brazil just looks so clean and hungry in all of these games. The performance coming out. Argentina has been an aggressor time and time again. Denmark, of course, bringing in the heady style of play, while Vietnam still has the capabilities to have their pop off at any moment. Tanvu looks like he's got line and eyes up against Tony. That might be the direction that he's trying to defend. In Finland, man, I don't even know how you come down that hillside. You're dealing with the 2 strongest squads right now as far as manpower goes in Denmark and Argentina both.
P90 just 0 recoil. You can be pinpoint accurate with some of these long-range sprays. As now Satta down once again. Argentina trying their very best to move on in, but the Car 98 will get the knock again from Keta. as the P90 trying to finish everything off. You've got no nades, so these sprays are just trying to finish it off. Even just a little arc of a bullet to get rid of Finland somehow, some way would be huge.
They're still outside the blue. Yep, they're just going to go down, but Ketter manages to get that last little bit, and he is absolutely popping off the
Oh, Tony down.
throw comes out from Tanvu, and Tony goes down.
If this were 2025, I think a lot of bets would be on Tanvu to make something work. But here in 2026, the distribution of skill has just been wider. And now here, Denmark trying to do something. That said, though, Tanvu with the double on the nade. It's over here for Brazil. They've done enough, though, today, that's for sure. Looking brilliant so far.
Oh, come on, beat me.
Of course, looming large on one side of this. Him versus Tanvu. Big aim coming out as Argentina's got nowhere to go. They're just going to surrender it over the other side, and it's going to be Tanvu that manages to find it. BB on the other.
Keta knocks. Sololzi trying to do something. Vietnam has laid low through a lot of this game, and eventually this fight was going to boil on over here, as maybe they can get the res back up here. I think that they're scared about any more potential nades that be coming their way, but Tanvu does have another one in the pocket. They're going to really keep close eyes on that. You've got to be careful. Here come the nades. Do those thread the needle here between some of this deployable cover?
Dixon's got to hold this. He's got to defend. If there's enough time, does manage to at least get the res back, but you still have to get the meds back into a better position. Nade goes in! And that is going to be Beamy getting knocked. Terrible positioning coming out from that one. Nade landed right into the pocket. Dixon, last one up.
All you can do is on fire.
And it is going to be...
Damn!
Those 2025 bets were not misplaced with a team like this being the champions in 2025. Now in the last game, they are...
Well, that wraps up day one. We'll be back tomorrow for day two. I'll also be online later on from 6:30.
Yeah, 5 maps, 5
Enjoy your evening if I don't see you then.
Not think it was going to be...
Woke up this morning, sun's in the sky. Got my bags packed, got that look in my eye. First stop is the stadium, the crowd's going wild. Cheering and chanting, a victory compiled. The ball hits the net, the fans jump and shout. No room for worry, no room for doubt. From the field to the finish, a beautiful game. Call up the crew, let's all scream your name. From the football field to the open sea, there's a whole world out there waiting for me. Drop a line in the water, a peaceful escape. Lost in the rhythm, a beautiful landscape. From the river to the road, the journey's the prize. Travel till morning beneath the bright skies. This is our anthem, our dance to the beat. We fish it in football, we can't be beat. Engines revving, the highways a blur. New sights, new sounds, all a beautiful stir. Different cities, different faces I see. Every new moment feels wild and so free.